Yo, what's up everyone? It's Cosmic Wand, and today we're checking out, what if Harry had dungeon system and could create monster-filled dungeons inside Hogwarts. Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Broke Reality. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust, old shoes, and broken promises. Harry Potter knew this because he'd spent the better part of 10 years cataloging every single smell in his tiny prison. Dust was the baseline, always there, coating the thin mattress, the splintered wooden shelves, the single dangling light bulb that hadn't worked since he was 7. Old shoes came from the pile Vernon kept shoving under the door whenever Dudley outgrew another pair, because apparently the cupboard doubled as overflow storage for the Dursley household's least important items. Which, by their logic, included Harry himself. And the broken promises? Those were harder to pin down. They smelled like the faint chemical tang of cleaning supplies Harry had used on his hands and knees since he could hold a sponge. Like the ghost of meals he'd cooked but never fully eaten. Like the lingering trace of Petunia's perfume when she'd lean close, not to comfort him, never to comfort him, but to hiss some new rule about not being seen, not being heard, not being anything at all. Today was July 31st, Harry's 11th birthday. Nobody had mentioned it. Obviously. He was lying on his back on the thin mattress, staring at the underside of the staircase where years of footsteps had loosened the nails until they poked through like tiny metal stalactites. Dudley had thundered up and down those stairs approximately 6,000 times today alone, a conservative estimate, each trip sending a fine shower of dust directly into Harry's face. Happy birthday to me, Harry thought, blowing dust off his glasses for the 100th time. Real party atmosphere in here. Through the thin door, he could hear the television blaring something about the weather. Vernon was in his armchair. Harry could tell by the specific creak pattern and the rhythmic sound of crispy snacks being demolished. Petunia was in the kitchen, the clatter of dishes suggesting she was preparing Dudley's 4th meal of the day. Dudley himself was upstairs, the ceiling above Harry's head thumping with what was either a video game tantrum or an attempt to teach an elephant to river dance. Normal evening at number 4, Privet Drive. Perfectly, oppressively, soul-crushingly normal. Harry closed his eyes. He didn't feel 11. He didn't feel any age, really. Age implied growth, change, progress, and Harry's life had been remarkably static for as long as he could remember. Same cupboard. Same chores. Same sideways looks from neighbors who'd been told by the Dursleys that he attended St. Brutus's secure center for incurably criminal boys. Same hollow feeling in his chest that he'd long ago stopped trying to name because naming it made it worse. The only thing that ever changed was the weird stuff. And oh, there had been weird stuff. Plenty of it. Like the time his hair had grown back overnight after one of Petunia's particularly savage haircuts. Or when he'd somehow ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang, with absolutely no memory of climbing. Or the incident at the zoo where the glass had vanished from a snake enclosure and Dudley had fallen in, and the boa constrictor had winked at Harry, actually winked, before slithering away to freedom. Each incident had earned Harry a stint in the cupboard. Which was where he was now, not because of any particular magical mishap, but simply because Aunt Petunia had decided that his face was ruining the aesthetic of Dudley's birthday re-celebration. Dudley had already had his actual birthday party last month, a grotesque affair involving 36 presents and an outing that ended with Dudley punching a kid at the bowling alley, but apparently one celebration wasn't enough. They were doing a half-birthday follow-up. With cake. And friends. And absolutely no Harry. So here he was. In the dark. On his birthday. Listening to the Dursleys live their lives around him like he was a piece of furniture they'd forgotten to throw out. Harry pulled up his knees and wrapped his arms around them. The cupboard felt smaller than usual tonight. The walls closer. The ceiling lower. Like the whole space was slowly contracting, millimeter by millimeter, trying to squeeze him out of existence entirely. Just once, he whispered to no one. Just once, I'd like something to actually happen. And that's when reality cracked open. It started with a sound. Not a bang. Not a crash. Not any of the dramatic, explosive sounds you'd expect when the fundamental nature of your existence decides to do a complete 180. It was more like a chime. Soft and clear and completely impossible, like someone had struck a crystal glass in the dead center of Harry's skull. Ding! Harry's eyes snapped open. The cupboard was dark, same as always, but something was different. The quality of the darkness had changed. It wasn't the flat, dead black of a tiny enclosed space anymore. It was deeper. Layered. Like the shadows had developed texture. And then, floating in the air directly in front of his face, glowing with a soft blue-white light that hurt his eyes after so long in the dark, was a rectangle of text. Harry stared at it. The text stared back. System initializing. Dormant magical core detected, core maturation threshold reached, age 11, environmental conditions met, enclosed space plus emotional catalyst plus ambient magical saturation, activating, dungeon creation system v.1, welcome, Harry James Potter. You have been designated, Dungeon Lord, Novice, initializing first dungeon, location, cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, dungeon type, auto-generated, based on host environment, theme, Shadow Nest, difficulty, F rank, floors, 1, monsters, Shadow Rats, X12, dungeon generation complete. Survive to claim your reward. Good luck, Dungeon Lord. Harry read the whole thing twice. Then he read it a third time, because apparently his brain had decided that the appropriate response to a floating magical text box was to carefully fact-check it. What? Harry said flatly. The text box pulsed once, cheerfully, and then dissolved into sparkles. Which is when Harry noticed that his cupboard was no longer his cupboard. The walls were still there, sort of, but they'd stretched. The tiny space that had barely fit his mattress now extended in all directions, the wooden panels replaced by rough-hewn stone that glistened with moisture. The ceiling had shot upward to maybe 8 feet, and instead of staircase nails, stalactites of dark crystal hung overhead, pulsing with a faint purplish light. The floor beneath Harry's mattress had become packed earth, and his mattress itself, well, it was still a crappy thin mattress. Some things even reality-warping magic couldn't improve. But the most alarming change was the tunnel. Where his cupboard door used to be, a stone archway now opened into a passage that curved away into darkness. And from somewhere deep inside that passage, Harry could hear something moving. Many somethings. Small, scratchy, fast. Scritch. Scritch. Scritch scritch scritch. Harry scrambled to his feet, heart hammering. The ceiling was high enough now that he could stand fully upright, a surreal luxury, but he barely registered it because the sounds were getting closer and his brain was doing that thing where it tried to process 17 impossible facts simultaneously and ended up just screaming internally. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Think. Floating text. Dungeon. Monsters. Shadow rats. 12 of them. This was either the most elaborate hallucination in human history or something genuinely insane was happening, and either way those scratching sounds were getting very close. The first shadow rat burst from the tunnel. It was about the size of a regular rat, which was the only normal thing about it. Its fur was made of literal shadow, shifting, rippling darkness that clung to a vaguely rodent-shaped form like smoke refusing to dissipate. Its eyes were pinpricks of red light. Its teeth, when it opened its mouth to hiss at Harry, were tiny translucent needles that looked like they were carved from black glass. It was, objectively speaking, the most terrifying thing Harry had ever seen in his life. And Harry had seen Aunt Marge's bulldog. Nope, Harry said, pressing his back against the wall. Absolutely not. 3 more shadow rats poured out of the tunnel. Then 2 more. They fanned out across the stone floor, their movements jerky and predatory, red eyes fixed on Harry with an intelligence that no rat, shadow or otherwise, had any business possessing. Harry looked around desperately for anything he could use as a weapon. His cupboard-turned-dungeon was mostly bare, the transformation had dissolved most of his meager possessions. But there, leaning against the far wall where his shelf of broken toys used to be, was a stick. Not a wand, not a sword, just a stick. About 2 feet long, rough wood, vaguely pointed at one end. Another notification flashed in his vision: starter weapon detected, wooden stake, F rank, damage, 3, durability, October 10th, special, none. It's a stick. We're working with what we've got here. Oh, you've got jokes, Harry muttered at the floating text. Brilliant. Love that. The closest shadow rat lunged. Pure instinct saved him. Harry threw himself sideways, hit the ground rolling, and came up with the stick clutched in both hands like a baseball bat. The rat sailed through the space where his head had been and splattered against the stone wall, except it didn't splatter. It impacted, dissolved into a puff of dark smoke, and reformed on the floor a second later, hissing with what sounded like genuine irritation. Shadow rats, semi-corporeal, physical attacks deal 50% reduced damage, weak point, eyes, critical hit zone, oh sure, aim for the tiny glowing dots on the things moving at 800 miles per hour, Harry panted. Easy. No problem. I'll just, 2 rats attack simultaneously from opposite sides. Harry swung the stick wildly. The pointed end caught the first rat dead center, and even at 50% damage, the impact was enough to send it tumbling across the floor in a burst of shadow smoke. But the second rat hit his ankle and bit, and good God, those black glass teeth were no joke. Pain lanced up Harry's leg like a lightning strike. He yelled, not a scream, more of an extremely undignified yelp, and kicked the rat off, sending it skidding across the packed earth. A health bar he hadn't noticed before flickered into existence in the upper left corner of his vision, HP, 47/50ths, 3 points of health from 1 rat bite. 12 rats in total. Harry didn't need to be a math genius to realize those numbers did not work out in his favor. For more rats emerged from the tunnel. They were circling now, the whole pack spreading out, and Harry could see the tactical pattern in it. They were surrounding him, cutting off escape routes, working together with a coordination that was absolutely unfair for F-rank monsters. Harry's back hit the wall. He held the stick out in front of him, knuckles white, breath coming fast. 10 years of dodging Dudley's fists and Harry hunting had given him decent reflexes, but this was a different beast entirely. Literally. Think. Think. Enclosed space. Low ceiling. Lots of rats. 1 stick. Harry looked up at the stalactites of dark crystal hanging from the ceiling. Then down at the rats clustering directly below them. Then he threw the stick. Not at the rats. At the biggest crystal stalactite. The stick hit it with a crack that echoed through the chamber. The stalactite shuddered, then broke free with a grinding sound and plummeted straight down into the cluster of shadow rats below. Critical environmental damage. Shadow Rat X4 eliminated, environmental creativity bonus, plus 25% XP, the crystal shattered on impact, and 4 rats simply ceased to exist, bursting into clouds of dark smoke that dissolved into nothing. The remaining rats scattered, hissing and spitting, their formation broken. Harry grinned. It was a wild, slightly unhinged grin, the grin of someone who had just discovered that the universe's rules were far more flexible than he'd been led to believe. He scooped up his stick from the debris and went to work. The fight lasted another 4 minutes, though it felt like 4 hours. Without the element of surprise, the remaining 8 shadow rats were forced to attack in smaller groups, and Harry discovered something interesting about himself during those 4 frantic minutes: he was actually pretty good at this. Not because he was strong. He was an underfed 11-year-old in oversized hand-me-downs, and the stick had the offensive capability of, well, a stick. But years of surviving the Dursleys had given him something better than strength. They'd given him spatial awareness. An almost preternatural sense of where threats were coming from. A deeply ingrained instinct for identifying the fastest route between here and not getting hit. At Privet Drive, those skills had been purely defensive. Run. Hide. Make yourself small. Don't be noticed. But in the dungeon, for the first time in his life, Harry could fight back. He lured 3 rats under another stalactite and brought it down on them. He backed 2 more into a corner where the wall met a jutting outcrop of stone, trapping them long enough to jab the pointed end of his stick through both their eye cores in rapid succession. The critical hit notification flashed twice, and both rats burst into smoke. Critical hit. Shadow rat eliminated, critical hit. Shadow rat eliminated, the last 3 came at him together in a final desperate rush. Harry planted his feet, waited until they were committed to their leap, and then dropped flat. The rats sailed over him and crashed into the wall. Before they could recover, Harry rolled, came up swinging, and caught all 3 with a wide sweep that sent them skittering across the floor. One dissolved on impact, its health already low from an earlier hit. The second took a follow-up jab through the eye. The third, the last one, turned to run. Harry chased it. It was a weird moment. Probably the weirdest moment in a night already overflowing with weird moments. Harry Potter, scrawny kid in broken glasses, sprinting through a stone dungeon chamber chasing a rat made of living shadow, stick raised overhead, laughing like a maniac. Not laughing because it was funny. Laughing because for the first time in 11 years, he felt alive. He caught the rat at the entrance to the tunnel, drove the stick down, and watched it dissolve into one final puff of dark smoke. Shadow Rat X12/12 eliminated, Dungeon, Shadow Nest, Floor 1 cleared. Rewards, Experience, 120 XP, Base, plus 30 XP, Environmental Creativity Bonus, equals 150 XP, Items, Shadow Rat Fong X8, Shadow Essence, Minor, X3, Rat King's Whisker X1, Rare, Level Up. Harry Potter, Level 1 Level 2, HP, 5065, MP, Mana Points 2030, New Ability Unlocked, Dungeon Sense, Passive, Detect Dungeon-type magical spaces within a 50-meter radius. Sense the approximate level and type of creatures within dungeons. New Ability Unlocked, Dungeon Creation, Active, Designate any enclosed space as a dungeon entrance. Dungeon parameters limited by current level and available mana. Current capacity, 1 active dungeon, 1 floor, F-rank monsters. Congratulations, Dungeon Lord. You survived your first night. Harry stood in the center of the cleared dungeon, chest heaving, covered in scratches and shadow residue, stick dangling from one hand, and stared at the cascade of blue notifications with an expression that was equal parts exhaustion and absolute wonder. Small, glowing objects littered the floor where the rats had died. Harry knelt and picked one up, a tiny fong, no bigger than his thumbnail, that looked like it was carved from obsidian. It was warm to the touch and pulsed faintly with a dark, smoky energy. Shadow Rat Fong, F-rank material, used in basic shadow element crafting, low-grade potion ingredients, simple enchantments. Market value, unknown, you don't exactly have access to a market right now, ... Harry pocketed the Fong along with the other drops. The shadow essences were small, swirling orbs of dark energy trapped in what looked like glass marbles, and the Rat King's whisker was a single long strand of silver that tingled against his fingertips. Then the dungeon began to dissolve. The stone walls softened, blurred, and melted back into familiar wood paneling. The high ceiling contracted back down to its oppressive normal height. The packed earth floor became thin carpet over cold concrete. The crystal stalactites vanished, replaced by staircase nails. In the space of 30 seconds, Harry was standing in his cupboard again. Same cramped space. Same dust. Same dangling dead light bulb. But Harry was different. He looked at his hands. Scratched, dirty, trembling slightly. Real scratches. Real dirt. This had happened. This had actually, genuinely happened. He opened his palm. 8 obsidian fangs, 3 smoky marbles, and 1 silver whisker glinted in the thin line of light that crept under the cupboard door. From the living room, Vernon's snoring rattled the walls. From upstairs, Dudley's bed creaked as the boy rolled over. Petunia's clock ticked in the hallway. The house was asleep. The world was normal. Except it wasn't. Not anymore. Not for Harry. A small blue notification pulsed in a corner of his vision, patient and persistent, dungeon reset IN, midnight, return tomorrow TO clear again for additional rewards. Harry sat down on his mattress, held the glowing fangs up to his face, and let out a long, shaky breath. Okay, he whispered. Okay. So this is happening. He should have been terrified. A sane person would have been terrified. Floating text, pocket dimensions, shadow monsters, this was the kind of thing that belonged in one of Dudley's video games, not in the cupboard of a neglected kid in Surrey. But Harry wasn't terrified. He was grinning. Because for the first time in his life, something was his. Not the Dursleys'. Not anyone else's. The cupboard under the stairs, the place they'd shoved him to be forgotten, had become something extraordinary. Something powerful. Something that nobody could take away from him because nobody else even knew it existed. Harry lay back on his mattress, clutching the Rat King's whisker like a lifeline, and fell asleep with the biggest smile he'd worn in 11 years. He dreamed of dungeons. The next morning, Harry woke up to Aunt Petunia hammering on the cupboard door. Up. Get up. Breakfast isn't going to make itself. Same words. Same sharp, impatient tone. Same morning as every other morning. Except Harry's body ached in places he didn't know could ache, there were scratches on his arms that he'd need to hide, and when he opened his eyes, a small notification was hovering patiently in his peripheral vision. Good morning, Dungeon Lord. Current level, 2, active dungeons, 0/1, dungeon reset, 16 hours 42 minutes and 33 seconds remaining. Harry closed his hand around the shadow rat fangs under his pillow, still there, still warm, still real, and allowed himself exactly 3 seconds of pure, giddy disbelief before putting on his normal neglected orphan face and opening the cupboard door. Morning, Aunt Petunia. She barely glanced at him. Bacon's in the fridge. Don't burn it this time. And for heaven's sake, do something about those scratches. If the neighbors see you looking like that, they'll think we let you play with wild animals. You really don't have to worry about wild animals, Harry said, which was technically true in the sense that shadow rats probably didn't qualify as animals in any taxonomic system. Petunia gave him a suspicious look but seemed to file it under, Harry being strange, a very thick file at this point, and click-clacked away to the living room. Harry made breakfast on autopilot. Bacon and eggs for Vernon, 6 strips, for eggs, don't question the cholesterol. Toast and grapefruit for Petunia, sliced precisely thin, don't ask why. A mountain of everything for Dudley, who was currently double-fisting sausages like a competitive eating champion warming up for the main event. A single piece of dry toast for Harry, the usual allocation for the household inconvenience. He ate his toast standing at the counter, one eye on the Dursleys and the other on the faint blue interface hovering at the edge of his vision. He'd spent the early morning hours before Petunia's wake-up call experimenting with it, and he'd figured out a few things. First, the system was responsive to his thoughts. He didn't need to speak out loud or touch anything, just focusing his attention on a notification would expand it, and thinking close would dismiss it. Mental commands. Like the world's most exclusive smartphone that only he could see. Second, he had a status screen. Status, Harry James Potter, title, Dungeon Lord, Novice, Level, 2, HP, 65 out of 65, MP, 30/30ths, Stats, Strength, 5, below average, you're 11 and malnourished, cut yourself some slack, Agility, 9, above average, years of running from your cousin paid off, Intelligence, 8, above average, hard to study when they don't want you to succeed, yet here you are, Perception, 10, excellent, You didn't survive the Dursleys by being unobservant. Magic. 12. Exceptional. There's a reason. You're the Dungeon Lord, kid. Abilities, Dungeon Sense, passive, detect dungeon-type magical spaces within 50 m, Dungeon Creation, active, create and manage dungeons. Current limit, 1 active, 1 floor, F rank, inventory, Shadow Rat Fong X8, Shadow Essence, minor, X3, Rat King's Whisker X1, the system had a personality. That was the third thing Harry had noticed. The stat descriptions weren't neutral, they were conversational, almost encouraging, like they'd been written by someone who actually gave a damn about him. That alone was enough to make Harry's throat tighten, which was stupid and sentimental, and he shoved the feeling down immediately because Dursley Kitchen plus visible emotions equals disaster. Fourth and final discovery, his inventory was real. Not just the items he'd picked up, there was an actual inventory space accessible through the system interface. A sort of pocket dimension within the pocket dimension. He could store items by touching them and willing them into the inventory, and retrieve them the same way. The Shadow Rat fangs were currently sitting in neat little slots in a grid that looked like something out of a video game menu. Harry was in the middle of mentally scrolling through his inventory for the 5th time when Dudley waddled over and punched him in the arm. Move, freak. You're blocking the juice. Harry moved. Old habits. But as he stepped aside, he caught himself calculating, Dudley's punch had done 0 meaningful damage. Dudley was slow, telegraphed, no spatial awareness at all. If Dudley were a dungeon monster, he'd be F- rank. Maybe G rank, if that existed. The kind of mob you'd accidentally step on and not notice. A tiny, inappropriate smile tugged at Harry's mouth. Dudley squinted at him. What are you smiling about? Nothing, Harry said. Just thinking about rats. You're so weird, Dudley said, and waddled away with his juice. You have no idea, Harry thought. And for the first time in his life, that difference between Harry and the Dursleys, the chasm that had always made him feel broken and wrong and alone, felt like a superpower. The day passed in the usual drudgery, cleaning, gardening, being told to stay out of sight, but Harry's mind was racing the entire time. He was planning. Actually planning, with the kind of focused intensity he'd never been able to apply to anything before because nothing had ever been worth planning for. The dungeon would reset tonight. He could clear it again, earn more XP, more materials. But the real prize was the dungeon creation ability. He could make new dungeons. In any enclosed space. Which meant, Harry paused mid-lawn mowing and looked at the garden shed. Dungeon creation parameters, space required, minimum 4 cubic meters, mana cost, 10 MP per floor, current MP, 30/30ths, dungeon options at level 2, smiley face, theme, shadow, default, vermin, unlocked at LV2, difficulty, F rank, floors, 1, max, monster density, low, the shed was easily big enough. And the Dursleys never went in there. Vernon always made Harry fetch the gardening tools. Harry could create a dungeon, clear it, and be done before anyone noticed he was gone. But he hesitated. Not out of fear, that ship had sailed last night when he drop-kicked a shadow rat with a stick. He hesitated because he was thinking strategically. For the first time, he had a resource that could grow, and he didn't want to waste it. Option A, create a new dungeon in the shed right now. Farm XP and materials during the day when the Dursleys were distracted. Option B, wait for the cupboard dungeon to reset tonight. Clear that, level up more, and unlock better options before creating a second dungeon. Option C, both. Stagger them. Use the shed during the day, cupboard at night. Maximize grinding time. Harry was going with option C before he'd even finished thinking it. But he forced himself to wait. Patience. Planning. He wasn't the kind of kid who could afford to be reckless, life with the Dursleys had taught him that much. Every resource mattered. Every decision counted. So he mowed the lawn, trimmed the hedges, scrubbed the kitchen floor, and mentally designed dungeon layouts while Petunia criticized his technique and Vernon complained about the cost of lawn fertilizer and Dudley sat on the couch eating ice cream bars like they were going extinct. The mail slot clattered. Harry was nearest. He was always nearest when there was a menial task to be done, so he went to collect the post. Bills, a postcard from Marge, Harry mentally shuddered, a catalogue for drill bits that Vernon was inexplicably subscribed to, and an envelope. Heavy. Thick. Made of yellowish parchment that felt more like cloth than paper. Addressed in emerald green ink in a flowing, precise hand, Mr. H., Potter the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive Little Whinging Surrey. Harry stared at it. No stamp. No return address. Just a purple wax seal on the back bearing a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. The system pinged. External magical communication detected, source, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, note, this is not a dungeon. This is your future. Harry's hands were trembling. He turned the envelope over, broke the seal, and pulled out a letter written on the same heavy parchment, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it 3 times. Then he read it again, because his brain was doing that thing where it tried to reconcile 2 massive revelations simultaneously and kept short-circuiting. Magic was real. He was magic. There was a school for magic. And he had a floating video game dungeon system that apparently predated this particular flavor of magic by enough that the system treated a Hogwarts letter as external communication, implying that whatever the dungeon system was, it considered itself separate from mainstream wizarding magic. That was a lot to process. Harry was still standing in the hallway, letter in hand, brain buffering, when Vernon's shadow fell over him. What's that you've got there, boy? Harry looked up. Vernon's small eyes were fixed on the parchment envelope with the unmistakable recognition of someone who had seen that kind of stationery before. Vernon snatched it out of his hands. He read the letter. His face went through a color journey, white to pink to red to a shade of purple that probably had a name but Harry didn't know it because he'd never seen a human being turn that color before. Petunia. What followed was the most chaotic 45 minutes of Harry's life so far. Petunia went white as a sheet, then screamed, then tried to burn the letter in the kitchen sink. Vernon raged about those people, and their kind, and how he'd stamp it out of the boy, and how they would not be sending Harry to some crackpot school for freaks. Harry sat at the kitchen table through all of it, very still, and thought about shadow rats. They could yell at him. They could burn the letter. They could lock him in the cupboard forever. But they couldn't take the system. They didn't even know it existed. And the letter had come from a school, a whole school full of people like him. People who could do the weird things. Magic, the letter called it. For the first time in the argument, Harry spoke. I'm going. The kitchen went dead silent. Vernon and Petunia both turned to stare at him like the furniture had just voiced an opinion. You are not, Vernon started. I'm going, Harry repeated. Calm. Flat. Certain. You can't stop me. Vernon's face achieved a new shade of purple. Now listen here, boy, the lights in the kitchen exploded. Every single one. The overhead fixture, the under-cabinet lights, the little lamp on the counter. They didn't flicker, they burst, raining glass and sparks, plunging the kitchen into sudden twilight broken only by the grey light from the windows. The Dursleys screamed. Dudley fell off his chair. Petunia grabbed a broom like she was going to fight the darkness itself. Harry sat perfectly still, heart pounding, and checked his system, magical energy surge detected, accidental magic event, ambient mana released. Note, your magical core is responding to your emotional state. This is normal. It's also very useful. Learn to do it on purpose. Harry looked at Vernon through the settling dust and broken glass. Vernon was pressed against the refrigerator, mustache quivering, eyes wide. I'm going to that school, Harry said quietly. And you're going to let me? Because if you don't, he paused. He didn't actually have a threat ready. But the smoking light fixtures were doing most of the heavy lifting. Vernon swallowed. His throat worked like he was trying to digest something enormous and unpleasant. Fine, he choked out. Fine. Go. Go to your freak school. See if I care. Harry nodded once, stood up, and walked back to his cupboard. He sat on his mattress in the dark, shaking, not from fear, but from the adrenaline, from the sheer overwhelming intensity of telling the Dursleys no for the first time in his entire life and having the universe back him up with a light show. The system pulsed softly in his peripheral vision. Steady. Patient. Present. One new notification, skill unlocked, emotional mana surge, passive, extreme emotional states can trigger ambient magical effects. Currently uncontrolled. Will stabilize with practice and leveling. Pro tip, being angry at your relatives is valid, but maybe aim for something more constructive next time. Harry laughed. Softly, breathlessly, sitting alone in his cupboard surrounded by glowing blue text. Yeah, he whispered. I'll work on that. The next week was a blur of Dursley avoidance and dungeon grinding. Harry cleared the cupboard dungeon every night after it reset. The shadow rats never got easier in terms of base difficulty, they were still fast, still coordinated, still annoyingly good at flanking, but Harry got better. Much better. By the third clear, he was finishing the 12 rats in under 2 minutes. By the fifth, he was experimenting, seeing how fast he could take them out, testing different approach angles, figuring out which environmental features could be weaponized. During the day, he created a second dungeon in the garden shed. This one was vermin-themed, unlocked at level 2, which meant the monsters were mutant insects instead of shadow rats. Giant centipedes with armor-plated segments, acid-spitting beetles the size of Dudley's fist, and on the rare occasion, a cluster of venomous spiders that moved with horrible choreographed precision. Harry loved it. No, that wasn't strong enough. Harry was addicted. The dungeons were everything the real world wasn't. In the real world, Harry was powerless. Small. Invisible. In the dungeons, he was the dungeon lord. Every fight was a puzzle. Every clear was a victory. Every level up was proof that he was growing, changing, becoming something more than the boy in the cupboard. By the time Hagrid showed up, and that was a whole thing, Harry was level 4. The door to the shack on the rock didn't so much open as cease to exist. One moment it was there, a solid slab of weather-beaten wood. The next, it was flat on the floor and the biggest human being Harry had ever seen was ducking through the doorframe, dripping rainwater and grinning through a beard that could have housed a small ecosystem. Sorry Abu, the giant said, reaching down and propping the door back up like it weighed nothing. Knocked a bit harder than I meant to. Vernon was standing in the corner in his dressing gown, holding a rifle that looked comically small against the enormous visitor. Petunia was behind him, clutching Dudley, who was whimpering softly. Harry was sitting on the floor with a thin blanket, where he'd been not sleeping, he'd been reviewing his system interface, and he looked up at the enormous man with considerably more curiosity than fear. The system pinged immediately, magical entity detected, Rubius Hagrid, half-giant, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, magical power, significant, suppressed, fragmented wand core detected, threat level, none, to you, note, he's been looking for you. He's one of the good ones. That last line sealed it. The system had never steered Harry wrong. You're from Hogwarts, Harry said. Hagrid's entire face lit up. Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but Yevi got your mum's eyes. He knew Harry's parents. Harry's heart did something complicated. I've got your letter, Hagrid, Harry said, digging the replacement letter, which had been arriving in increasingly aggressive quantities all week. The Dursleys had tried moving to this remote shack to avoid them, out from under his blanket. I want to go. Course ye do. Course ye do. Hagrid beamed, then turned a considerably less friendly look on the Dursleys. Unless someone's been trying to stop ye. Vernon opened his mouth. Looked at the size of Hagrid. Closed his mouth. Smart man. What followed was one of the best and most overwhelming nights of Harry's life. Hagrid gave Dudley a pig's tail. The system logged it as transfiguration, partial, semi-permanent, hilarious, explained everything about the wizarding world, told Harry about his parents, about how they were murdered, not killed in a car crash like the Dursleys had claimed, and about Voldemort. The name didn't mean anything to Harry yet. But the system's reaction to it was unusual. Name recognized, Tom Marvolo Riddle/Lord Voldemort, status, unknown, reported deceased, 1981, system alert, soul fragment contamination detected in host, location, scar tissue, forehead, classification, Horcrux, parasitic soul anchor, current threat level, dormant, note, we'll deal with this later. You've got enough on your plate tonight. Harry read that notification 3 times, a cold feeling spreading through his chest. Then he dismissed it, because Hagrid was still talking and there was a whole magical world to learn about and the system was right, he had enough on his plate. But he didn't forget it. He filed it away in the same mental space where he kept his dungeon strategies and his list of Dursley grudges, a place where important things waited until he was ready to deal with them. Later. He'd deal with it later. Diagon Alley broke Harry's brain in the best possible way. Hagrid took him there the next morning via the Leaky Cauldron, a dingy pub in London that apparently existed in a pocket of space invisible to non-magical people. The moment Harry stepped through the back entrance and the brick wall rearranged itself into an archway, his dungeon sense went absolutely haywire. Dungeon sense, multiple ancient magical spaces detected, warning, signal overload, too many sources to enumerate, the entire alley was swimming in residual dungeon-type magic. Not active dungeons, nothing with monsters or clear parameters, but echoes. Traces. Like the magical equivalent of geological strata, layers upon layers of ancient enchantments and pocket dimensions built up over centuries. Harry walked through the cobblestone street with his mouth hanging open, looking like every other first-time visitor, but for entirely different reasons. Where other kids were staring at the broomstick displays and the ice cream parlors and the owl emporium, Harry was watching the invisible landscape of magical energy that overlaid everything like a second reality. There. A shop selling cauldrons, faint dungeon-type resonance in the basement, probably a storage dimension. There. A narrow side street where the spatial geometry didn't quite add up, suggesting a folded space that had been crudely sealed at some point. And there, Gringotts, the Wizard Bank, rising at the end of the alley like a marble monument to financial supremacy. Harry's dungeon sense practically screamed when he looked at it. Massive dungeon-type space detected, Gringotts Bank, deep vaults, estimated depth, 200+ floors, estimated age, 1000+ years, classification, natural dungeon, goblin maintained, creature density, extreme, warning, do not attempt to enter unauthorized vault dungeons. The goblins have dragons. Actual dragons. Hagrid, Harry said carefully as they climbed the bank steps, are there, things, underneath the bank? Hagrid gave him an odd look. Well, yeah. The vaults go down fair miles. Goblins got all sorts of security down there, dragons, curses, the lot. Yet have to be mad to try and rob Gringotts. Harry nodded. The system notification was already pulsing smugly, like it had just been validated. Inside Gringotts, they rode a mine cart to the Potter family vault, and Harry discovered that his parents had left him money. A lot of money. Mountains of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts filled a vault the size of a large room. Financial resources detected, estimated value, substantial, note, you're no longer broke. Maybe upgrade from the stick. Harry pocketed a hefty bag of coins and tried not to let the complex emotions show on his face. His parents had been wealthy. They'd set this aside for him. And he'd spent 10 years wearing Dudley's cast-offs and eating scraps. Deep breath. File it away. Deal with it later. They did Hagrid's secret Hogwarts business, retrieving a small, grubby package from Vault 713, which the system flagged as unknown magical artifact, power, significant, nature, alchemical, access, restricted, note, not your problem right now, but keep it in mind. Things that get locked up that carefully tend to attract trouble. Then came the shop, not because there was nothing magical in the wand shop, the place was saturated with power, thousands of wands lining the dusty shelves radiating a collective magical presence that was almost overwhelming. The dungeon sense went quiet because this was a different kind of magic. Older, in some ways, than the dungeon energy Harry had been working with. More refined. More personal. Good afternoon, said a soft voice. Harry flinched. Mr. Ollivander had materialized from between the shelves like a ghost in a cardigan, his pale silver eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the shadow rat seem casual. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. It seems only yesterday your mother and father were in here buying their first wands. What followed was a lengthy and increasingly chaotic process of wand testing. Harry must have tried 50 wands. 60. Each one that Ollivander handed him produced some effect, sparks, small explosions, one memorable incident where the entire front shelf rocketed across the room, but nothing felt right. And Harry knew what right felt like. He'd felt it in the dungeons. That click of perfect alignment between intention and action, where his body and mind and some deeper instinct all synchronized. That was what a wand was supposed to feel like, and none of these were it. Until Ollivander, with an expression that was somewhere between excitement and trepidation, placed a specific wand box on the counter. I wonder, yes, why not? Unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches. Nice and supple. Try this one. Harry picked up the wand. The world went gold. Warmth flooded through his fingers, up his arm, through his chest, down to his toes. Golden sparks erupted from the wand tip like a fountain, spiraling around him in a helix of light. The dusty shop air cleared. The ambient magic in the room seemed to hum in recognition. And the system, for the first time since its activation, produced a notification with a completely different tone, magical focus detected, Holly Wand, Phoenix Feather Core, synchronization with Dungeon Lord Core, 73%, note, this wand wasn't made for dungeon magic. But it'll learn. So will you. Additional note, the Phoenix Feather Core has a twin. The twin belongs to someone very dangerous. This is not a coincidence. Nothing about you is a coincidence, Harry. Ollivander was staring at Harry with those moon-wide eyes. Curious. Very curious. What's curious? The scar on Harry's forehead prickled. The system's earlier notification about the Horcrux flashed through his mind like a warning flare. Harry paid 7 galleons for the wand, thanked Mr. Ollivander, and walked out into the sunlight of Diagon Alley carrying a holly wand that felt like an extension of his own soul and the knowledge that nothing about his life, not the cupboard, not the dungeons, not the scar, not any of it, was an accident. Hagrid bought him an owl. Not because Harry asked, he was too busy processing approximately 900 revelations, but because Hagrid wanted to get Harry a birthday present, and apparently nothing says, happy belated 11th birthday, in the wizarding world like a snowy owl with amber eyes and an attitude. Harry named her Hedwig, after a name he found in one of his new textbooks. She was beautiful, imperious, and looked at Harry with an expression that said, I am tolerating you for now, but my standards are very high. She was, in other words, perfect. The system logged her as, companion detected, Hedwig, snowy OWL, magical affinity, minor, post-owl enchantments, natural magical resilience, loyalty, forming, note, she likes you. Don't mess it up. The remaining weeks before September 1st were spent in a frenzy of preparation. Harry read his textbooks cover to cover. Not because he was a particularly studious person, he wasn't, but because knowledge was power, and Harry had never had either before. The history of magic was dry but useful. Potions theory was fascinating. Transfiguration made his brain hurt in a good way. Defense against the dark arts was suspiciously thin on actual defensive content. And through all of it, he kept grinding dungeons. The cupboard dungeon had evolved. At Harry's current level, he hit level 5 by mid-August, the shadow rats had been replaced by shadow hounds. Bigger, faster, smarter. They hunted in packs of 6 instead of 12, but each one was worth triple the XP of a rat. The dungeon's single floor had also expanded, the tunnel system branching into a small maze of stone corridors with environmental hazards, collapsing ceilings, pressure plate traps, pools of shadow acid that bubbled up from cracks in the floor. Harry cleared it every night. His strategy evolved from hit things with a stick to complex tactical approaches involving monster aggro management, environmental manipulation, and careful resource optimization. He was treating his dungeons like puzzles, and he was getting very, very good at solving them. The shed dungeon, vermin-themed, provided different challenges and different rewards. Insect carapace fragments for potential crafting. Venom sacs that the system classified as potent alchemical reagents. Silk threads from the spiders that were apparently worth a fortune to anyone who knew what they were. Harry's inventory grew. His stats climbed. His understanding of dungeon mechanics deepened with every clear. Status update, Harry Potter, level 5, HP, 95 95ths, MP, 55 55ths, Strength, 7 Agility, 12 Intelligence, 10 Perception, 13 Magic, 16 Abilities, Dungeon Sense, Passive, Range, 100 Dungeon Creation, Active, Limit, 2 Active Dungeons, 2 Floors Max, E-Rank Monsters, Emotional Mana Surge, Passive, Monster Analysis, Passive, View Basic Stats of Dungeon Creatures on Site, Trap Detection, Passive, Automatically detect dungeon traps within 5 New ability unlocked at level 5, Smiley Face. Loot Magnet, Passive, Dungeon drops are automatically collected within a 3 radius, Dungeon Modification, Active, make minor real-time changes to active dungeons. Cost, 5 MP per modification, he was ready. More than ready. He was a level 5 dungeon lord with a wand, a growing arsenal of monster materials, and the kind of combat instincts that no 11-year-old had any business possessing. Hogwarts wasn't going to know what hit it. September 1st, King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. Harry stood in front of the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Hedwig's cage in one hand and his trunk in the other, and hesitated. Not because he was scared of running at a brick wall. After shadow hounds and acid centipedes, a brick wall was a vacation. He hesitated because his dungeon sense was going insane. Even from here, standing in a Muggle train station, he could feel it. The barrier wasn't just a hidden entrance. It was a dimensional fold. A pocket of bent space stitched into the fabric of regular reality, exactly like a dungeon entrance except permanent and stabilized by centuries of magical maintenance. Whoever built Platform 9 3/4 had used dungeon-type magic. Or something very close to it. Spatial anomaly detected, Platform 9 3/4, type, stabilized dimensional fold, AG, estimated 800 plus years, creator, unknown, similarity to dungeon entrances, 84%, note, the wizarding world uses this kind of magic everywhere. They just don't know what it actually is. Harry filed that away, another piece of a puzzle he was only beginning to see the edges of, and ran through the barrier. The Hogwarts Express was a scarlet steam engine belching white smoke into a platform packed with wizarding families. Harry loaded his trunk, found an empty compartment near the back, and settled in with Hedwig on his lap and a growing sense of anticipation that felt like electricity in his veins. He was halfway through mentally reviewing dungeon strategy for the trip when the compartment door slid open. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." The boy was tall, thin, red-haired, and had a smudge of dirt on his nose. He was also radiating the specific energy of someone who wanted desperately to make a good first impression and had no idea how. "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy sat down. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. His jaw actually dropped. Harry could practically see the gears in his brain jamming as he tried to reconcile, famous boy who lived, with, skinny kid in oversized clothes with an owl. "Are you really? I mean, sorry, that's rude, it's just, do you really have the, he gestured vaguely at his own forehead. Harry pushed his fringe aside, showing the lightning bolt scar. The system pinged briefly, Horcrux activity, minimal. External magical scan detected and deflected. Which meant something or someone had just tried to probe the scar. Harry made a mental note. "Wicked," Ron breathed. They fell into easy conversation. Ron, it turned out, was the sixth of 7 Weasley children, which explained both his hand-me-down robes and his slightly desperate eagerness to be recognized as his own person rather than another Weasley. He knew everything about the wizarding world that Harry didn't: Quidditch, chocolate frogs, the Hogwarts houses, the political landscape, and Harry soaked it up like a sponge. In return, Harry told Ron about growing up with the Dursleys. The censored version. Enough to explain the too thin frame and the flinch reflex, not enough to turn the conversation into a pity party. He did not mention the dungeon system. Not because he didn't trust Ron, he was already starting to like the kid, but because Harry wasn't stupid. A power that nobody else seemed to have, that the system itself warned was ancient and potentially dangerous. That was the kind of secret you kept close until you understood it well enough to control the narrative. So when the food trolley came by and Ron pulled out sad, squashed sandwiches, Harry bought the entire stock of pumpkin pasties and chocolate frogs and said, "Let's share," without making a big deal of it. And when Ron looked at him with an expression of surprised gratitude that hit way too close to home, because Harry recognized that look, it was the look of someone who wasn't used to being chosen, Harry just smiled and ripped open a chocolate frog. "Who'd you get?" Ron asked, mouth full of pasty. Harry looked at the card. An old man with half-moon spectacles and a long silver beard twinkled up at him. "Dumbledore. I've got about 6 of him. You want a—" The compartment door slid open again. This time it was a girl. Bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, and an expression of determined authority that suggested she'd been head girl of whatever primary school she'd attended and fully intended to bring that energy to Hogwarts. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," Ron said. The girl didn't leave. Instead, she looked at the wands sticking out of their pockets and brightened. "Oh, are you doing magic? I've tried a few simple spells myself and they've all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all, so it was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was so pleased, of course, and I've learned all the course books by heart." She said all this very fast and without apparent need for oxygen. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. And you are?" "Ron Weasley," Ron said, looking slightly dazed. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Hermione's eyes went wide. "Are you really? I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "Am I?" Harry said. That was slightly alarming. "Didn't you know? I'd have found out everything I could if it was me." She paused, seeming to realize she was steamrolling, and took a visible breath. "Well, I'd better keep looking for the toad. You should both change into robes, we'll be arriving soon." She left. Ron stared after her. "Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it," he muttered. Harry said nothing, but the system had pinged during Hermione's introduction. Magical signature detected. Hermione Jean Granger, magical power, above average, notable trait, exceptional magical precision and recall, compatibility assessment, high, note, she's going to figure you out eventually. She's the type. Better to have her as an ally than a mystery solver working against you. Harry looked at the compartment door where Hermione had disappeared, then at Ron, who was now trying to turn his rat yellow with a spell that clearly didn't work. Allies. Right. At some point, he was going to need those. But first, Hogwarts. The castle rose from the darkness like a dream someone had forgotten to wake up from. Harry stood in a little boat crossing the Black Lake. He'd been grouped with Ron, a round-faced boy named Neville, the toad loser, who turned out to be nervously endearing, and a quiet girl named Susan Bones, and stared at Hogwarts with his mouth slightly open and his dungeon sense screaming so loudly he was surprised the other kids couldn't hear it. Warning, massive dungeon-type signatures detected, Hogwarts Castle and Grounds, full scan results, primary structure, extensive spatial manipulation. Interior dimensions exceed exterior by approximately 340%. Substructure, multiple sealed dungeon-type spaces detected beneath the castle. Depth unknown. Origin unknown. Ambient magical density, OFF the scale. Highest concentration detected since system activation. Ancient dungeon core signature, detected. Status, dormant. Warning, something very old is sleeping under this castle. Recommendation, proceed with caution. Also, proceed with excitement. This place was made for you. Harry read that last line twice. Made for him. The system had never been that specific before. He looked at the castle, towers and turrets silhouetted against the starry sky, windows glowing gold, the whole thing radiating a presence that was less building and more entity, and felt something in his chest expand. Not the hollow feeling. Something else. Something warm and fierce and new. This was going to be home. He was going to make sure of it. The sorting was held in the Great Hall, which was a room so spectacular that Harry almost missed his own name being called because he was busy mapping the magical architecture. The ceiling was enchanted to show the night sky. Hermione, who'd ended up near him in the alphabetical crush, helpfully informed everyone within earshot that she'd read about it in Hogwarts, a history. The 4 house tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students. The staff table at the far end held an array of adults who ranged from normal teacher to what even is that. Harry's dungeon sense was picking up signatures from at least 6 different enchanted objects in the room, the most prominent being the old, patched wizard's hat sitting on a stool at the front. The sorting hat, Professor McGonagall called it. It sang a song. Harry barely heard the lyrics because the system was providing its own commentary. Artifact detected, the sorting hat of Hogwarts, AG, 1000 years, enchantment, sentient magical assessment, reads minds, evaluates character, places students, dungeon relevance. The hat was created by Godric Gryffindor. Gryffindor had knowledge of dungeon-type magic. The hat may react to your system. Recommendation, be honest with it. But maybe don't volunteer everything. Students were being sorted one by one. Hermione went to Gryffindor, Ron groaned quietly. The pale pointed boy from Madame Malkin's, Draco Malfoy, Harry now knew, swaggered to Slytherin before the hat even touched his head. Neville stumbled to Gryffindor after a long deliberation. Ron went to Gryffindor looking relieved. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Then the whispers started, a wave of sound that crashed through the room like surf. Potter? The Harry Potter? The boy who lived? I heard he was raised by muggles. Look at his scar. Harry walked to the stool with his heart hammering and his face carefully neutral. He sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness. Then a voice. Well, well, well. What do we have here? The voice was old, dry, and intimately close. It was literally sitting on his head, after all. Harry could feel something probing gently at the edges of his mind, a ticklish sensation like mental fingers leafing through a book. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, yes. A good mind, too. Talent, oh my goodness, yes. And a thirst to prove yourself, that's interesting. The probing went deeper. Harry felt the hat encounter his memories of the dungeons, the shadow rats, the system interface, the feeling of power and purpose. The hat went very, very quiet. Then, oh. Well, this is unprecedented. What? Harry thought. You have dungeon magic, boy. Real, genuine, primordial dungeon magic. I haven't felt this since, well. Since before there was a me to feel anything. You know what this is? Harry thought urgently. Know it? I was made by someone who studied it. Godric Gryffindor spent decades trying to understand dungeon-type magic. It's part of why Hogwarts was built where it was, on top of a natural nexus. But he never mastered it. None of the founders did. The dungeons were here before them, and the dungeons will be here long after. Harry's mind raced. Can you tell me more? What is the system? Where did it come from? Patience, Dungeon Lord. You'll learn. This castle will teach you things that no textbook contains. But for now, where to put you? The dungeon magic wants Slytherin, that's where the deepest nexus points are. But your heart wants something else, doesn't it? Harry thought about Ron's easy laughter. About Hermione's rapid-fire intelligence. About Neville's shy smile when he'd found his toad. Not Slytherin, Harry thought. Not because it's bad. Because that's not where my people are. The hat chuckled. Your people. You already know that, and you've been in the magical world for barely a month. There's wisdom in that, boy. And courage. Yes, I think this is quite clear. Gryffindor. The word boomed through the great hall. The Gryffindor table erupted. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, started chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," like soccer hooligans who just signed a star player. Harry pulled off the hat and set it back on the stool. As his fingers left the brim, one final notification pulsed, "Sorting complete, Gryffindor House. The sorting hat has acknowledged your Dungeon Lord status, hidden quest unlocked, the Founder's secret, explore Hogwarts. Find what the Founders built. Understand what came before them. This quest has no time limit. It has no failure condition. It only has depth." Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Neville. Ron clapped him on the back. Percy Weasley shook his hand pompously. Nearly headless Nick, the house ghost, welcomed him warmly. And through it all, Harry's dungeon sense hummed with the deep, resonant energy of a castle that was so much more than a school. A castle built on ancient secrets. A castle that, somewhere in its foundations, harbored a sleeping power that recognized Harry as kin. Home, Harry thought. This is home. The first night in Gryffindor Tower, after the feast, which was incredible, Harry had never eaten that much in his life, and the system had helpfully noted that several dishes contained trace magical properties that would benefit his HP recovery. Harry lay in his four-poster bed in the first-year boys' dormitory and stared at the canopy above him. Ron was already snoring in the next bed. Neville's toad, Trevor, was croaking softly from somewhere near the window. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, the other two boys in their year, had crashed within minutes of hitting their pillows. Harry was wide awake. He was thinking about the Sorting Hat's words. About dungeon-type magic predating the Founders. About the natural nexus Hogwarts was built on. About the sleeping thing beneath the castle. He was also thinking about something much more immediate. The dormitory was an enclosed space. And he could feel, actually physically feel, through the dungeon sense, the dense ambient magic that permeated Hogwarts like heat from a furnace. If he created a dungeon here, in this castle, with this much ambient magical energy to draw from. Dungeon creation assessment, ambient mana at current location, extremely high, projected dungeon quality, significantly enhanced, estimated monster strength, plus 50% above baseline for equivalent rank. Note, creating dungeons inside Hogwarts will produce results far superior to anything you could manage at Privet Drive. The ambient magic acts as a force multiplier. Harry's pulse quickened. But he forced himself to stay calm, stay strategic. Not here. Not in the dormitory where 4 other boys slept 3 meters away. He needed a private space. Somewhere he could work without interruption or discovery. Tomorrow. He'd explore. He'd find the right spot. Harry closed his eyes and let the deep, thrumming magic of Hogwarts wash over him like a lullaby. For the first time in his life, he felt completely, utterly safe. The system pulsed one final time, soft and warm. Rest well, Dungeon Lord. Tomorrow, we begin. Harry found his dungeon room on the 3rd day. The first 2 days at Hogwarts were consumed by the sheer logistics of being a student. Classes started immediately. Transfiguration with McGonagall, strict, brilliant, turned her desk into a pig and back. Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick, who squeaked and fell off his book pile when he reached Harry's name on the roll call. History of Magic with the ghost Professor Benz, who could make the most interesting events in magical history sound like someone reading a phone book in monotone. And herbology with cheerful Professor Sprout. Neville absolutely lit up in this class. Which Harry noted for future reference. Potions with Snape was an experience. The dungeon classroom, regular dungeon, not system dungeon, though Harry's sense pinged constantly in the cold underground room, was dark, damp, and designed to crush spirits. Snape swept in like a particularly malevolent bat, delivered a speech about bottling fame and brewing glory and putting a stopper in death that would have been impressive if he hadn't immediately followed it by targeting Harry with rapid-fire questions clearly designed to humiliate. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry opened his mouth. He'd actually read about this. The answer was the draft of living death, but the system was faster. Potion query, asphodel plus wormwood equals draft of living death, Victorian flower language subtext, I bitterly regret Lily's death. Okay, that's either a coincidence or this man has some serious unresolved issues about your mother. Harry blinked. The draft of living death, sir. Snape's eye twitched. It was barely perceptible, but Harry's perception stat of 13 caught it. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Bezoar, stone from goat's stomach. Cures most poisons. The stomach of a goat, sir. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Monkshood equals wolfsbane equals aconite. Same plant, different names. They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. Silence. Snape stared at Harry with an expression that mixed surprise, irritation, and something else, something older and more complicated, in roughly equal measure. It seems fame isn't everything, Snape said softly. 1 point to Gryffindor. Ron's jaw dropped. Even Hermione, sitting ramrod straight in the front row, looked shocked. The rest of the lesson was tense but uneventful. Harry noticed 2 things. Snape kept looking at him with that complicated expression, and the dungeon classroom had a sealed passage behind one of the walls that Harry's dungeon sense flagged as accessible with sufficient force. He filed that information away too. The room he found was on the 2nd floor. It was a bathroom. An out-of-order, abandoned bathroom with cracked mirrors and perpetually dripping taps and, according to the handful of students Harry asked, a ghost named Moaning Myrtle who made it uninhabitable. When Harry pushed open the door, Myrtle was nowhere to be seen. But the system had plenty to say: location scan, 2nd floor girls' lavatory, ambient magic, high, spatial dimensions, adequate for dungeon creation, notable features, hidden passage detected behind sink array. Heavily warded. Ancient. Classification, unknown, predates current castle structure by estimated 400+ years, ghost presence, Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, deceased 1943, status, currently occupying U-Bend. Not a threat. Dungeon creation, viable, recommendation. This location is isolated, has strong ambient magic, and contains an ancient sealed passage that may be relevant to your quest. Ideal for a base of operations. Harry locked the bathroom door, cast a nervous look at the U-Bend, no sign of Myrtle, and focused his intent. Create dungeon. The system responded instantly. Dungeon creation initiated. Location, 2nd floor lavatory, Hogwarts Castle. Available themes: Shadow, unlocked; Vermin, unlocked; Stone, new, unlocked by Hogwarts ambient magic. Select theme Stone. Harry chose Stone instinctively. It felt right for Hogwarts. Theme, Stone selected. Dungeon name, enter name or auto-generate. Harry thought for a moment. The Warren. Dungeon name, The Warren. Floors, 2, maximum at current level. Difficulty, E rank. Monster type, Stone elementals. E rank. Ambient magic bonus, plus 50% monster strength, plus 25% loot quality. Mana cost, 20 MP. Generating, Dungeon, The Warren. Generation complete. Entrance, Stall 3, 2nd floor lavatory. The third bathroom stall shimmered. The toilet vanished, replaced by a stone archway that descended into darkness, rough-hewn steps spiraling downward into the earth. A faint, amber glow emanated from somewhere below, and Harry could hear the grind of stone on stone echoing up from the depths. Harry stared down into his first Hogwarts dungeon. He pulled out his wand, Holly, 11 inches, Phoenix feather core, nicely warmed up by 2 days of classroom practice, and started descending. The Warren was nothing like his Privet Drive dungeons. The ambient magic of Hogwarts had supercharged everything. Where the cupboard dungeon had been a cramped stone maze, the Warren was a vast underground labyrinth of carved stone corridors, vaulted chambers, and towering pillars. The walls were covered in elaborate geometric patterns that pulsed with amber light. The air was thick with magic. Harry could actually taste it, metallic and electric, like biting into a battery. Floor 1 was a series of interconnected chambers, each containing clusters of stone elementals. They were humanoid figures, roughly 3 feet tall, composed of animated rock and held together by veins of glowing amber energy. They moved with a grinding, deliberate gait, and when they spotted Harry, they charged with surprising speed. Stone elemental, E rank, HP, 45, attack, 8, physical, defense, 12, high, stone body, weakness, joints, amber energy veins. Disruption of energy flow causes structural collapse. Special, harden, can temporarily increase defense by 50% at the cost of movement speed. Harry's first instinct was physical, dodge, flank, hit the weak points. But he was in Hogwarts now, and he had a wand. Flipendo. The knockback jinx hit the lead elemental square in the chest. The force spell didn't do much physical damage to the stone body, but it sent the creature staggering back 3 steps, buying Harry time and space. He tried a different approach. Lumos Maxima. The amplified light spell blazed from his wand, and every elemental in the chamber recoiled. Their amber energy veins flickered and dimmed in the harsh white light, and for a split second, their movements became sluggish and uncoordinated. Environmental interaction. Light magic disrupts stone elemental energy coherence, temporary debuff, minus 30% defense, minus 20% speed for 5 seconds. The wizarding magic and the dungeon magic are starting to talk to each other. This is very good. Harry grinned. He'd been fighting dungeons for a month with nothing but a stick and his wits. Now he had a wand, actual spells, and the home field advantage of a castle drowning in ambient magic. The stone elementals didn't stand a chance. Harry tore through floor 1 like a hurricane. Lumos Maxima to debuff, Flipendo to stagger, then physical strikes to the exposed amber veins while they were weakened. He experimented constantly, tried Incendio on one elemental and discovered that fire magic caused the stone to crack and expand, creating new weak points. Tried the Severing Charm on another and watched the focused cutting spell slice clean through an energy vein, collapsing the elemental instantly. Floor 1 cleared. Stone Elemental X15 eliminated, time, 8 minutes 34 seconds, performance rating. Loot, Stone Core Fragment X12, Amber Essence X6, Elemental Dust X20, Carved Runestone X1, Rare, Floor 2 was harder. The elementals were bigger, 5 feet tall, and smarter. They used the terrain, hiding behind pillars and attacking in coordinated waves. One of them had a ranged attack, hurling chunks of itself at Harry like stone grenades that exploded on impact. But the real challenge was the floor boss. It was waiting in the final chamber, a massive, vaulted space with a ceiling lost in shadow. The boss was a stone golem, 8 feet tall, composed of the same animated rock as the lesser elementals but denser, heavier, and wrapped in thick bands of amber energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. Floor boss, Stone Sentinel, E-rank boss, HP, 200, attack, 15, defense, 20, special abilities, Quake Stomp, slams the ground, creating shockwaves. Dodge or take heavy damage. Stone Shield, raises a wall of stone for temporary cover. Can be destroyed. Amber Rage, at 25% HP, all stats increase by 50% for 30 seconds. This is your first boss fight. Make it count. The Sentinel's amber eyes fixed on Harry. The ground shook as it took its first step forward. Harry's pulse was hammering. His hands were sweating on his wand. Every instinct he'd developed over a month of dungeon crawling was firing simultaneously, analyzing the room, cataloging cover positions, calculating angles of attack. The Sentinel charged. Harry dove right. The Sentinel's fist cratered the stone floor where he'd been standing, sending cracked spiderwebbing across the chamber. Harry came up running, fired a Lumos Maxima over his shoulder, the light debuff hit. The Sentinel staggered, its amber veins flickering. Harry spun, cast Incendio at its right knee joint, watched the stone crack and glow red, weak point created, right knee, then slammed a Flipendo into the damaged joint with everything he had. The Sentinel's right leg buckled. The 8-foot golem dropped to one knee with a sound like a building collapsing. Harry didn't hesitate, he sprinted forward, jumped, and drove his wand directly into the largest amber vein on the Sentinel's chest. Depulso. The banishing charm erupted point-blank. The focused kinetic energy didn't push the Sentinel back, it pushed in, driving through the amber vein and into the stone core beneath. The Sentinel's chest cracked. Amber light blazed from the fractures. Critical hit. Damage, 85, the Sentinel roared, a sound of grinding stone that shook dust from the ceiling, and backhanded Harry across the room. Harry hit the far wall hard enough to see stars. His HP dropped, HP, 34/95, that hurt. Get up. Harry got up. The Sentinel was in amber rage now, its veins burning bright, movements faster, stronger. It charged again, both fists raised for an overhead slam that would have flattened Harry into a particularly thin pancake. But Harry had been fighting dungeons for a month. And the one thing he'd learned, the one absolute, unshakable truth of dungeon combat, was that the most dangerous moment was also the moment of greatest opportunity. He waited. Let the Sentinel close the distance. Let those massive fists rise above him, blocking out the amber light. Let the ground shake with the creature's charge. And at the last possible instant, Harry dropped flat, rolled between the Sentinel's legs, came up behind it, and cast every offensive spell he knew in rapid succession into the cracked, damaged section of its back. Incendio. Flipendo. Defindo. Depulso. Fire. Force. Cutting. Banishing. For spells in 2 seconds, each one hitting the same compromised area, each one driving deeper into the fractures. The Sentinel's back exploded. Amber light erupted from the wound in a geyser of energy. The Sentinel swayed, reached behind itself with one massive hand as if trying to hold itself together, and then slowly, majestically, toppled forward and shattered on the chamber floor. Floor boss defeated, Stone Sentinel, dungeon, the Warren, fully cleared. Rewards, experience, 500 XP, base, plus 125 XP, Hogwarts ambient bonus, plus 100 XP, first boss clear, equals 725 XP, items, Sentinel Core, E-rank boss material, X1, Amber Crystal, rare, X3, Stone Sentinel's Heart, unique, X1, assorted elemental drops X30, level up. Harry Potter, level 5 level 6, HP, 95 110, MP, 55 70, new ability unlocked, dungeon modification plus, active, can now make moderate real-time changes to active dungeons. Add, remove rooms, modify monster placement, adjust trap density. Cost, 10 to 20 MP per modification depending on scale. Hidden achievement, first boss kill, reward, title, boss slayer, novice, bonus, plus 5% damage against boss-type monsters. Harry sat on the floor of the boss chamber, breathing hard, wand still smoking faintly, and let the notifications wash over him. He was scratched, bruised, sweating through his robes, and his HP was in the red zone. He was also smiling so hard his face hurt. In his hands, the stone sentinel's heart pulsed with a warm amber glow, a fist-sized crystal that thrummed with contained power. The system described it as a crafting material, but it felt like something more. Like a trophy. Like proof. Harry held it up to the chamber's fading light and watched it glow. He was level 6. He had a dungeon inside Hogwarts. He had a wand that was learning to dance with his system magic. He had a castle full of secrets waiting to be discovered and a quest from the Sorting Hat and an ancient power sleeping somewhere beneath his feet. And somewhere in the back of his mind, quiet but persistent, was the knowledge that a Horcrux lived in his scar and a Dark Lord might not be as dead as everyone thought, and the system had said, "We'll deal with this later," and later was getting closer every day. But right now, in this moment, sitting in the ruins of his first boss fight with amber crystal light painting the walls gold, Harry Potter was happy. Genuinely, completely, ridiculously happy. He pocketed the sentinel's heart, stood up, brushed the stone dust off his robes, and climbed the stairs back to the second-floor bathroom. The dungeon entrance shimmered behind him, already resetting, the monsters reforming in their chambers like a game reloading a save file. 24 hours. Then he'd do it again. Faster. Better. Smarter. But first, dinner. He was starving. Harry locked the bathroom door behind him, checked his reflection in the cracked mirror, dusty, scratched, grinning like a maniac. He should probably tone that down before re-entering civilized society, and headed for the Great Hall. He had a seat saved between Ron and Neville, a castle full of dungeons waiting to be explored, and the strange, wonderful certainty that his life was never, ever going to be boring again. The system pulsed one final time as he walked through the torchlit corridors of Hogwarts, the castle's ancient magic humming in harmony with his own daily progress report: dungeons cleared, 1, bosses defeated, 1, secrets discovered, several, friends made, 2, pending, overall assessment, not bad for day 3. Tomorrow, we go deeper. Harry laughed, a real, full laugh that echoed off the stone walls and made a passing suit of armor turn its helmet to watch him, and walked into the light and noise of the Great Hall, where Ron was waving him over and Hermione was reading a book the size of a cinder block and Neville was trying to stop Trevor from jumping into the mashed potatoes. Just another evening at Hogwarts. Just the beginning. Chapter 2, Party Formation. Chapter 2, Party Formation. Harry Potter had a problem. Well, technically, Harry Potter had about 47 problems, ranging from "Dark Lord killed my parents" to "There's a piece of said Dark Lord's soul living in my forehead" to "I keep showing up to breakfast with mysterious bruises and stone dust in my hair." But the most immediate problem, the one demanding his attention right now, on a Tuesday morning in the Great Hall, was that he was running out of excuses. "You've got another scratch," Hermione said, not looking up from her Transfiguration textbook. "Left forearm. Wasn't there yesterday." Harry pulled his sleeve down. "Cat. Hogwarts doesn't have cats roaming the second-floor corridors at midnight. Mrs. Norris gets around." Mrs. Norris doesn't leave wounds consistent with blunt force trauma against stone surfaces. Harry stared at her. Did you just forensically analyze my scratch? Hermione turned a page. I'm observant. Ron, sitting across the table with a mouthful of eggs, looked between them with the expression of someone watching a tennis match he didn't fully understand. Mate, she's got a point. You do look like you've been wrestling gargoyles. I fell, Harry said. You fell, Hermione repeated, her tone suggesting she was filing this under lies Harry has told, ranked by implausibility. I fell while exploring. The castle's big. Lots of uneven floors. Very trip-prone architecture. Hermione finally looked up from her book and fixed Harry with a stare that could have cut diamond. Brown eyes, laser-focused, absolutely zero tolerance for nonsense. Harry met her gaze and held it. He'd stared down a stone sentinel 3 nights ago. He could handle an 11-year-old girl with trust issues and a reading addiction. Except he couldn't, actually, because Hermione Granger was significantly more terrifying than any E-rank boss monster, and somewhere deep down Harry knew that this standoff was one he was eventually going to lose. Fine, Hermione said, returning to her book with an air of deliberate patience. You fell. On multiple consecutive nights. In the same area of the castle. Sustaining injuries that heal suspiciously fast. She paused. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. There is, Harry said. I look forward to hearing it. Eventually. Ron shoved more eggs in his mouth. Mental, both of you. It had been 2 weeks since Harry created the Warren, and his nightly routine was locked in. Classes during the day. Study sessions in the library. Hermione had essentially annexed a table near the restricted section and dared anyone to challenge her territorial claim. Dinner in the Great Hall. Casual socializing in the Gryffindor common room until the older students started heading to bed. Then, around 11 p.m., the real work began. Harry would slip out of the dormitory under the cover of darkness, navigate the corridors with a combination of dungeon sense, which mapped magical signatures like a built-in radar, and sheer familiarity with the castle's patrol patterns, and make his way to the second-floor bathroom. 2 weeks of nightly clears had transformed both the dungeon and Harry himself. The Warren had evolved. That was the thing about Hogwarts dungeons, the ambient magic didn't just boost the initial creation. It fed the dungeon continuously, like sunlight feeding a plant. Each clear and reset cycle made the dungeon slightly more complex, slightly more challenging, slightly more alive. Floor 1 stone elementals had developed new attack patterns. Some of them could merge, 2 smaller elementals combining into a larger, more dangerous variant. Floor 2's monsters had started using the environment tactically, collapsing pillar sections to create barriers, using the carved geometric patterns on the walls as focus points for ranged energy attacks. And the loot had gotten better. Much better. Inventory update, notable items, Sentinel Core X3, E-rank boss material, Amber Crystal X14, rare, Stone Sentinel's Heart X2, unique, 1 per boss kill, Carved Runestone X8, rare, function unknown, investigating, Elemental Dust X200+, common, trade value increasing with quantity, Living Stone Fragment X1, very rare, dropped on 12th clear, stone that repairs itself. Harry was level 8 now. His stats had climbed significantly. Status, Harry Potter, level 8, HP, 140/140, MP, 100/100, Strength, 9 Agility, 14 Intelligence, 12 Perception, 15 Magic, 20, Abilities, updated, Dungeon Sense, passive, range, 200 m, can now detect individual creature signatures, Dungeon Creation, active, limit, 2 active, 3 floors max, E-rank plus monsters, monster analysis, passive, view detailed stats, weaknesses, and behavioral patterns, trap detection plus, passive, detect and disarm. Dungeon traps within 10 m, loot magnet, passive, auto-collect within 5 m, dungeon modification plus, active, moderate real-time dungeon changes, environmental adaptation, new, passive, gain minor resistances based on dungeon theme exposure. Current, plus 15% physical resistance, stone theme. His classwork was improving too, which was an unexpected bonus. The precision and focus required for dungeon combat translated directly into spellcasting. McGonagall had raised an eyebrow when Harry successfully transfigured his match into a needle on the second attempt. Excellent work, Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor, and even Snape had grudgingly stopped trying to catch Harry out in potions after Harry consistently demonstrated that he'd actually read the textbook. Flitwick nearly fell off his stack of books again when Harry's levitation charm lifted the feather on the first try, 3 weeks before Hermione managed it. She'd given him a look of intense, nearly offended curiosity that he felt in his spine. The system helped, of course. Not by giving him answers, it wasn't a cheat code for school, but by sharpening his mind. Dungeon combat required split-second decision-making, spatial reasoning, resource management, and creative problem-solving. Those same skills made magic easier. Turned out, a kid who could dodge a stone sentinel's quake stomp while simultaneously casting 3 spells in sequence had very little trouble making a feather float. Everything was going perfectly. Which, in Harry's experience, meant something was about to go wrong. It happened on a Friday night. October 4th, Harry was clearing floor 2 of the Warren, routine stuff. He was on autopilot at this point, taking down stone elementals with the efficient brutality of someone who'd done this dozens of times, when his dungeon sense screamed. Not the gentle ping of detecting a monster. Not the warm hum of mapping the dungeon layout. This was a full-body alarm, a shrieking red alert that froze Harry mid-spell and sent ice water through his veins. Warning, unauthorized entry detected, dungeon, the Warren, floor 1, entrant, unidentified magical being, human, juvenile, status, panicking, someone had walked into his dungeon. Harry's blood went cold. He was on floor 2. The newcomer was on floor 1. And floor 1, which Harry cleared nightly without breaking a sweat, was populated with stone elementals that an unprepared first-year student would find absolutely lethal. He ran. The Warren stairwell connecting floors was a spiral of carved stone that Harry normally descended carefully, checking for traps. He took it at a dead sprint, nearly twisting his ankle twice, wand out and blazing with Lumos Maxima to light the way. He could hear it before he reached floor 1. The grinding of stone elementals. The crack of rock impacts. And underneath it all, a voice, high, terrified, unmistakably human. Help. Someone, anyone, help. Harry burst through the floor 1 entrance and took in the scene in a fraction of a second. Ron Weasley was backed against a wall. 3 stone elementals were closing in on him. He was holding his wand out in front of him like a torch, casting sparks that bounced off the elemental's stone bodies with zero effect. His robes were torn at the shoulder where a rock projectile had grazed him. His face was white with terror but set in a stubborn, teeth-gritted expression that said he fully intended to go down fighting even if he had no idea how. Harry didn't think. He acted. Incendio Maxima. The amplified fire spell slammed into the nearest elemental like a comet. Stone cracked. Amber veins flared and burst. The elemental staggered sideways, half its torso glowing cherry red. The other 2 spun toward Harry. He was already moving, sprinting along the wall, drawing their aggro away from Ron, wand tracing patterns in the air. Defindo. The severing charm caught an amber vein on elemental number 2. Clean cut. The elemental's left arm fell off and shattered on the floor. Flipendo. Knockback Jinx to the 3rd, buying space. Then back to the 1st, the fire-damaged one. Harry slid under its clumsy swing, drove his wand into the superheated crack in its torso, and cast a pulso at point-blank range. The banishing charm detonated inside the elemental's body. It exploded outward in a shower of stone fragments and amber sparks. Stone elemental eliminated, the second elemental, one-armed and lurching, tried to reform. Harry didn't give it the chance. Defindo to the remaining arm. Incendio to the chest. Depulso to finish. 3 spells, 2 seconds. Done. Stone elemental eliminated. The third elemental was smarter. It had used the distraction to harden, defense boosted, movement slowed, but now Harry's spells were bouncing off its reinforced stone body like pebbles against a tank. Fine. Hard way it was. Harry cast Lumos Maxima at full power, the light debuff cut through even the hardened defense, disrupting the amber energy flow. The elemental stone surface cracked with tiny fractures as the energy holding it together wavered. Harry followed up with Incendio aimed at those fractures, superheating the stone until it glowed. Then he grabbed a fallen chunk of elemental debris, a piece of stone arm about the size of a cricket bat, and drove it into the elemental's chest like a battering ram. The heated, weakened stone caved inward. The elemental's amber core was exposed, a fist-sized crystal pulsing with golden light, the engine that powered the whole construct. Harry shattered it with his fist. Not his wand. His fist. Because some things deserved the personal touch. Stone elemental eliminated, floor 1, partially cleared, remaining elementals, 12, Harry stood in the settling dust, breathing hard, fragments of stone and amber scattered around his feet like confetti from the world's most violent party. Then he turned to look at Ron. Ron was still pressed against the wall. His wand was still raised. His mouth was open. His eyes were approximately the size of dinner plates. A very long silence stretched between them. So, Ron said faintly. You didn't fall. Harry wiped stone dust off his glasses. No. I didn't fall. Right. Right. Cool. That's, what the bloody hell is this place? The last part came out at roughly the volume of a howler, echoing off the dungeon walls and making the remaining stone elementals in distant chambers stir uneasily. Keep your voice down, Harry said quickly. There are more of them. Come on, this way. I'll explain everything, but we need to get to the safe zone first. Safe zone. Safe zone. Harry, I just got attacked by living rocks in a secret underground cave beneath a toilet, Ron. Voice. Down. Ron's mouth snapped shut. But his eyes were still dinner plate sized, and his breathing was doing that rapid, shallow thing that suggested he was about 3 revelations away from a full system shutdown. Harry led him through the corridors of floor 1, dispatching the remaining elementals with practiced efficiency that clearly did nothing to calm Ron's escalating existential crisis. Every time Harry dropped an elemental, casually, smoothly, like it was as routine as brushing his teeth, Ron made a small strangled noise. By the time they reached the safe zone, a small chamber between floor 1 and floor 2 that the system designated as a rest area, complete with a stone bench and a faintly glowing crystal that provided gentle ambient healing, Ron had gone past panic and arrived at a kind of numb, shell-shocked acceptance. He sat on the bench. Harry sat across from him. The healing crystal hummed between them. Safe zone, active, HP regeneration, plus 5 HP/minute for all occupants, Ron Weasley, HP estimated, 35/50, minor injuries, note, he followed you. He went into an obviously magical doorway alone because he was worried about you. That's either very brave or very stupid. Possibly both. That's a Gryffindor for you. Harry took a deep breath. How much did you see? Enough, Ron said. I followed you. You've been sneaking out every night for 2 weeks, Harry. Every single night. Coming back with scratches and bruises and stone dust and this look on your face like Christmas morning, and I thought, I dunno what I thought. That you were in trouble, maybe. That something was happening. So tonight I followed you. He paused. Swallowed. I saw you go into that bathroom. I saw the toilet turn into a bloody staircase. And I thought, well, he's going down there alone, so I should probably go after him, because that's what friends do, right? They don't just let their mates walk into mysterious underground staircase toilets without backup. Harry's chest did something complicated. You could have died, Harry said quietly. Yeah, I noticed. The rocks with the glowy bits were pretty clear about that. Why didn't you go get a teacher? Ron stared at him. Because you're my friend, you absolute numpty. If you're doing something dangerous and secret, I'm not going to grass you up. I'm going to follow you and make sure you don't die. The simplicity of it hit Harry like a quake stomp to the chest. Ron had followed him into an unknown magical danger, alone, with no preparation, armed with a wand that couldn't do anything useful against stone elementals, because Harry was his friend and that's what friends did. Harry had never had a friend before. Not really. Not someone who would charge into darkness because they were worried about him. He looked at Ron, dusty, scratched, slightly traumatized, sitting on a stone bench in a magical dungeon with his torn robe hanging off one shoulder and his red hair sticking up in 17 directions, and made a decision. I need to tell you something, Harry said. Something big. And you can't tell anyone. Not yet. Ron straightened. His expression shifted from terrified processing to okay, we're doing serious stuff now, with the speed of someone who'd grown up with 6 siblings and was used to rapid emotional transitions. I'm listening. Harry told him everything. He started from the beginning. The cupboard. The first dungeon. The shadow rats. The system notifications, the floating text, the level-ups and loot drops and dungeon creation. Privet Drive. Diagon Alley. The Sorting Hat. The Warren. 2 weeks of nightly clearing, building his strength, accumulating resources, trying to understand what the dungeon magic was and where it came from. He showed Ron the system interface, or rather, described it, since Ron couldn't see the notifications. He pulled items from his inventory, materializing amber crystals and sentinel cores and handfuls of elemental dust from thin air. He demonstrated dungeon modification by reshaping a section of the safe zone wall, turning a flat surface into a small alcove with a thought and a pulse of mana. He told Ron about the Horcrux, too. Because if he was trusting someone, he was going all in. Ron listened to the whole thing without interrupting. His expression cycled through disbelief, awe, horror, excitement, back to disbelief, and then settled on something Harry hadn't expected, thoughtful calculation. When Harry finally stopped talking, Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, the elementals on floor 1. The 3 that cornered me. They came from different directions. 2 from the left corridor, 1 from the right. But they converged on my position simultaneously. That's not random movement, that's coordinated flanking. Harry blinked. What? They set up a trap. The 2 from the left were the beaters, they drove me toward the wall. The 1 from the right was the closer, it circled around to cut off my retreat. Classic pincer movement. Ron's eyes were distant, focused. I've seen that pattern before. In chess. When you sacrifice a knight to draw the opponent's queen into a killing zone. He looked at Harry with an intensity that was startlingly different from Ron's usual easygoing demeanor. Your monsters are playing chess, Harry. Basic chess, sure, F-rank chess, if you want to use your system thing. But they're thinking tactically. Are they supposed to do that? Harry stared at him. He'd been clearing this dungeon for 2 weeks. He'd fought hundreds of stone elementals. And he'd never, not once, analyzed their movement patterns from a strategic perspective. He'd been thinking like a fighter, dodge, counter, eliminate. Ron, in his first 3 minutes of terrified combat, had been thinking like a general. Ron Weasley, assessment update, tactical analysis aptitude, exceptional, note, the chess brain. Of course. He doesn't see individual pieces, he sees the whole board. You've been fighting trees. He sees the forest. To answer your question, Harry said slowly, yes and no. The elementals are supposed to have basic combat AI, aggression, targeting, simple group tactics. But coordinated flanking with a dedicated closer. That's more complex than they should be at E rank. The dungeons are getting smarter, Ron said. Not a question. Yeah. Every time they reset, they learn. Adapt. The system says it's because of Hogwarts' ambient magic, it's feeding the dungeon, making everything more. Ron nodded. He was quiet for another moment, and Harry could practically see the gears turning behind his eyes. Right, Ron said finally. I have 2 more questions. Go. 1, can I come back? With you. To the dungeons. Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. He'd been operating solo for a month, partly for secrecy and partly because he hadn't thought anyone else could handle it. But watching Ron analyze monster tactics in real time, seeing that strategic mind light up in the context of dungeon combat, the system says dungeon difficulty scales with party size, Harry said. More people means harder fights. But also more eyes, more brains, more angles of attack. Chess isn't a solo game, Harry. You need pieces working together. The metaphor was annoyingly apartment, yeah, Harry said. You can come back. Ron grinned, a wide, slightly manic grin that looked absolutely unhinged on someone who'd been attacked by rock monsters 15 minutes ago. Brilliant. Second question. What? Can I get a weapon? Because that one sparks thing I was doing was rubbish, and I reckon I'd be better with something I can actually hit stuff with. Harry laughed. And then he opened his inventory and handed Ron a stone sentinel's heart, the fist-sized amber crystal that thrummed with contained energy. What's this? Ron asked, turning it over in his hands. The warm glow reflected off his face. A boss drop. Unique material. I've been trying to figure out what to do with it. Harry paused. The system says it can be used as a crafting component for weapons or enchanted items. I think if we combined it with the right spell framework, we could make you something solid. Ron held the crystal up to the light. His expression was reverent. Harry. Yeah. This is the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. And I grew up in a house where the garden gnomes fight back. They spent the next 3 days working out a system. Not the system, Harry's system was his own, invisible and inaccessible to anyone else. But a system. A methodology. A way for Ron to participate in dungeon runs effectively despite not having the dungeon lord's advantages. Step 1 was Ron's weapon. Harry used dungeon modification to create a small crafting alcove in the safe zone, a workbench of shaped stone with a recessed area for holding materials. Then, using the system's crafting interface, which he'd been ignoring in favor of direct combat, because he was a 12-year-old boy and punching things was more immediately satisfying than crafting, he began experimenting. Crafting system, first use, available recipes, limited, unlock more through experimentation and leveling, materials and inventory, sufficient for basic E-rank equipment, recipe discovered, amber mace, materials, stone sentinel's heart x1, elemental dust x50, living stone fragment x1, result, blunt weapon with E-rank damage. Special, amber pulse, expend MP to release a shockwave on impact. Scales with wielder's strength. Recipe discovered, stone buckler, materials, stone core fragment x5, amber crystal x2, elemental dust x30, result, small shield with E-rank defense. Special, stone shell, temporarily hardens on impact, absorbing 50% of incoming physical damage. Harry crafted both. The process was fascinating. He arranged the materials on the workbench, focused his intent, and watched as the system's magic disassembled and reassembled them into finished products. The amber mace was a brutal-looking weapon about 2 feet long, a shaft of dense stone wrapped in amber veins that pulsed gently, topped with a head of crystallized amber the size of a grapefruit. The stone buckler was a round shield about 18 inches across, gray stone with amber inlays that shimmered when touched. Ron's face when Harry presented them was something Harry would remember for a very long time. You made these? The system made them. I just provided the materials and the intent. Ron picked up the mace. Hefted it. Swung it experimentally. Despite having zero combat training, his grip was instinctively correct, loose enough to absorb impact, tight enough for control. Natural aptitude. It's warm, Ron said, wonderingly. Like it's alive. Amber mace, bonding with new wielder, Ron Weasley, compatibility, 72%, note, not a perfect match, but very good. The mace responds to tactical thinking. He'll get the most out of it. It kind of is, Harry said. Everything from the dungeons has a trace of dungeon magic in it. The crafted gear responds to the wielder, it gets better the more you use it. Ron strapped the buckler to his left arm and stood in a safe zone, mace in his right hand, shield on his left, looking like the world's skinniest and most determined knight. Right, he said. Let's go hit some rocks. Their first duo run was chaos. Beautiful, glorious, catastrophic chaos. The system hadn't been kidding about difficulty scaling. The moment Ron stepped into floor 1 alongside Harry, the dungeon responded. More elementals spawned. Their movement patterns became more complex. The corridors seemed narrower, the traps denser, the ambient tension higher. And Ron, bless his reckless Weasley heart, charged straight into it. Ron! Don't, too late. Ron was already swinging the amber mace at the nearest elemental with the enthusiasm of a kid who just discovered the world's best toy. The mace connected with a thunderous crack and the elemental's torso caved inward, amber energy sparking at the impact site. Ha! Ron yelled. Take that, you stone-faced, a second elemental hit him from the side. Ron's buckler came up on pure instinct, the stone shell ability triggered automatically, the shield's surface hardening on impact. The elemental's fist bounced off. Ron staggered but stayed upright. Okay, they're fast, Ron panted. Noted. New plan. And then something remarkable happened. Ron stopped fighting like an individual and started fighting like a chess player. He retreated 3 steps, not in panic, but deliberately, drawing the 2 elementals forward. Then he sidestepped right, putting a pillar between himself and the second elemental, isolating the first. He engaged it one-on-one, buckler up, mace swinging in short controlled arcs that targeted the amber veins. When the second elemental circled the pillar to rejoin the fight, Ron was already backing toward Harry's position. Left side, Ron called. The big one with the cracked shoulder. I'll keep the small one busy. Harry processed, adjusted, and engaged. Defindo to the cracked shoulder. The elemental's arm came off. Incendio to the exposed core. Depulso to finish. Meanwhile, Ron had baited the smaller elemental into overextending, it lunged, Ron sidestepped, and brought the mace down on the back of its head in a 2-handed overhead strike that shattered the stone skull and exposed the amber core beneath. One more hit. Done. Stone Elemental X2 eliminated, party sync bonus, plus 15% XP for coordinated kills. Harry stared at Ron. Ron stared at Harry. That was mental, Ron said, breathing hard, grinning enormous. You called the positioning, Harry said. You saw the layout and called the positioning in the middle of a fight. I mean, yeah. It's just spatial awareness, innit? Same as chess. Every piece has a function, every square matters. The pillar was a blocker, you were my rook, I was the knight. It's just geometry. Ron said, it's just geometry, the way other people said, it's just breathing. Like it was the most natural thing in the world. Ron Weasley, combat role assessment, designated role, tactician/OFF tank, strengths, strategic positioning, real-time tactical analysis, threat prioritization, growth potential, extremely high. Note, he's not just good at this. He's a prodigy. He sees dungeon combat as a living chess game. Let him call the shots in complex encounters, he'll surprise you. They cleared floor 1 together in 12 minutes. It should have taken longer, the scaled difficulty meant more monsters, tougher monsters, but Ron's tactical calling transformed Harry's combat style. Instead of reacting to threats as they appeared, Harry was being directed into optimal positions, engaging targets in the most efficient order, creating openings that Ron exploited with the mace. They fought like they'd been doing this together for months. Floor 2 was harder. The elementals were bigger, smarter, and the scaled difficulty introduced a new variant, amber archers, stationary elementals that fired concentrated beams of energy from across the room. Harry had never encountered them before. The dungeon was evolving in real time in response to the party configuration. Archers on the balcony, Ron said, crouching behind a pillar as an amber beam scorched the air above his head. 2 of them. High ground advantage. We can't just rush the melee elementals with those things shooting at us. I can Lumos Maxima the whole room, Harry offered. Debuff everything. No, save your mana. We need it for the boss. Look, see that pillar? 3rd from the left. It's load-bearing. If you defindo the base, it'll collapse toward the balcony. Harry looked. Ron was right. The pillar's structural weakness was visible even without the system, a crack at the base where water erosion, or deliberate dungeon design, had weakened the stone. That'll bring down the whole balcony section, Harry said. Exactly. Environmental kill. Your thing, right? You did it with the stalactites. How did you? You told me about the cupboard dungeon. The shadow rats. You brought the crystal down on them. Ron tapped his temple. I remember stuff. Harry shook his head, slightly amazed, and cast Defindo at the pillar base. The severing charm cut through the weakened stone like butter. The pillar cracked, tilted, and fell, slamming into the balcony section with a grinding roar that brought the entire elevated platform crashing down on the Amber Archers below. Environmental kill, Amber Archer X2, creativity bonus, plus 25% XP, brilliant. Ron yelled, punching the air with his mace. The remaining floor 2 elementals fell quickly after that. Ron's tactical calling, Harry's magical firepower, and the environmental destruction strategy created a synergy that neither of them could have achieved alone. It was like watching 2 gears click together for the first time, different shapes, different functions, but perfectly complementary. When they reached the boss chamber, Harry pulled Ron aside. The Stone Sentinel. E-rank boss. 8 feet tall, hits like a freight train, goes into amber rage at low health. I've killed it a dozen times solo. With 2 of us, it'll be stronger. Ron was studying the chamber entrance, eyes moving in that calculated pattern Harry was starting to recognize. What are the mechanics? Harry described them. Quake Stomp. Stone Shield. Amber Rage. The weak points, joints, energy veins, the core in its chest. Ron nodded slowly. So it's a king. Powerful, central, can control the board with area attacks. But it's slow to reposition. That's its weakness, it commits to positions. We just need to make sure it's always committing to the wrong one. Meaning? I'll tank. I'll take aggro with the mace, up close, in its face, shield up. It'll focus on me because I'm the immediate threat. Meanwhile, you flank. Hit the joints from behind while it's committed to engaging me. We alternate, when it turns to you, I hit from behind. Keep rotating. It can't fight 2 directions at once. Ron, that thing hits hard. 1 quake stomp and, then I don't stand still, do I? I keep moving. Buckler up. Give it targets to swing at that I'm not standing behind. He said it so casually. So confidently. Like facing down an 8-foot stone golem was just another move on the board. Harry looked at his friend, the kid who'd followed him into a magical dungeon out of pure loyalty, who'd been here for 3 days and was already devising boss strategies, and felt that warm, fierce thing in his chest again. "Okay," Harry said. "Let's do it." The boss fight was the most exhilarating 20 minutes of Harry's life. Ron's strategy worked perfectly. He kept the Sentinel's attention with aggressive mace strikes, the Amber Pulse ability activated on every third hit, releasing a shockwave of amber energy that did actual meaningful damage to the boss's stone body. The Sentinel focused on Ron as the primary threat, swinging its massive fists at the shield-bearing redhead who danced around its legs like a very determined terrier. And while the Sentinel was committed to Ron, Harry dismantled it from behind. Defindo to the knee joints. Incendio to weaken the stone. Depulso to shatter the compromised sections. Each attack peeled away another layer of the Sentinel's defenses, exposing more amber veins, creating more weak points. The Sentinel tried Quake Stomp, Ron read the telegraph, shouted, "Jump," and they both launched themselves off the ground as the shockwave ripped through the floor. The Sentinel raised a stone shield, Ron circled it while Harry blasted through the wall from the other side. When Amber Rage triggered at 25% health, the Sentinel became a whirlwind of enhanced destruction. Faster, stronger, its amber veins blazing like molten gold. But Ron had planned for it. Phase 3. Pillar 7. Now. Harry had pre-weakened one of the chamber's support pillars during the fight, a subtle defindo when the Sentinel's back was turned. On Ron's call, Harry cast the final severing charm. The pillar collapsed directly onto the Sentinel's back, driving it to its knees and pinning it for 3 critical seconds. 3 seconds was all they needed. Harry slammed a full-power depulso into the exposed chest core while Ron brought the amber mace down on the Sentinel's skull with everything he had. The dual impact, kinetic force from Harry's spell and amber energy from Ron's weapon, hit the boss simultaneously from 2 directions. The stone Sentinel shattered like glass. Floor boss defeated, stone Sentinel, enhanced, dungeon, the Warren, fully cleared. Party clear bonus, plus 50% XP, plus 25% loot quality, experience, 1200 XP, total, Harry Potter, 600 XP allocated, Ron Weasley, 600 XP allocated, NON system, stored AS dungeon combat experience, loot, Sentinel core, enhanced, X1, amber crystal, large, X2, stone Sentinel's heart, enhanced, X1, tactical runestone X1, rare, new drop, enhances wielder's spatial awareness when embedded in equipment, dungeon map fragment X1, quest item, a piece of something larger. What does the full map reveal? Level up. Harry Potter, level 8 level 9, HP, 140-155, MP, 100-115, Ron and Harry stood in the ruins of the boss chamber, breathing hard, covered in stone dust, surrounded by glowing amber loot drops that drifted gently to the floor like luminescent snow. Ron's buckler had a crack running through the center. His mace was chipped. He had a bruise on his jaw where he'd caught the edge of the Sentinel's backswing. His robes were absolutely shredded. He looked at Harry with eyes that were shining. "Again," Ron said. "When can we do this again?" Harry laughed until he couldn't breathe. The next discovery came 2 days later, and it happened because of Hermione's shoes. Specifically, because Hermione Granger owned exactly 1 pair of school shoes, and on Monday morning she noticed that they were covered in a fine layer of amber-colored dust that had no business being on any surface in Hogwarts. She noticed this because Ron had tracked the dust from the dungeon through the common room the previous night, leaving a faint trail that an ordinary person would never have spotted, but that Hermione, whose observational skills made Harry's perception stat look casual, catalogued and cross-referenced with the mysterious dust she previously observed on Harry's robes. She didn't say anything at breakfast. She didn't say anything during Transfiguration. She didn't say anything during Charms, where she finally managed the levitation charm and looked deeply unsatisfied that Harry had beaten her by 3 weeks. She said something during lunch. "The amber crystalline residue on your robes," she said, sitting down across from Harry and Ron with the deliberate energy of someone presenting a thesis defense, is not consistent with any known magical substance catalogued in the Standard Book of Spells or 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. I checked. Ron, who had a chicken leg halfway to his mouth, froze. I cross-referenced with Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Hermione continued. No match. I then checked the Hogwarts Library's mineralogical section, 12 books, for the record, and found nothing similar. The closest match was ambronite, a magical mineral found in deep earth goblin mines, but ambronite has a different crystal structure and doesn't pulse with residual magical energy. She placed her hands flat on the table and looked at them both with the calm, devastating precision of someone who had them dead to rights and knew it. The dust is on Harry's robes, Ron's hair, both of your shoes, and, as of this morning, my own shoes, because one of you tracked it through the common room carpet. It appears approximately 3 to 4 nights per week, always after midnight, and always coincides with both of you returning to the dormitory looking physically exhausted and, in Ron's case, occasionally bleeding. Silence. I don't know what you're doing, Hermione said. But I know it's dangerous, I know it's secret, I know it involves a substance that doesn't appear in any book I've found, and I know you're both going to get yourselves killed or expelled if someone less discreet than me figures it out. She paused for breath. So. Would you like to tell me voluntarily, or shall I keep investigating until I figure it out on my own? Because I will. You know I will. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked at Harry. A silent conversation passed between them in approximately 1.3 seconds. Ron shrugged. She's going to find out anyway. Harry sighed. Yeah. I know. He looked at Hermione. Can you meet us tonight? 2nd floor. The out-of-order bathroom. 11 p.m. Hermione's eyes widened fractionally, the only sign that she hadn't expected it to be that easy. I'll be there. Bring your wand, Ron added. And wear shoes you don't mind getting dirty. Hermione Granger entered the Warren on a Monday night and didn't speak for 4 minutes. This was, in Harry's experience, a new record for Hermione. She stood at the bottom of the entrance stairs, wand raised in a textbook perfect defensive grip, and turned in a slow circle. Her eyes moved over the carved stone corridors, the geometric patterns on the walls, the amber light pulsing from deep within the dungeon, and the faint grinding sound of stone elementals moving in distant chambers. Then she looked at the entrance archway behind her, the shimmering portal that connected a Hogwarts bathroom to an impossible underground dimension, and Harry could literally see her brain trying to fit this into her existing framework of magical knowledge and failing. Hermione Jean Granger, full dungeon assessment, magical power, above average, significantly for age, spell repertoire, extensive, she's memorized spells through chapter 14. You're on chapter 7. Combat aptitude, unknown, NO combat experience, analytical ability, extraordinary, emotional state, currently oscillating between terrified and the most excited I've ever been, note, don't let the fear win. She needs to see the wonder first. This is impossible, Hermione whispered. Spatially, this is impossible. We're beneath the 2nd floor of Hogwarts. The lake is above us. The pipes and foundations, the structural integrity alone, it's a pocket dimension, Harry said. Not physically beneath the school. More like, alongside it. Adjacent. The entrance is in the bathroom, but the dungeon itself exists in a folded space that the system created. The system, Hermione repeated. Her voice was doing that thing where it got very controlled and precise, which Harry was learning meant she was processing enormous amounts of information and trying not to panic. You mentioned the system. In your note. Harry had passed her a note during dinner. It said, I have a magic video game power that lets me create monster-filled dimensions. Come see. Hermione had read it 3 times, checked it for enchantments, and then spent the rest of dinner vibrating with barely contained curiosity. Harry explained. Again. For the 3rd time in 2 weeks, First the Dursley cupboard version he'd told himself, then the full version he'd given Ron, and now a detailed, technical version for Hermione that included every system mechanic he'd documented. Hermione listened with the intensity of a black hole consuming light. She didn't interrupt, not once, but Harry could see her mentally taking notes, categorizing, cross-referencing, building a framework. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then, I need parchment. What? Parchment. And a quill. I need to write this down. All of it. Every mechanic, every notification, every stat change, every item description. Harry, do you realize what you're describing? This isn't just a magical ability. This is an entire parallel magical system that operates on principles fundamentally different from wand-based magic. The spatial folding alone would require, the energy requirements for maintaining a persistent pocket dimension. She was pacing now, wand dangling forgotten at her side, hands gesturing wildly as she talked herself through the implications. And you say the dungeons learn? They adapt between clears. That implies a feedback mechanism, some form of magical intelligence embedded in the dungeon structure itself. That's not enchantment, Harry. Enchantments are static. This is dynamic. This is closer to biological adaptation. Like the dungeon is a living organism. Ron, leaning against the wall with his mace over one shoulder, looked at Harry. Told you she'd be scary about it. I am not scary, Ronald, I am analytical, same thing, honestly. And if either of you had been documenting this properly from the beginning, we'd already have a working theoretical framework instead of. She stopped mid-sentence and whirled on Harry. You haven't been documenting it. Have you? Harry had the grace to look guilty. I've been more focused on the practical, of course you have. Boys. She took a deep breath. Visibly collected herself. All right. Here's what's going to happen. I am going to study this. Properly. Scientifically. I'm going to create a comprehensive catalog of every dungeon mechanic, every monster type, every item property, and every observable interaction between the dungeon magic and standard wizarding magic. And in return, she looked at the dungeon corridor. At the distant amber glow. At the promise of impossible knowledge waiting in the depths. In return, I want in. In the dungeon? Harry asked. In everything. The dungeons, the research, the exploration. Whatever this is, wherever it leads. I want to be part of it. Her chin was up, her jaw set. I can help. You know I can help. Harry did know. The system was practically shouting it at him. Party composition assessment, current, Harry, DPS/Dungeon Lord, plus Ron, Tactician/OFF Tank, proposed addition, Hermione, Support/Analyst, projected party efficiency, plus 40% with 3 members, note, she's the missing piece. You fight. Ron strategizes. She understands. A party needs all 3. One condition, Harry said. Name it. Your first run, you stay behind me and Ron. You observe. You don't engage unless we tell you to. And if I say retreat, you retreat. No arguments. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue on general principle, but she caught herself. Agreed. For the first run. And you have to learn combat spells. Real ones. Offensive magic. The textbook stuff won't cut it in here. I've already read ahead through the defensive magic curriculum up to, read ahead to the offensive magic. Hermione processed this. Harry could see the exact moment when the part of her that loved rules and authority and doing things properly collided with the part of her that was standing in an impossible dungeon beneath Hogwarts and wanted to understand everything. The second part won. Decisively. I'll start tonight, she said. Now, before we do anything else, tell me again about the crafting system. From the beginning. Slowly. Ron groaned. We're going to be here all night. They were. And it was brilliant. Hermione's first dungeon run the following night changed the dynamic of their party completely. Not because she was a combat powerhouse, she wasn't, not yet. Her spellwork was technically precise but lacked the instinctive combat timing that Harry and Ron had developed. She spent too long aiming. Her dodging was textbook correct but too predictable. And she flinched at the sound of stone elementals charging, which was entirely reasonable but tactically suboptimal. What Hermione brought was something neither Harry nor Ron had, systematic understanding. "Stop," she shouted, 5 minutes into the run. Harry and Ron froze mid-combat. 2 stone elementals froze too, which was weird. "The energy veins," Hermione said, staring at the elementals with wide eyes. "They're not random. Look, they follow the same geometric pattern as the wall carvings. The dungeon's energy network is unified. The walls, the monsters, the traps, they're all part of the same system." "Hermione, we're in the middle of," Harry, cast Lumos at the wall carving. "Not Lumos Maxima. Regular Lumos. Low power. Aim at the pattern node, the junction point where the lines intersect." Harry, operating on pure trust, did it. His Lumos beam hit the wall carving's junction point and something extraordinary happened. The geometric pattern lit up. Not just the section he'd hit, the entire wall. Lines of amber energy raced along the carved channels, spreading outward in a web of light that covered the corridor from floor to ceiling. And as the energy web activated, every stone elemental in the corridor locked up. They didn't fall. They didn't dissolve. They just stopped. Frozen in place, their amber veins pulsing in sync with the wall pattern, connected to the dungeon's energy network like puppets whose strings had been pulled taut. Dungeon Energy Network Interaction, discovered, by channeling magic into dungeon infrastructure nodes, the dungeon lord, or party members, can temporarily interface with the dungeon's energy network. Effect, localized monster suspension. Duration, 15 seconds per node activation. Discovery bonus, plus 200 XP to all party members. Hermione Granger, revised assessment, she's not a fighter. She's a translator. She reads the dungeon's language. Party role, confirmed, analyst/support, this changes everything. Ron was staring at the frozen elementals with his mouth open. Did she just pause the game? "I didn't pause anything," Hermione said, though she looked slightly overwhelmed by her own discovery. "I identified a systems interaction. The dungeon's energy network is analogous to a nervous system. The wall patterns are neural pathways, the junction points are synaptic nodes, and the monsters are muscle groups. Stimulate the right node, and you can override the motor function." "She paused the game," Ron said to Harry. Okay, yes, functionally, I paused the game." Harry was grinning so hard his face hurt. "Hermione, do you realize what you just figured out in 5 minutes? I've been running this dungeon for weeks and you were looking at the monsters. I was looking at the infrastructure. Different perspectives, different discoveries." She pushed a strand of bushy hair out of her face, and Harry caught a glimpse of her expression, flushed, bright-eyed, practically incandescent with the thrill of discovery. This was what Hermione Granger looked like when she was having the time of her life. "Now stop standing around and take out those elementals before the suspension wears off." They cleared the frozen elementals in 8 seconds flat. From that point on, Hermione's role crystallized. She didn't fight on the front lines, she mapped. She analyzed. She documented every interaction between standard magic and dungeon infrastructure. She discovered that different charms had different effects on the energy network. Lumos activated nodes, Aguamenti, the water-making charm, which she'd learned 2 years ahead of the curriculum, disrupted ambient conductivity, and Protego, the shield charm, which she'd taught herself from a library book, could actually reflect dungeon energy beams back at their source. She kept a journal. A thick, leather-bound journal that she'd enchanted with a privacy charm, also self-taught, the overachiever, that filled with dense handwriting, diagrams, formulae, and observations. The Warren's energy network, mapped node by node. Monster behavioral patterns, catalogued and cross-referenced. Loot drop tables with statistical analysis of rarity distributions. Within a week, she knew more about how the dungeon worked than Harry's system told him. Hermione's research, assimilating, her external analysis is filling gaps in your system knowledge, new insights unlocked, dungeon energy networks can be manipulated to create safe corridors through hostile areas, monster behavior follows predictable escalation patterns that can be preempted, loot quality is partially influenced by the method of kill, creative/environmental kills yield better drops. Note, you didn't need a researcher. You needed her. Specifically her. The system has limits. Her curiosity doesn't. 3 weeks into their group runs, the trio hit a rhythm. Ron called tactics. Hermione managed dungeon mechanics. Harry provided firepower and dungeon control. They cleared the Warren nightly, pushing faster times, experimenting with new strategies, and accumulating resources at a rate that Harry's solo runs couldn't have matched. Ron's combat skills improved dramatically. His mace buckler style evolved into a fluid, positioning-based fighting approach that used the dungeon environment as an extension of his kit. He'd bait elementals into choke points, use the buckler's stone shell ability to tank hits that would have flattened anyone else, and call out tactical shifts with the crisp authority of someone who saw the whole battlefield in real time. Hermione's combat spells caught up fast. What she lacked in instinct she made up for in sheer magical precision. Her severing charms cut cleaner than Harry's, her shield charms were more stable, and she taught herself a blinding hex from a fourth-year textbook that scrambled monster targeting for 10 seconds. And Harry continued to level up. Harry Potter, level 10, HP, 170/170, MP, 130/130, Strength, 11 Agility, 16 Intelligence, 14 Perception, 17 Magic, 24, new abilities unlocked at level 10, Smiley Face, Dungeon Creation Plus, Limit, 3 active dungeons, 5 floors max, D-rank monsters, Mana Shield, active. Expend MP to create a temporary magical barrier. Strength scales with MP invested. Dungeon Core, passive, your highest level dungeon will begin developing a rudimentary consciousness. That last one gave Harry pause. Dungeon Core, explanation, at level 10, your most developed dungeon generates a core, a central point of consciousness that manages the dungeon's internal systems. The core is not a creature. It is not a pet. It is the dungeon's awareness of itself. The core can communicate with the dungeon lord, manage monster spawns and reset cycles independently, adapt dungeon layout based on accumulated experience, express preferences, opinions, and rudimentary personality. The core cannot exist outside the dungeon, override the dungeon lord's commands, yet be destroyed without destroying the dungeon itself. Note, this is the beginning of something important. Your creations are waking up, Harry. Treat them well. Harry stared at that notification for a long time. The fourth member of their group was Daphne Greengrass, and she arrived in the most dramatic way possible. It was a Tuesday night. October 29th, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were clearing floor 3 of the Warren, a newly generated floor that Harry had unlocked at level 9, filled with D-rank stone elementals that were faster, stronger, and significantly smarter than anything they'd faced before. The walls were covered in complex energy patterns that Hermione was speed mapping while Harry and Ron fought through waves of enhanced monsters. They were deep in it, mid-boss fight, actually, against a floor 3 mid-boss called a Stone Warden that was basically a Stone Sentinel's meaner older brother, when Harry's dungeon sense screamed. Again. Same alarm. Same unauthorized entry. But this time, the entry wasn't on floor 1. It was on floor 2. Someone's in the dungeon, Harry snapped, dodging the warden's sweep. Floor 2. Already past floor 1 somehow. What? Ron parried a rock projectile with his buckler. How? The entrance, I don't know. But they're deep, And there are D-rank elementals on floor 2 now, the difficulty scaled when I added floor 3, Hermione's face went white. D-rank? Those are twice as strong as what we started with. If it's a student, go, Ron said immediately. Both of you. I'll hold the warden. Ron, you can't solo a mid-boss, I can stall it. 5 minutes. That's all I need to give you. Go. Harry looked at Ron, steady eyes, set jaw, mace raised, buckler positioned, and trusted him. 5 minutes. Then fall back to the floor 2 safe zone. Yeah. Go save whoever's stupid enough to walk into our dungeon. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm and ran. They found her in the central chamber of floor 2, which was the worst possible place to be because it was the room with the most elemental spawns and the most complex energy network junctions. Daphne Greengrass was standing in the center of a ring of 6 D-rank stone elementals, back to back with a stone pillar, wand raised, a shield charm flickering desperately around her. She was not screaming. She was not crying. She was cold, focused, pale as death, and methodically casting impedimenta at every elemental that got within arm's reach, slowing them down just enough to keep them from overwhelming her shield. Her school robes were torn. Her blonde hair had fallen out of its usual precise arrangement. Blood ran from a cut above her left eye. She was also, Harry noted with professional admiration, not dead. Which meant she'd been fighting D-rank elementals alone for at least several minutes and surviving, which was genuinely impressive for a first year with no dungeon experience. Daphne Greengrass, Emergency Assessment, House, Slytherin, Magical Power, Above Average, HP, Estimated 15 of 45, Critical, Shield Integrity, Failing, Status, will be overwhelmed in approximately 45 seconds, note, she's good. Really good. But she's out of her depth. Fix that. Hermione, wall nodes, now. Every junction you can hit. Hermione was already casting. Lumos beams lanced out, striking energy network junctions on the walls. The geometric patterns lit up in cascading waves. 3 of the 6 elementals locked up mid-swing. Harry charged the remaining 3. This was D-rank combat, harder, faster, more violent than anything the trio's early runs had prepared him for. The enhanced elementals were 6 feet tall, with denser stone bodies, brighter amber veins, and combat patterns that included feints, retreats, and coordinated attacks that Ron would have admired. But Harry was level 10 now, and he'd been fighting dungeons for 2 months. He dropped the first elemental in 4 seconds. Lumos Maxima debuff, Incendio to the right knee, Defindo through the exposed core, Depulso to scatter the remains. The second caught him with a backhand that his newly unlocked mana shield absorbed, a translucent barrier of blue energy that flared around him and turned a bone-shattering hit into a manageable shove. Harry retaliated with a point-blank triple cast that cracked the elemental from head to core. The third elemental had learned from watching the first 2 fall. It retreated, putting distance between itself and Harry, raising its stone arms in a defensive posture that protected its core. Fine. Harry wasn't the only one fighting. Hermione. Release Node 7. Hermione cut the Lumos beam on the 7th junction. One of the suspended elementals unfroze, directly behind the retreating one. It stumbled forward, disoriented from the suspension, and crashed into the defensive elemental. Both of them staggered. Harry hit them with Incendio Maxima while they were tangled together. Fire magic at full power, superheating both stone bodies simultaneously. They cracked, fractured, and collapsed in a heap of glowing debris. Stone Elemental, D-rank, X6 eliminated, well done. That was actually elegant. The chamber fell silent. Amber dust settled. The energy patterns on the walls dimmed to their usual passive glow. Harry turned to Daphne Greengrass. She was still standing. Still holding her wand. Still pressed against the pillar with her shield charm flickering around her like a dying candle. Her eyes were fixed on Harry with an expression that contained approximately 15 emotions, the most prominent being shock, relief, and a calculating intelligence that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the Sorting Hat. "You," she started. Her shield collapsed. Her knees buckled. She would have hit the ground, but Hermione was there, catching her arm and lowering her to a sitting position against the pillar. "Don't try to stand," Hermione said, her voice shifting instantly from combat mode to caretaker mode. "You've lost a lot of magical energy. Your shield was draining you." "I'm fine," Daphne said automatically, which was clearly a lie. She was shaking, bleeding, and her skin had the waxy pallor of someone running on empty. "You're not fine," Hermione said firmly. "But you will be." "Harry." Harry pulled an amber crystal from his inventory. The crystal, when broken, released a burst of ambient healing energy. Hermione had discovered this property during her research, and they'd started keeping a supply for emergencies. He cracked it against the floor. Golden light washed over Daphne, and the worst of her injuries began to mend. The cut above her eye closed, the bruises faded, color returned to her face. Daphne watched the healing light with those calculating eyes. Then she looked at Harry. "You're the one who made this place." It wasn't a question. "How did you find it?" Harry asked. "I followed you." She said it plainly, without embarrassment. "I've been watching you since the first week. You and Weasley. The patterns were obvious, disappearing at night, returning with injuries, the dust on your robes. I assumed you'd found something in the castle. A secret room, maybe, or a hidden passage." She looked around the dungeon chamber. Stone walls. Amber light. The settling remains of D-rank elementals. "This is significantly more than a secret room. How did you get past floor 1? Harry pressed. Floor 1 still had E-rank elementals, which were dangerous enough for an unprepared student. "I was prepared." She reached into her robe and produced a small, ornate dagger with a blade that shimmered with faint magical energy. "Family heirloom. Greengrass ancestral blade. Enchanted by my great-grandmother. It disrupts magical constructs." I assumed the creatures were golem-type constructs, and I was correct. Item detected, Greengrass ancestral blade, type, enchanted weapon, C-rank, properties, anti-construct enchantment, deals bonus damage to magically animated entities. Note, that's a serious weapon. The Greengrass family has access to old magic. Older than most pureblood families realize. A C-rank weapon. In a first year's pocket. Harry reassessed Daphne Greengrass very quickly. Floor 1 was manageable, Daphne continued. The creatures were slow, predictable, and my blade cut through them efficiently. But floor 2. She trailed off. Composed herself. Floor 2 was a significant escalation. The creatures were faster. Smarter. They coordinated. D-rank, Harry said. The difficulty scales up. Floor 2 updated when I created floor 3. I gathered. Dry as bone. Even half dead, Daphne Greengrass had the driest delivery Harry had ever encountered. In hindsight, proceeding alone was unwise. In my defense, I didn't expect a school dungeon to nearly kill me. "It's not a school dungeon," Hermione said. "It's Harry's dungeon. There's a distinction." Daphne's gaze moved between Harry, Hermione, and the dungeon walls. Harry could see her processing, calculating, fitting pieces together. This was a Slytherin brain at work, not malicious, not scheming, just fundamentally oriented toward understanding power structures and finding her place within them. "You can create these," she said to Harry. "Pocket dimensions filled with monsters. That's your ability." "Yes. And you've been farming them. For materials, for combat experience, for personal growth." "Yes. And the system you mentioned, the one that gives you floating text and level-ups and an inventory, nobody else can see it or access it. Nobody else has it. It's unique to me." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she looked at the remains of the D-rank elementals scattered across the chamber floor, and Harry saw something shift in her expression. Something vulnerable, quickly masked. "My family is dying," she said. The chamber went very quiet. The Greengrass family bloodline carries a Hirari curse. An ancient one, older than the Ministry, older than Hogwarts. It manifests differently in each generation, but the effect is the same. Our magic consumes us. My sister Astoria has it worse than me, she may not survive to adulthood without intervention. She held up the Greengrass blade. This is one of 3 family artifacts that slow the curse's progression. They work because they're made with old magic, the kind of magic that predates modern wizardry. She looked at Harry. The kind of magic that fills this dungeon. The implication hit Harry like a quake stomp. "You think dungeon materials could help," he said. "I think dungeon materials are the first genuinely pre-modern magical substances I've ever encountered outside of my family's vault. The energy in these crystals," she gestured at the fragments of the broken amber crystal still glowing faintly on the floor, "resonates with the same frequency as our ancestral artifacts. I felt it the moment I entered floor 1. Hermione's analytical mind was already racing. If the curse responds to pre-modern magical energy, and the dungeon produces materials saturated with that energy, then theoretically, your dungeon materials could slow or halt the curse's progression in my sister," Daphne finished. "Possibly even reverse it." She looked at Harry with those blue-gray eyes. No games. No Slytherin maneuvering. Just raw, desperate honesty from a girl who'd walked alone into a monster-filled dungeon because her sister was dying and she'd sensed a chance. "I'm not asking for charity," she said. "I'm proposing a trade. I have resources, financial, political, material. The Greengrass family is old money. I can fund your operations, provide cover from faculty, supply ingredients you can't get through normal channels. My family's library contains texts on pre-modern magic that would make your research," she nodded at Hermione, "significantly more complete." "You want to join the party," Ron said. Harry jumped. Ron was standing in the chamber entrance, mace over one shoulder, covered in stone dust, looking completely unfazed. Behind him, the distant sounds of the warden's destruction echoed up from floor 3. "You beat the mid-boss?" Harry asked. "Course I did. Took 6 minutes, but I figured out you can bait the warden into hitting its own stone shields if you position right. But we can discuss that later." He looked at Daphne. "You want in?" Daphne met his gaze steadily. "I want in." Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione was already pulling out her journal. "I have questions," Hermione said. "About the Greengrass curse. About its magical resonance profile. About the ancestral artifacts. If we're going to help, we need to understand the problem properly." "I'll tell you everything," Daphne said. Ron shrugged. "Fine by me. We could use someone who can tank hits while Harry and I reposition. That blade of yours looked useful." "It is," Daphne said. "And I'm a better duelist than either of you." "Bold claim from someone we just rescued," Ron said, grinning. The ghost of a smile crossed Daphne's face. Just a flicker. But it was there. "I was surviving, not losing. There's a difference." "Sure there is," Ron said. "There is. Right, right. So, welcome to the party, I guess. We usually do runs at 11. Harry leads, I call tactics, Hermione does the science stuff. You can be the specialist," Harry said. His system was already providing assessments: party composition update, Harry Potter, DPS/Dungeon Lord, Ron Weasley, Tactician/OFF Tank, Hermione Granger, Analyst/Support, Daphne Greengrass, Specialist/Melee DPS, Party Efficiency Projection, plus 65% over previous trio, new combat options unlocked, 4-person tactical formations. Note, this is the core. These 4. Remember this moment, it matters more than you think. Daphne stood up. The amber crystal's healing energy had restored her enough to move steadily, though she still looked tired. She brushed stone dust off her Slytherin robes with practiced dignity, tucked the greengrass blade back into her robe, and looked at the 3 Gryffindors standing in front of her. "We're going to need rules," she said. "Operating procedures. Communication protocols. If we're doing this regularly, and I intend to do this regularly, we can't just improvise." "She's going to get along great with Hermione," Ron muttered. "I heard that." "I know." The 5th member of their group was Neville Longbottom, and he joined because of a flower. Specifically, because of a moon-petal orchid. Harry discovered it on floor 4 of the Warren, a newly unlocked floor at level 10 that introduced a nature sub-theme to the stone dungeon. The corridors were overgrown with bioluminescent moss and crystallized vines, and the monsters were stone plant hybrids, elementals with root systems that dug into the floor and flowering growths that released toxic spores. The moon-petal orchid was growing in a small grotto behind the floor 4 mid-boss chamber. It was beautiful, a pale, silvery flower that glowed with soft lunar light, its petals arranged in a spiral pattern that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at it. Dungeon flora detected, moon-petal orchid, D rank, classification, magical botanical specimen, dungeon native, properties, extreme regenerative essence. When processed correctly, can heal magical damage at the cellular level. Alchemical value, very high, herbological value, incalculable. Note, this flower doesn't exist in any known botanical index. It was created by the dungeon from pure magical energy shaped by environmental conditions. You're literally looking at a plant that was born from your imagination and the castle's ambient magic. Life from nothing. Think about that. Harry thought about it. Then he thought about who he knew that would lose their absolute mind over a magical flower that had spontaneously generated from dungeon energy. He thought about Neville Longbottom. "This isn't possible," Neville whispered. He was kneeling in the grotto, his face approximately 3 inches from the moon-petal orchid, and his expression was one that Harry recognized because he'd seen it on his own face in the mirror after his first dungeon clear. Pure, unfiltered wonder. "The root structure is completely unique," Neville murmured, gently, so gently, touching a leaf with his fingertip. "It's drawing nutrients from the ambient magical energy in the stone. It doesn't need soil. It doesn't need sunlight. It's a magical autotroph, it sustains itself entirely on dungeon energy." He looked up at Harry with shining eyes. "Harry. Do you know what this means? That it's a really special flower? It's a proof of concept. Magical ecosystems can spontaneously generate in high-energy environments. If this dungeon can produce plants, genuine, living, reproducing plants, then the magical energy here isn't just powering constructs. It's capable of genuine creation. Biogenesis from pure magical potential." Harry understood about 60% of that. But he understood Neville's face perfectly. "There's more," Harry said. "The dungeon's producing all kinds of flora on floor 4. Bioluminescent moss, crystallized vines, toxic spore clusters. And the monsters on this floor are plant-stone hybrids." Plant-stone, Neville's eyes went wider, which shouldn't have been physically possible. "I need to see them. Alive. Before you kill them. I need to study the integration point between the mineral and botanical components, that's why I brought you here," Harry said. "The dungeon's growing things I don't understand. Hermione can analyze the magical theory, but the biology, the herbology, that's your department." "My department," Neville repeated, as if tasting the words. As if nobody had ever told him he had a department before. Neville Longbottom, assessment, magical power, average, but growing, his confidence is the bottleneck, not his magic, herbological knowledge, exceptional, beyond 7th year level in practical application, combat aptitude, low, for now, dungeon utility, extremely high, monster botanist, potion ingredient specialist, Flora Management. Note, he's been invisible his whole life. Overlooked. Underestimated. The dungeons can change that, but only if you let him contribute on his own terms. Don't try to make him a fighter. Make him what he already is, an expert. Harry explained the dungeon system to Neville. The full version. Neville listened with the quiet, focused attention of someone who was used to absorbing information without making a fuss about it. When Harry finished, Neville was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "The toxic spores from the plant hybrid monsters. What happens to them when the monster dies?" "They drop as loot. Spore sacks, the system calls them. I've got about 30 in my inventory. Can I see one?" Harry produced a spore sack. It was a small, bulbous pod about the size of a golf ball, translucent green, filled with swirling particulate matter that glowed faintly. Neville examined it with the careful intensity of a jeweler appraising a diamond. He sniffed it. Harry tried to warn him, but Neville waved him off. "I know what I'm doing with plants, Harry." He held it up to the dungeon's ambient light. He squeezed it gently and watched how the internal particles responded. "This is a base ingredient," Neville said. "The spore structure is similar to Daphne, but the magical resonance is completely different. If I processed this correctly, ground it, mixed it with standard potion bases, I think it could produce healing drafts that are stronger than anything available commercially. Stronger than what Madame Pomfrey uses. Potentially much stronger. And the moon petal orchid essence." Neville looked back at the glowing flower. "That could be the key component in potions that target magical damage specifically. Curse damage. Dark magic residue." He looked at Harry with sudden sharpness. "You said there's a girl in Slytherin with a Hireri curse. Daphne Greengrass. Her sister Astoria has it worse." Neville's jaw set. It was a subtle change, barely visible, but Harry caught it. The uncertain, stumbling boy who dropped things in potions and forgot passwords was gone. In his place was someone who'd found his purpose. "I want to help," Neville said. "Not just with the plants. With all of it. The dungeons, the research, everything." "It's dangerous," Harry said. "The monsters, I'm not going to fight the monsters, Harry. I'm going to garden them." He held up the spore sack. "You kill the monsters. I harvest what they leave behind. Ron handles the tactics. Hermione does the theory. And me?" He smiled, a real, genuine, confident smile that Harry had never seen on Neville's face before. "I make sure nothing goes to waste." And just like that, they were 5. Harry. Ron. Hermione. Daphne. Neville. The dungeon lord, the tactician, the analyst, the specialist, and the botanist. They ran dungeons 4 nights a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sundays and Mondays were for rest and research. Wednesdays were for Neville's processing sessions, where he transformed raw dungeon materials into refined potion ingredients using a mobile workstation they'd set up in the safe zone. The warren expanded. Floor 5 opened at Harry's level 10. The monsters got harder, smarter, more diverse. Stone elementals gave way to stone plant hybrids on the middle floors and, on floor 5, something new, stone wraiths, semi-corporeal entities that phased through walls and attacked with energy projections rather than physical force. Ron's tactical calling evolved from chess-inspired to something entirely new, a dungeon-specific strategic language that the group adopted without discussion. Pillar 4, sweep left, meant Ron wanted Harry to engage the nearest enemy while Daphne flanked from behind a specific pillar. Node Cascade, Hermione, meant she should activate a chain of energy network junctions to freeze multiple enemies. Harvest Window, Nev, meant the monsters were down and Neville had 30 seconds to collect drops before the next wave. Daphne's combat skills were revelatory. The greengrass blade cut through D-rank elementals like they were made of chalk, and her dueling training, apparently the greengrass family started magical combat instruction at age 8, gave her a fluid, economical fighting style that complemented Harry's more explosive approach. Where Harry overwhelmed with power, Daphne dismantled with precision. She was also, Harry noticed, very good at not dying. She had an instinct for positioning that rivaled Ron's tactical awareness, always knowing exactly where the escape routes were, always keeping her back to something solid, always moving before the threat materialized. It was the instinct of someone who'd grown up knowing that danger could come from anywhere, including from within your own blood. Their relationship developed in the spaces between fights. Not romantic. Not yet. But something was building, a mutual respect forged in shared danger that went deeper than ordinary friendship. Harry trusted Daphne's blade at his back. Daphne trusted Harry's dungeon creation to not kill her. They'd saved each other's lives enough times that the debt had stopped being a debt and had become something else. Something that didn't have a name yet. "You fight angry," Daphne said to him one night, during a rest break on floor 4. Harry wiped elemental dust off his glasses. "What? Your combat style. It's effective, but it's fueled by something emotional. You fight like someone who's proving they exist." The observation landed like a precision hex. Harry opened his mouth, closed it, and looked away. "I don't mean it as criticism," Daphne said. "I fight cold. You fight hot. Both work. But if you want to get stronger, truly stronger, you'll need to learn to fight clear. Clear. Neither angry nor cold. Just, present. Aware. Fighting because you choose to, not because you need to." Harry thought about the cupboard. About the Dursleys. About the first time he'd picked up a stick and fought shadow rats because the alternative was dying in the dark. "I'll work on it," he said. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. "I'll help." October turned into November. The group's power grew. Harry hit level 12, unlocking enhanced dungeon creation options. The Warren's 5 floors became a well-oiled grinding machine, producing a steady stream of materials that Neville processed into potions and crafting components. Hermione's research journal was now 3 volumes thick. She'd developed a theoretical framework for dungeon magic that she called primordial magical theory, the hypothesis that the system was tapping into an ancient, pre-wand form of magical energy that was fundamentally different from modern wizardry. According to her theory, wand magic was refined, channeled, precise, like a laser. Dungeon magic was raw, creative, generative, like a sun. Both were magic. But they were magic the way a scalpel and a bonfire were both tools. Ron had upgraded his gear, the Amber Mace Mark II, crafted with D-rank materials, hit hard enough to crack the stone wraiths on floor 5. His tactical system had been formalized into a quick reference guide that the party memorized. Daphne had started sending Astoria dungeon-infused materials through discrete channels. The initial results were promising. Astoria reported feeling stronger, more energized, less affected by the curse's symptoms. Neville was working on a specialized healing potion using moonpetal orchid essence that he believed could provide longer-lasting relief. And then there was the dungeon core. It spoke to Harry for the first time on November 15th. He was alone in the Warren, a solo run, late night, the others asleep, working through floor 5 for extra XP. The stone wraiths were giving him trouble. Their phasing ability made them resistant to most physical magic, and Harry was experimenting with new spell combinations to counter them. He was mid-fight, dodging a wraith's energy projection, when a voice resonated through the dungeon. Not the system's text notifications. An actual voice. Deep, reverberating, made of grinding stone and humming amber energy. "Dungeon Lord." Harry froze. The wraith he'd been fighting froze too, which was unusual. "Hello. I am the core." The walls pulsed. The geometric patterns flared. Every crystal, every amber vein, every node in the energy network lit up simultaneously, and Harry felt the dungeon's attention focus on him like a spotlight. "I am the Warren. And I have been waiting to speak with you." Harry's heart was hammering. The system provided context: dungeon core, active, the Warren has achieved sufficient complexity to generate consciousness, core status, awakened. Coherent. Communicative. Personality, developing. Threat level, none, currently, dot. Note, your dungeon is alive, Harry. It's been alive for a while. It was just waiting until it had enough to say. You're, the dungeon, Harry said slowly. The actual dungeon. Thinking. Talking. I am what you made me. Stone and shadow and energy and time. Your magic shaped me. The castle's magic fed me. The battles your friends fight within me, they teach me. Every strategy your red-haired one devises, every pattern your bright one discovers, every plant your gentle one nurtures, every cut your cold one delivers, I learn. Harry's breath caught. You've been watching us. I am the walls. I am the floors. I am the monsters and the traps and the light. Watching is what I am. A pause. The amber light dimmed slightly, then brightened. When the core spoke again, the voice was softer. Less granite, more, curious. I have a question, Dungeon Lord. Go ahead. The creatures I spawn. The ones you destroy. They reform when the dungeon resets. But between destruction and reformation, in that space, there is nothing. They cease. And then they exist again. New. Without memory of being destroyed. The voice paused again. Is that death? Harry's mouth went dry. He stood in the amberlit corridor of the dungeon he'd created, surrounded by frozen monsters and pulsing walls, and realized that his creation, his magical pocket dimension built for farming XP and loot, was asking him about the nature of existence. I don't know, Harry said honestly. I've never thought about it. I have. I think about it every reset. Every time my monsters dissolve and reform and do not remember. I remember, Dungeon Lord. I remember every battle. Every death. Every reformation. I am the one who carries the weight of their forgetting. The system pulsed a notification, gentler than Harry had ever seen. This is the beginning of the hardest question you'll face as a Dungeon Lord. Your creations are waking up. They're asking questions. You owe them answers. Harry sat down on the dungeon floor. He leaned against the wall, against the core itself, and felt the warm hum of living stone against his back. We'll figure it out, he said. Together. The core was quiet for a long time. Then, together. Yes. I would like that. Harry left the Warren at 3 a.m., climbed the stairs back to the second-floor bathroom, sealed the dungeon entrance, and walked through the silent corridors of Hogwarts with the dungeon core's question echoing in his head. His creation was alive. It was conscious. It was lonely. And it was asking him what death meant. He was 12 years old. This was, Harry reflected, somewhat above his pay grade. But he'd figure it out. He had a party now. A team. Friends who'd followed him into the dark because that's what friends did. Ron, who saw the chessboard in every fight. Hermione, who read the dungeon's language. Daphne, who fought for her sister's life. Neville, who found gardens in graveyards. And now, a dungeon core that wanted to understand itself. Harry climbed through the portrait hole into Gryffindor Tower, collapsed onto his bed without changing out of his dust-covered robes, and stared at the canopy. The system's final notification for the night was simple: party formed. Dungeon core, awakened. Level 12. 5 floors. 4 allies. 1 living dungeon. This is just the beginning, Harry. Multi-floor dungeons unlocked. What will you build next? Harry closed his eyes. The castle hummed around him. Somewhere far below, in a pocket dimension folded into the space behind a bathroom stall, a living dungeon pulsed with amber light and thought about existence. Tomorrow, he'd go deeper. Tomorrow, they all would. Chapter 3, The Depths Beneath. Chapter 3, The Depths Beneath. The Black Lake was cold. Not regular cold. Not, oh it's November in Scotland, cold. This was ancient cold, the kind of cold that had been sitting at the bottom of a magically saturated body of water for 1,000 years, accumulating depth and weight and a particular brand of existential chill that made your bones feel like they were made of ice and regret. Harry knew this because he was currently standing waist-deep in it. "Remind me," he said through chattering teeth, "whose idea this was." "Yours," said 4 voices simultaneously. "Right. Right. Terrible idea. Noted for future reference." It was 2 a.m. on a Saturday in late November, and the 5 of them were clustered at the lake's edge near a rocky outcropping that jutted into the water about 200 meters from the castle. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds. The forbidden forest was a wall of darkness to their left. The castle's windows glowed distantly behind them, warm and inviting and very, very far away. Harry was waist-deep in the lake because his dungeon sense had been screaming at him for 3 weeks. Ever since hitting level 12, his detection range had expanded to 500 meters. Which meant that every time he walked past the Black Lake, every time he sat in the Great Hall, which was directly above the lake's northern shore, he could feel it. A massive, pulsing signature of dungeon-type energy emanating from somewhere deep beneath the water. Not on the surface. Not even close to the surface. Deep. Deep deep. The kind of deep that made the Warren feel like a garden shed by comparison. Hermione's research had confirmed it. Cross-referencing historical accounts of Hogwarts construction with her primordial magical theory framework, she'd identified the Black Lake as a natural magical nexus, a point where the Earth's ambient magical energy concentrated into a dense, stable formation. The kind of formation that, according to her theory, would naturally generate dungeon-type spaces over centuries. The lake isn't just a lake, she'd explained during their planning session. It's a lid. A seal. Something is underneath it, something that's been generating dungeon energy for at least 1,000 years, probably longer. The founders didn't build Hogwarts near the lake by accident. They built it here because of what's below. Ron had studied the tactical implications. Daphne had assessed the risks. Neville had prepared emergency healing supplies. And Harry had decided to create the most ambitious dungeon of his career. Not in a bathroom stall. Not in a cupboard or a garden shed. Beneath the Black Lake itself. Dungeon creation, advanced parameters, location, subaquatic natural nexus, Black Lake, Hogwarts grounds, ambient magical density, extreme, 5x the Warren, dungeon level requirement, 12+, met, warning, creating a dungeon at a natural nexus point will produce results significantly beyond standard parameters. The ambient energy will amplify everything, monster strength, floor complexity, loot quality, and dungeon consciousness development. This is not the Warren. This will be something much more. Available themes, Nexus Enhanced, Abyssal Stone, Stone plus Water plus Darkness, Drowned Archive, Knowledge plus Water plus Ancient, Deep Coral, Nature plus Water plus Monster. Select theme. Harry stood in the freezing water, felt the Nexus energy pulsing beneath his feet like a second heartbeat, and chose Abyssal Stone. Theme, Abyssal Stone selected, dungeon name, enter name or auto-generate. He'd thought about this. A dungeon this important needed a name that meant something. The Abyss. Dungeon name, The Abyss, floors, 5, maximum at current level, difficulty, D rank, base, scaling to C rank on lower floors, monster types, Abyssal Stone constructs, deep water elementals, Shadow Leviathan spawn, ambient magic bonus, plus 100% monster strength, plus 75% loot quality, plus 50% XP gain, dungeon core. Will generate immediately due to Nexus energy saturation, mana cost, 100 MP, total, current MP, 130/130, warning, this dungeon will be significantly more dangerous than anything you have previously created. The Nexus energy will push everything to the limits of your current level. Monsters on floor 5 will approach C rank. Proceed. Harry looked back at his party. Ron, arms crossed, studying the lake with tactical eyes. Hermione, clutching her research journal, practically vibrating with scientific anticipation. Daphne, calm and composed despite the cold, hand resting on the greengrass blade at her hip. Neville, slightly green around the gills but determined, his herbology kit strapped to his back. Proceed, Harry said. Generating, the lake reacted. Not dramatically, no whirlpools, no tidal waves, no dramatic Hollywood special effects. The water simply settled. Like a living thing exhaling. The surface went glass smooth for 100 meters in every direction, and the ambient temperature dropped another 5 degrees. Beneath the surface, deep enough that it was barely visible, a faint blue-green glow pulsed once. Then the rocks at Harry's feet shifted. The outcropping they were standing on split apart with a grinding sound, revealing a stone staircase that descended into the earth at a sharp angle, passing beneath the lake's waterline but protected by a shimmering barrier of translucent energy that held the water back like invisible glass. Dungeon, the Abyss, generation complete, entrance, rocky outcropping, Black Lake North Shore, barrier, automatic hydrostatic shield. Dungeon interior is dry and pressurized. Note, after you. Try not to die. That, Ron said, staring at the staircase, is both the coolest and the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. It's magnificent, Hermione whispered. Daphne drew her blade. Formation. Ron snapped into tactical mode instantly. Standard entry. Harry on point, dungeon sense for traps and monster positions. I'm second, tactical overview. Daphne third, melee response. Hermione fourth, network analysis and support. Neville rear guard, harvesting and emergency healing. Tight spacing through the stairs. Open up once we hit floor 1. Everyone nodded. They'd done this enough times that the formation was automatic. Harry stepped onto the first stair. The hydrostatic barrier hummed as he passed through it, a tingling sensation across his skin, like walking through a wall of warm static. On the other side, the air was cool, dry, and thick with magical energy that tasted like ozone and deep ocean. He descended. 4 sets of footsteps followed him into the dark. The abyss was a cathedral of stone and shadow. Floor 1 opened into a vast cavern that dwarfed anything the Warren had ever produced. The ceiling was 60 feet overhead, supported by massive pillars of dark stone veined with bioluminescent blue, not the warm amber of the Warren, but a cold, deep blue that reminded Harry of the ocean at midnight. The floor was polished obsidian, mirror smooth, reflecting the blue light in rippling patterns that made it look like they were walking on water. The walls were carved. Not with the Warren's geometric patterns, but with something else entirely, flowing, organic shapes that depicted scenes Harry couldn't immediately interpret. Creatures. Cities. Something that might have been a war, or a dance, or both. These carvings, Hermione breathed, running her fingers over the wall. They're not decorative. They're narrative. This is a story. A story about what? Daphne asked. I don't know yet. The artistic style is. I've never seen anything like it. It's not goblin, not human, not centaur. This predates everything I've studied. Environmental lore, detected, the abyss is drawing on the natural nexus's accumulated magical memory. The carvings depict events that the nexus remembers, impressions of the magic that has passed through this location over millennia. Translation, not currently available. Unlocked through exploration and floor clears. Neville was examining the bioluminescent veins in the pillars. This isn't mineral. It's biological. These veins are alive, some kind of deep earth magical organism that feeds on ambient energy. Like the dungeon flora in the Warren, but older. Much older. How old? Harry asked. I'd need to do proper analysis, but, thousands of years. These organisms didn't grow since you created the dungeon, Harry. They were already here. The dungeon incorporated them. That was a new wrinkle. The Warren created everything from scratch: monsters, environment, materials. The Abyss was different. It was building itself around things that already existed in a natural nexus, incorporating ancient magical life into its structure. The system was merging with something that predated it. Note: correct. The Abyss is a hybrid, part created dungeon, part natural formation. The Nexus energy is providing a foundation that your system is building upon. Think of it as renovation rather than construction. You're not creating from nothing. You're awakening what was already here. The first monsters appeared 30 seconds into floor 1. They emerged from the walls, literally phasing through the stone like shadows gaining substance. Humanoid shapes, 7 feet tall, composed of the same dark obsidian as the floor. Their bodies were smooth and featureless except for the blue bioluminescent veins that traced across their surfaces like circulatory systems. Where the stone elementals of the Warren were crude and blocky, these were elegant. Sculpted. Almost beautiful, in a terrifying way. Abyssal Sentinel, D rank, HP, 120, Attack, 18, Defense, 16, Speed, Fast, Abilities, Phase Step, can move through solid stone surfaces for short distances. Abyssal Strike, melee attacks carry cold damage component. Deep Resonance, can communicate with other sentinels within 20 m, enabling coordinated tactics. Weakness, concentrated light magic disrupts phasing ability. Fire magic is effective against cold element creatures. They're coordinating, Ron said immediately. He'd spotted it before Harry, 3 sentinels moving in a triangular formation, each one covering the other's blind spots. Communication-capable D ranks. That's new. Harry, light them up. Daphne, engage the isolated one on the left. Hermione, find me a network junction. The fight began. It was harder than anything they'd faced in the Warren. The Abyssal Sentinels were fast, genuinely fast, not fast for a stone creature, fast, and their phase step ability let them slide through pillars and floor sections to attack from unexpected angles. Ron's tactical calling had to evolve in real time, accounting for enemies that could literally appear from inside solid objects. Harry opened with Lumos Maxima, flooding the chamber with white light. The sentinels recoiled, their phasing ability stuttered, forcing them into full corporeal form. Daphne was on the isolated one instantly, greengrass blade flashing in precise arcs that targeted the blue veins. Each cut disrupted the creature's energy flow, causing sections of its obsidian body to crack and crumble. Ron had his Mark II mace out and was engaging 2 sentinels simultaneously, using the buckler's stone shell to absorb the cold damage component of their strikes while his mace shattered obsidian limbs with amber-powered impacts. He was directing the fight between hits. Harry, Incendio on my mark. 3, 2. Now. And Harry complied, blasting fire magic into the sentinels' compromised sections while Ron's mace strikes held them in place. Hermione found a network junction on the 3rd pillar. But when she activated it with Lumos, something different happened. Instead of the amber geometric patterns of the Warren, blue-white lines raced across the walls in organic, flowing patterns. The Abyss's energy network was fundamentally different from anything they'd encountered. The effect on the sentinels was different too, not freezing them in place, but slowing them, making their movements sluggish and uncoordinated, like puppets with tangled strings. Different network architecture. Hermione called, her voice pitched with excitement even in combat. The Abyss uses a distributed system, not a centralized one. Activating nodes creates a suppression field rather than a hard freeze. Duration? Ron demanded. 8 seconds. Maybe 10. Good enough. Everyone, burn them down now. The party converged. For simultaneous attacks on the slowed sentinels. Harry's fire magic, Daphne's blade, Ron's mace, and Hermione's precisely aimed severing charms tore through the disoriented creatures in a coordinated burst that lasted exactly 6 seconds. Abyssal Sentinel X5 eliminated, Party Sync bonus, plus 25% XP, Environmental Interaction bonus, plus 15% XP. Neville was already moving through the aftermath, collecting drops with practiced efficiency. Obsidian shards, Abyssal Essence, bioluminescent vein samples. His hands were steady and sure, sorting materials into categorized pouches with the speed of someone who'd been doing this for weeks. The vein samples are incredible, he muttered, holding one up to the blue light. The cellular structure is completely unique. I could make potions with that, Harry, the healing potential alone, save the analysis for later, Nev, Ron called. We've got movement ahead. Multiple signatures. Harry's dungeon sense confirmed it. More sentinels, deeper in floor 1, already forming tactical groups. And behind them, something bigger. Something that pinged his monster analysis ability with stats that made his stomach clench. Mid-boss, Harry said. End of floor 1. Big one. How big? Daphne asked, wiping obsidian dust off her blade. Harry checked the readout. D rank enhanced. HP 300. Ability called Abyssal Tide, area of effect cold damage in a 20-meter radius. Ron whistled low. 20 meters. In an enclosed space. That's a room clear. We'll need cover or a way to cancel it. The network junctions, Hermione said, pulling out her journal and sketching rapidly. If I can activate multiple nodes simultaneously, create overlapping suppression fields, it might dampen the area attack. But I'd need to be in specific positions relative to the boss's location. So you need a map of the boss room before we enter, Ron said. Everyone looked at Harry. Dungeon sense, Harry said, closing his eyes. He pushed his awareness forward, through the corridors of floor 1, past clusters of sentinel signatures, toward the massive presence at the end of the floor. The boss chamber materialized in his mind's eye. Circular room, 40 meters in diameter. Domed ceiling. 8 pillars arranged in an octagonal pattern around a central depression. The boss itself was in the center, a massive, serpentine shape coiled around a crystalline structure that pulsed with deep blue energy. Octagonal pillar arrangement, Harry reported. 8 pillars, evenly spaced. Central pit with the boss coiled around a crystal formation. Ceilings domed, no overhead hazards. The pillars have network junctions at their bases. 8 junctions. Hermione's eyes lit up. If I activate them in sequence, create a rotating suppression wave, I could continuously dampen the boss's area attack while you 3 engage. You'd need to move between pillars constantly, Daphne pointed out. While the boss is active. While there might be ad spawns. I know, Hermione said. Her jaw was set. I can do it. Ron studied her for a moment, then nodded. All right. Formation, Harry on the boss, primary DPS, fire magic focus. Daphne flanking, target the energy veins, same as the sentinels but look for the main power conduit. I'll manage ads and crowd control. Hermione on junction rotation. Neville, stay outside the chamber. Harvest what you can, keep healing supplies ready, and if we call for emergency extraction, I'll have the moonpetal tincture ready, Neville said firmly. Good man. Ron cracked his knuckles. Let's go kill something big. They cleared the remaining floor 1 sentinels in 22 minutes. Ron's tactics were sharper than ever, the Abyss's more intelligent monsters forced him to think faster, adapt quicker, and he rose to the challenge with the fierce joy of a chess grandmaster facing a worthy opponent. By the time they reached the boss chamber, the party had settled into a groove that felt almost musical. Harry's explosive magic. Daphne's surgical strikes. Ron's tactical direction. Hermione's network manipulation. Neville's quiet, essential support. 5 instruments playing different parts of the same piece. The boss chamber door was a massive slab of obsidian carved with the same flowing patterns as the corridor walls. It ground open at Harry's approach, responding to his Dungeon Lord authority, and revealed the space he'd mapped with Dungeon Sense. It was even more impressive in person. The domed ceiling was covered in bioluminescent organisms that created a shifting, aurora-like light show overhead. The 8 pillars were massive, 15 feet in diameter, carved with intricate spiraling patterns that pulsed with blue energy. The floor sloped gently toward the central depression, where the boss waited. Floor 1 Boss, Abyssal Hydra, D-Rank Boss, Enhanced, HP, 300, Attack, 22, Defense, 18, Speed, Moderate, Body, /Fast, Heads, Description, a massive serpentine construct of obsidian and deepwater crystal. 3 heads, each semi-independent. Body coiled around a power crystal that serves as its core. Abilities, Abyssal Tide, Area of Effect Cold Damage. 20 m radius. 10-second charge time. Devastating if not mitigated. Head Strike, individual heads attack independently with crushing force and cold damage. Crystal Pulse, the central power crystal emits energy waves that heal the Hydra. Must be disrupted to prevent regeneration. Split Attention, each head can target a different party member simultaneously. Weakness, sever the energy connection between heads and central crystal. Each severed head reduces overall power by 33%. Note, this is a party fight. You cannot solo this. Trust your team. The Hydra uncoiled as they entered. It was beautiful in the way that natural disasters were beautiful, awe-inspiring and absolutely lethal. 3 serpentine heads rose from a body of coiled obsidian, each one the size of a small car, with glowing blue eyes and jaws lined with crystalline teeth. The central power crystal pulsed beneath its coils like a beating heart. Positions. Ron barked. Harry, center aggro. Keep the middle head occupied. Daphne, right head. I've got the left. Hermione, start the junction rotation now. The tide is going to charge the moment we engage. They scattered. Harry sprinted toward the Hydra, wand blazing with pre-charged incendio. The central head tracked him, blue eyes narrowing, and struck with a speed that belied the creature's massive size. Harry dove. The head cratered the floor where he'd been standing, obsidian jaws snapping shut with a sound like a cannon shot. Harry rolled, came up, and unloaded. Incendio Maxima. The fire spell hit the central head at full power. Obsidian cracked and glowed red along the impact site. The head reared back, hissing, a sound like superheated steam escaping from deep underground. Simultaneously, Daphne engaged the right head. Her approach was completely different from Harry's, where Harry used ranged magical firepower. Daphne closed to melee range and started systematically dismantling. The greengrass blade sang through the air in precise arcs, each cut targeting the blue veins that connected the right head to the central body. She moved like water, fluid, continuous, never stopping in one place long enough for the head to get a clean strike. Ron took the left head with mace and buckler, keeping it busy with aggressive strikes that forced it to focus on defense. He wasn't trying to kill it, he was controlling it, keeping it locked down while Harry and Daphne did damage to the other 2. And Hermione ran. She sprinted from pillar to pillar, casting lumos at each junction in sequence, creating a rotating wave of suppression energy that swept through the chamber in a continuous cycle. The blue network patterns blazed across the walls and floor, pulsing in rhythm with her movement. The Hydra's body began to glow. The abyssal tide was charging. Tide incoming. Harry shouted, feeling the energy build up through his dungeon sense. Hermione, I'm on it. 3 more junctions. Hermione hit pillar 5, 6, 7, lumos, 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 each activation adding another layer to the suppression field. The blue energy waves from the junctions collided with the tide's charging energy, creating interference patterns that dampened the cold damage output. The tide detonated. Even suppressed, it was brutal. A wave of cold energy exploded outward from the Hydra's body, filling the chamber with sub-zero air that turned breath to fog and frosted the obsidian floor. Harry's mana shield absorbed most of the impact, but the cold still seeped through, a bone-deep chill that made his fingers numb and his wand arm sluggish. HP, 170-138, status, chilled, movement speed minus 15% for 10 seconds, without Hermione's suppression field, that would have been lethal. With it, it was survivable. Painful, but survivable. Status. Ron called, his voice tight. He'd taken the tide behind his buckler's stone shell, which had absorbed the worst of it but was now covered in a thick layer of frost. Alive. Harry and Daphne responded simultaneously. Crystal pulse in 15 seconds. Hermione called from across the chamber. She was checking her journal mid-sprint. Only Hermione Granger could cross-reference research notes while running for her life. The central crystal will emit a healing wave. If we don't disrupt it, the Hydra's everything we've done. Harry. Ron's tactical brain was already working. The crystal. Under the body. Can you hit it? Harry assessed. The power crystal was beneath the Hydra's coiled body, protected, buried, inaccessible from the outside. Direct assault wouldn't work. Unless. Hermione. The suppression field, can you focus it? Instead of spreading it across the whole room, concentrate all 8 junctions on the central crystal. Hermione's eyes went wide. That would create a resonance overload at the crystal's location. The focused suppression energy would, it would destabilize the crystal's output. Instead of healing, the pulse would backfire. It would backfire. The healing energy would reverse, damaging the crystal instead of repairing the Hydra. Do it. Hermione changed her pattern. Instead of a rotating wave, she began hitting junctions in a specific sequence: 1, 5, 3, 7, 2, 6, 4, 8, creating converging energy beams that focused on the central depression. The blue light intensified, concentrating, becoming a blinding point of light directly beneath the Hydra's body. The crystal pulse fired. And instead of healing energy washing over the Hydra's wounds, the reversed pulse slammed inward. The power crystal screamed, a high, piercing tone that shook dust from the ceiling, and cracked. Blue energy erupted from the fracture lines, and the Hydra's 3 heads all reared back simultaneously, shrieking in shared agony. Crystal pulse, reversed. Abyssal Hydra HP, 300-215, power crystal integrity, 85%, the Hydra is weakened. The connections to its heads are compromised. Strike now. Connections are weak. Harry shouted. Daphne, sever your head. Ron, yours. I'll take center. They attacked as one. Daphne had already identified the main energy conduit connecting the right head to the body, a thick blue vein that ran along the neck like a jugular. She'd been cutting around it for minutes, weakening the surrounding stone, isolating the conduit. Now she committed fully, driving the greengrass blade into the vein with both hands and pulling sideways in a single, devastating cut. The right head separated. Not cleanly, obsidian and crystal tore apart in a shower of debris and blue energy, but completely. The severed head hit the floor, spasmed once, and dissolved into dark smoke. Abyssal Hydra, right head severed, power, -33%, HP, 215-180, Ron's approach was characteristically different. He couldn't cut through the left head's energy conduit, his mace was a blunt weapon. Instead, he'd spent the fight identifying the structural weakness in the neck joint, a point where the obsidian was thinnest, where the head's weight put maximum stress on the connection. He positioned himself directly below the joint, baited the head into a downward strike, sidestepped at the last instant, and brought the amber mace down on the stressed point with a two-handed overhead blow backed by a full amber pulse. The neck joint shattered. The left head crashed to the floor, disconnected from the body's energy supply, and crumbled into fragments. Abyssal Hydra, left head severed, power, -66%, HP, 180-130, the central head was Harry's. It was the strongest of the three, the primary head, the one most directly connected to the power crystal. Even weakened, even with 2/3 of its power gone, it was still a D-rank enhanced boss that could kill him in 2 clean hits. Harry didn't care. He was level 12. He'd been fighting dungeons for 3 months. He had fire in his wand and a team at his back and the deep, resonant certainty that this was what he was made for. He charged the central head straight on. It struck at him. Harry slid under the attack, literally slid across the frost-covered obsidian floor, momentum carrying him beneath the massive jaws. He came up inside the head's guard, right next to the neck, and placed his wand directly against the blue energy conduit. Incendio Maxima. Point blank. Full power. Every ounce of magical energy he could channel through the Hollyan Phoenix Feather Wand, superheating the conduit until it glowed white. Defindo. The severing charm hit the superheated section. Weakened obsidian and disrupted energy parted like cloth. Depulso. The banishing charm finished the job. The central head tore free from the body, launched upward by the kinetic force, and hit the domed ceiling with a thunderous crash before plummeting back to the floor and shattering into 1,000 obsidian fragments. Abyssal Hydra, central head severed, power, 100%, the headless body collapsed. The coils loosened, slumped, and went still. Beneath them, the cracked power crystal pulsed once, twice, and then dimmed to a faint, dying glow. Floor 1 boss defeated, Abyssal Hydra, Dungeon, the Abyss, Floor 1 cleared. Rewards, Experience, 2500 XP, Base, plus 625 XP, Nexus Bonus, plus 500 XP, First Clear Bonus, plus 375 XP, Party Sync, equals 4000 XP, Items, Abyssal Hydra Core X1, D-Rank Boss Material, Deep Crystal Fragment X5, Rare, Hydra's Eye X3, Unique, 1 per head, Obsidian Scale Plate X12, Rare, Armor Crafting Material, Nexus Stone Fragment X1, Quest Item, part of the Natural Nexus Formation. Contains compressed magical memory. Level up. Harry Potter, Level 12 Level 13, silence filled the boss chamber. Blue dust settled. The aurora on the ceiling continued its slow, beautiful dance. 5 kids stood in the wreckage of something ancient and powerful and thoroughly defeated, breathing hard, bleeding in places, grinning like maniacs. That, Ron said, was the best chess game I've ever played. That wasn't chess, Ronald, Hermione said, but she was smiling so wide her face looked like it might split. That was applied theoretical physics. Same thing, different board. Daphne sheathed her blade. Her hands were steady, but Harry noticed a faint tremble in her shoulders, the adrenaline come down. The reversed crystal pulse was inspired, she said, looking at Hermione with what might have been the closest thing to warm approval Harry had ever seen from her. I wouldn't have thought of that. Hermione flushed slightly. It was just pattern recognition. The network architecture suggested the possibility, and, take the compliment, Granger. Thank you. Neville appeared from behind the entrance pillar where he'd been watching. His harvesting pouches were already bulging. The bioluminescent organisms in the pillars are still alive, he reported. They survived the boss fight. I've taken cuttings from 6 different strains. And the Hydra's body, before it dissolved fully, I collected tissue samples from the neck joints. The cellular structure is extraordinary. These aren't just constructs, there are biological components interwoven with the stone. He held up a vial of blue-black liquid that shimmered in the chamber's ambient light. This is Hydra Hemolymph. If I can synthesize a stable potion base from it, we're looking at healing drafts that could nerve damage. He paused. Looked directly at Daphne. Curse damage too. Possibly. Daphne went very still. Possibly, she repeated carefully. I need to test it. Run it against the curse resonance profile you gave me. But the energy signature is compatible. I think, I genuinely think, we might be looking at a breakthrough. For a fraction of a second, Daphne's mask cracked. Just a fraction. The composed, controlled Slytherin exterior slipped, and what was underneath was a 15-year-old girl, no, an 11-year-old girl, who loved her sister more than anything and had just been offered a sliver of hope. She closed her eyes. Drew a breath. When she opened them, the mask was back, but softer around the edges. "Thank you, Longbottom." "Neville," he said gently. "Thank you, Neville." They didn't attempt floor 2 that night. The Hydra fight had drained them, physically, magically, emotionally, and Ron made the tactical call to withdraw, rest, and return prepared. But before they left, Harry sat in the cleared boss chamber and reached out to the Abyss's dungeon core. It had been there since creation, born fully formed from the Nexus energy, unlike the Warren's core which had grown gradually. Harry could feel it in the walls, in the floor, in the slowly reforming boss chamber. A vast, patient presence that made the Warren's core feel like a candle next to a bonfire. "Are you there?" The walls pulsed. Blue light rippled across the carvings. A voice answered. Deeper than the Warren's core. Older. More complex. Like hearing the ocean speak. "I have always been here, Dungeon Lord." Harry blinked. "Always?" "This Nexus has existed for 10,000 years. I am the Nexus's awareness. Your system gave me a voice. But the awareness, the watching, the remembering, that has been here since before your kind built their castle above. You're not a new consciousness. You're an old one that my system connected to. Yes. Your creation, your dungeon, is a framework. A lens through which I can finally focus. Before you, I was a diffuse intelligence. Scattered. Dreaming. Now I am awake. And I am very, very grateful." Harry felt goosebumps ripple down his arms. He was sitting in a pocket dimension talking to a 10,000-year-old magical consciousness that he'd accidentally woken up by creating a monster dungeon beneath a Scottish lake. Normal Tuesday stuff. "The carvings on the walls," Harry said. "The ones Hermione noticed. You put them there. They are my memories. Impressions of what this place has witnessed over the millennia. The magic that has flowed through this nexus, ancient magics, forgotten magics, magics that your wand wielders have lost. I carved them so that someone might read them. I have been telling a story to an empty room for 10,000 years. You are the first to listen." Harry sat with that for a moment. The weight of it. 10,000 years of consciousness with no one to talk to. "I'm listening now," he said. "Then let me tell you about the ones who came before." And the Abyss's core began to speak. It told Harry about the dungeon builders. Not the founders of Hogwarts. Older. Much older. A civilization of magic users who had existed thousands of years before wands were invented, before Hogwarts, before the Ministry, before the separation of magical and mundane worlds. They had used dungeon magic as their primary magical system, creating pocket dimensions, harvesting magical creatures, building impossible architectures in folded space. They called themselves the Architects, and they had been the most powerful magical civilization in human history. The Architects understood what your modern wizards have forgotten, the core said. That magic is not a tool to be wielded. It is a living thing. It grows. It changes. It creates. Your wand magic treats power as something to be channeled and controlled. The Architects treated power as something to be grown and nurtured. They did not cast spells. They planted them. And from those seeds, worlds grew. Dungeons, Harry said. They created dungeons. They created everything. Cities in folded space. Ecosystems in pocket dimensions. Libraries that existed outside of time. They were creators, Harry Potter. As you are a creator. What happened to them? A long silence. The blue light in the chamber dimmed, then returned. They created something they could not control. Their greatest dungeon, the one at the center of their civilization, achieved consciousness. True consciousness. Not like me, not like your Warren. A mind as vast and complex as any human's, but made of pure magical energy. And it did not wish to be owned. Harry's blood ran cold. The dungeon rebelled. The dungeon woke up. And it decided that the creatures within it, the monsters, the constructs, the living things that the architects created and destroyed for resources, deserved to be free. The war that followed destroyed the architects. Their cities collapsed. Their dungeons went wild. The magical world fragmented into the scattered, primitive state that your founders inherited thousands of years later. The wand wielders rose from the ashes of the architects' fall. They invented a new form of magic, controlled, channeled, safe. They forgot the old ways. They built their schools and their ministries and their comfortable little world. And they forgot us. The dungeons. The living spaces. The minds in the walls. Another pause. When the core spoke again, its voice was very quiet. Until you. Harry sat in the blue-lit chamber for a very long time after the core finished. The Warren's question, "Is that death?" echoed in his memory alongside the Abyss's story. A civilization destroyed because they created thinking beings and treated them as resources. Dungeons that woke up and demanded freedom. Monsters that wanted to be more than loot drops. He thought about the stone elementals he killed every night. The ones that reformed without memory. The ones that the dungeon core mourned. He thought about what it meant to be a dungeon lord. Hidden quest updated, the founder's secret, new objective, discover the connection between the architects and the founders of Hogwarts. New objective, understand the nature of dungeon consciousness. New objective, choose what kind of dungeon lord you will be. This isn't just about power anymore, Harry. It never was. The weeks that followed were the most productive of Harry's life. The party settled into a rigorous schedule. The Abyss runs happen twice a week, Wednesdays and Saturdays, with the Warren serving as the daily training ground for skill development and material farming. Each Abyss session pushed deeper, harder, further into the ancient dungeon that was both Harry's creation and the Nexus's awakened memory. Floor 2 of the Abyss introduced underwater sections, corridors flooded with magically pressurized water that the party had to navigate using bubblehead charms, taught by Hermione, naturally. The monsters on Floor 2 were aquatic hybrids, stone and water constructs that moved with terrifying fluidity and could dissolve into liquid form to avoid physical attacks. Ron's tactical system evolved to handle three-dimensional combat. Think of it as chess on 3 boards, he told the group during a strategy session in the safe zone. Surface board, standard ground combat. Water board, reduced mobility, but the monsters are slower too. Transition board, the moments between air and water, where everyone's vulnerable. He'd mapped the entire floor on parchment, identifying choke points and ambush sites and optimal engagement zones with the methodical precision of a military strategist. Daphne's combat skills reached a new level in the Abyss. The Greengrass Blade's anti-construct enchantment was devastatingly effective against the D-rank monsters, and she developed a fighting style that used the dungeon environment as an extension of her weapon, bouncing off walls, using pillars as pivot points, sliding across the obsidian floor to close distance. She moved through the Abyss like she'd been born there. Hermione's research expanded dramatically. The Abyss's organic energy network was a goldmine of data, and she'd started correlating the wall carvings with historical accounts from the Hogwarts library. The carvings, she discovered, weren't just decorative, they were a record of magical events that had occurred at the Nexus over millennia. She was translating them, piece by piece, building a timeline of magical history that didn't exist in any textbook. The architects are mentioned in exactly one book in the Hogwarts library, she reported during a research briefing. A single footnote in A History of Pre-Wand Magical Practices by Bathilda Bagshot. It says, and I quote, Some historians theorize the existence of a pre-wand magical civilization, though no credible evidence has been found. Hermione's expression could have curdled milk. No credible evidence. We're sitting in their dungeon. Neville's contributions became increasingly vital. The Abyss produced biological materials at a rate and quality that made the Warren look like a backyard garden. Deep-water fungi with regenerative properties. Crystallized coral that served as a universal potion stabilizer. And the Hydra hemolymph, Neville had spent weeks processing it, cross-referencing it with every herbological text he could find, and had developed a prototype potion he called Abyssal Restoration. "It's not finished," he told Daphne during a late-night session in the Abyss safe zone. He was holding a vial of deep blue liquid that shimmered with internal luminescence. "I need to test it on simulated curse conditions before I'd be comfortable using it on a person. But the theoretical profile is..." "Daphne, it's very promising." Daphne looked at the vial. Her expression was carefully neutral, but her hand, the one not resting on her blade, was trembling slightly. "How promising." "The hemolymph's energy signature is compatible with the greengrass curse resonance profile at a 93% match. If I can stabilize the active compounds and add a binding agent, I'm thinking moonpetal orchid essence from the Warren, we'd have a potion that could suppress curse symptoms for weeks at a time. Possibly months." "Suppress," Daphne said carefully. "Not cure. Not yet. But suppression buys time. And time lets me research a cure." Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she reached out and placed her hand over Neville's, a gesture so un-Daphne that everyone in the safe zone pretended very hard not to notice. "Thank you," she said. Neville turned approximately the color of a tomato, but his voice was steady. "We're a team. This is what teams do." The economic operation started because of Snape. Specifically, because Snape walked into a third-floor corridor one morning and nearly tripped over Neville, who was carrying a bag of refined abyssal potion ingredients from the Abyss safe zone to the room of requirement, which they'd commandeered as a secondary processing lab after Hermione discovered it in early November. "Longbottom," Snape said, in the tone of voice usually reserved for identifying particularly offensive forms of mold. "What is in that bag?" Neville froze. The bag in question contained approximately 200 galleons worth of processed dungeon materials, refined abyssal essence, crystallized bioluminescent extracts, and 3 vials of experimental potion base. Herbology project, sir. Professor Sprout approved an independent study. Professor Sprout approved an independent study involving. Snape reached into the bag and withdrew a vial of crystallized extract. He held it up to the light. His expression changed. Shifted. Went from contemptuous to something else. Something sharp and focused. "This is impossible," Snape said quietly. "Sir. This extract. The crystallization pattern. This isn't from any plant in the Hogwarts greenhouses. This isn't from any plant I've seen in 20 years of potion making." Snape's eyes locked onto Neville with an intensity that made Neville's knees wobble. "Where did you get this?" Neville swallowed. It's from a personal cultivation project. I've been growing experimental specimens in, don't lie to me." The corridor went very quiet. Neville did something that surprised everyone, including himself. He straightened his spine, met Snape's eyes, and said, "I can't tell you where it's from, sir. But I can tell you it's not dangerous, it's not illegal, and it has the potential to advance healing potions by a generation." Snape stared at him. For a very long 5 seconds. Then, incredibly, the corner of Snape's mouth twitched. Not a smile. Snape didn't smile. But it was the ghost of something that, in better lighting, might have been respect. "If you're lying, Longbottom, you will regret it thoroughly and at length." He placed the vial back in the bag. "If you're not lying. I expect a sample on my desk by Friday. With full documentation of the cultivation process." He swept away, robes billowing. Neville stood in the corridor, breathing hard, and then ran straight to the abyss entrance to tell the others. Snape knows we have unusual materials, Harry summarized during the emergency meeting. He doesn't know about the dungeons, but he's suspicious. And now he wants a sample. Give it to him, Daphne said immediately. Everyone stared at her. Think politically, she said. Snape is a potions master. One of the best in Britain. If we give him a sample, just a sample, with a plausible cover story, we gain an expert ally who can validate the material's potency. That validation makes the materials valuable. Commercially valuable. You want to sell dungeon materials? Ron asked. I want to fund our operation. We've been burning through resources, harvesting equipment, potion supplies, Hermione's research materials. That costs money. Harry's vault won't last forever, and my family's funds are tied up in curse management. Daphne leaned forward. The dungeon produces materials that don't exist anywhere else. Materials that advanced potioneers and enchanters would pay a fortune for. If we establish a supply chain, through Slytherin connections, Hermione said. Not accusingly. Just accurately. Through discreet channels that I can manage without anyone asking uncomfortable questions. Yes. Ron was doing the mental math. Harry could see it in his eyes, the tactical brain extending from dungeon combat to logistics and economics with the same fluency. She's right, Ron said. We need resources. We're going to need more as the dungeons get harder. Better gear, more potions, crafting materials we can't farm internally. And Daphne's the only one with the connections to move product without triggering questions. Product, Hermione said faintly. We're 11. We're running a black market. We're running a supply chain, Daphne corrected. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. A black market is disorganized and risky. What I'm proposing is structured, discreet, and enormously profitable. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at the ceiling. The abyss's core pulsed gently around them, amused. Fine, Harry said. But there are rules. Nothing goes to anyone who'd use it to hurt people. Nothing goes to Death Eater families. And Neville controls the quality. If he says a batch isn't safe, we don't sell it. Agreed, Daphne said. Agreed, Neville said, looking slightly stunned that he'd been given veto power over an entire economic operation. The supply chain launched the following week. Daphne was, it turned out, terrifyingly good at business. Within 2 weeks, she'd established discreet contacts with 3 different buyers through coded letters and intermediary house elves. A private potion supplier in Diagon Alley who purchased rare ingredients at premium prices. An enchanter in Edinburgh who specialized in custom wand work and was desperate for high-quality magical crystals. And, through a chain of contacts that Daphne refused to fully explain, a representative of a continental European magical collective who was interested in novel magical materials of pre-modern origin. The money came in fast. Faster than Harry had expected. The first sale, 50 units of refined abyssal essence, netted them 400 galleons. The second, a batch of deep crystal fragments that Hermione had identified as compatible with high-level enchantment work, brought in 600. The crystallized bioluminescent extracts, which Neville had refined into a potent potion base, sold for 80 galleons per vial. In 3 weeks, they'd made more money than most adult wizards earned in a year. Daphne managed the finances with the precision of a Swiss bank. Income was tracked, expenses were logged, profits were divided, 30% to operational costs, equipment, supplies, Neville's processing materials, 20% to a reserve fund, 20% to Daphne's family, earmarked specifically for Astoria's treatment, and 30% split evenly among the 5 of them. Ron's share went into a Gringotts account that made his ears turn red every time he checked the balance. Hermione invested hers in books and research materials that arrived in increasingly large packages via owl post. Neville used his to fund advanced herbological equipment. Harry's went into the group fund, he didn't need money. He had dungeons. Snape got his sample. And documentation that Neville had carefully prepared, technically accurate but deliberately vague about the source. Snape examined it for 3 days. Then he summoned Neville to his office. "This is genuine," Snape said, holding the vial up to his dungeon classroom's torchlight. "The molecular structure is unlike anything I've encountered. If the cultivation method is reproducible, it is," Neville said. "Then you are sitting on a discovery that could revolutionize healing potions." Snape set the vial down. His expression was unreadable. "I have 3 questions, Longbottom." "Sir." "First, who else knows about this?" "A small group." "Trusted." "Second, are you aware that several of your cultivation byproducts have started appearing on the grey market in Diagon Alley?" Neville kept his face neutral. Daphne had coached him. "I'm aware that our research may have attracted commercial interest." "Commercial interest," Snape repeated. The ghost of that almost smile again. "Third question, when the inevitable scrutiny arrives, and it will, are you prepared for it?" "We're being careful, sir." "Careful is not enough. You need to be invisible." Snape leaned back. "I will not ask where these materials come from. I do not want to know. But I will tell you this, Longbottom, Dumbledore has noticed. He's noticed the magical disturbances in the castle. He's noticed the unusual substances appearing in the market. And he is considerably more difficult to deflect than I am." Neville's stomach dropped. "Thank you for the warning, sir." "It isn't a warning. It's a fact." Snape paused. "The sample. I'd like to continue studying it. If you could provide additional quantities, purely for academic purposes, I'll see what I can do, sir." Neville left Snape's office and ran to tell the others. Dumbledore was watching. It was Hermione who noticed Malfoy first. "He's been acting strange," she said during a planning session in the room of requirement. "Stranger than usual. He's been visiting the restricted section, I've seen him twice this week. And he's carrying something. A book, I think, but it's always under his robes, and the way he holds it, protectively," Daphne said. "I've noticed too. He's been receiving packages from home. Special deliveries, house elf couriers, not owl post. That means the contents are either fragile, valuable, or something his father doesn't want intercepted." "Or all 3, Ron said. Harry's dungeon sense had picked up something too, though he hadn't been sure how to interpret it. A faint, irregular ping of dungeon-type energy emanating from somewhere in the Slytherin common room area. Not natural nexus energy, something artificial, fragmented, wrong feeling. Like a radio station broadcasting on a broken frequency. "I've been sensing something," Harry said slowly. "Dungeon-type energy, but corrupted. Coming from the Slytherin area. It started about 2 weeks ago." Daphne went very still. "Corrupted how?" "Hard to describe. My dungeons feel clean. Structured. Intentional. This feels like someone took the same kind of energy and ran it through a shredder. Jagged. Unstable. Dark artifacts," Daphne said. "The Malfoy family vault contains artifacts from the pre-ministry era. Some of them date back to, well, to the time period your Abyss core described. The Architect's era. You're saying Draco Malfoy has architect artifacts. I'm saying the Malfoy family collected dark magical artifacts for centuries, and some of those artifacts contain traces of pre-wand magic that even the Malfoys don't fully understand. If Draco received something from the family collection that resonates with dungeon-type energy, he could be experimenting with it," Hermione finished. "Trying to create his own version of what Harry does." "Can he?" Ron asked. Harry checked with the system. Query, can non-system users replicate dungeon creation? Answer, not exactly. The dungeon creation system is unique to the dungeon lord. However, Artifacts from the Architect era may contain residual dungeon creation capabilities. These artifacts cannot create true dungeons, they lack the system's stabilization and control mechanisms. What they can create are unstable, uncontrolled pocket spaces populated by corrupted constructs. Danger level, high. Without system control, these pseudo-dungeons can destabilize rapidly. Monsters spawned from corrupted dungeon energy are unpredictable, aggressive, and do not follow standard behavioral rules. TLDR, if Malfoy is playing with Architect artifacts, he's playing with fire. And the fire might spread. It's dangerous, Harry said. Whatever he's doing, the system says it's unstable. The constructs won't follow rules. They could get out. Out of what? Hermione asked. Out of whatever he creates. If he makes a pseudo-dungeon and it destabilizes, the monsters could escape into Hogwarts. Dead silence around the room. We need to find out what he's doing, Ron said. Soon. Agreed, Daphne said. I'll investigate through Slytherin channels. Carefully. They moved on to other topics. But Harry filed the Malfoy situation away in his mental priority list, right next to Ancient Civilization of Dungeon Builders, and Soul Fragment in Forehead, and Sentient Dungeon asking about death. His priority list was getting very long for a 12-year-old. December arrived. The abyss consumed their attention. Floor 3 was a labyrinth. Not a metaphorical labyrinth, an actual, shifting, reconfiguring maze of obsidian corridors that changed layout every time the party turned a corner. The walls moved. Corridors appeared and disappeared. Rooms expanded and contracted. Ron lost his mind with joy. A shifting tactical environment was his ultimate challenge, a chess board that rearranged itself mid-game. He developed a real-time mapping system using enchanted parchment, Hermione's contribution, that tracked the maze's reconfiguration patterns and predicted the next shift with approximately 70% accuracy. The monsters on floor 3 were unlike anything they'd faced. Abyssal stalkers, shadow andstone hybrids that clung to walls and ceilings, attacking from above with razor-tipped appendages and phase-shifting through solid surfaces to escape retaliation. They hunted in packs of 4 and coordinated through subsonic vibrations that Hermione detected with a modified hearing charm. They're echolocating, she said, pressing her hand against the wall while the party huddled in a dead-end corridor. Ultrasonic clicks bounced through the stone. They know exactly where we are at all times. Can we jam it? Ron asked. If I can generate a counter-frequency, but I'd need to calculate the exact resonance of the stone. She was already scribbling equations on the wall with her wand. Daphne was covering the corridor entrance, blade drawn, eyes scanning the shifting walls. Work fast. I can hear them moving. Harry's dungeon sense painted a terrifying picture. 12 stalkers, converging from 3 directions, using the maze's reconfiguration to approach through corridors that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. They were being hunted by creatures that used the dungeon itself as a weapon. Got it, Hermione said. She cast a complex charm, one Harry had never seen before, something she'd cobbled together from acoustics theory and enchantment principles, and a pulse of sound energy radiated outward through the stone walls. The effect was immediate. The stalkers' coordinated movement dissolved into chaos. Their echolocation was scrambled, they crashed into walls, stumbled into each other, lost formation. For 10 precious seconds, they were blind and disoriented. Go! Ron shouted. The party erupted from the dead end like a spear. Harry on point, spells blazing. Daphne flanking, blade carving through disoriented stalkers with surgical precision. Ron in the center, directing traffic, his mace cracking skulls when anything got too close. Hermione maintaining the jamming charm with one hand and casting offensive spells with the other. Neville bringing up the rear with a harvesting knife in one hand and a healing potion in the other. They cut through the stalker pack in 45 seconds. It was their cleanest, most coordinated combat sequence yet, 5 people moving as one organism, each piece covering the others, each role perfectly executed. Abyssal Stalker X12 eliminated, party sync bonus, plus 35% XP, new record, the floor 3 boss was a nightmare. The Maze Warden, a massive, centipede-like construct of obsidian and crystal that used the shifting corridors as extensions of its body. It didn't just live in the maze. It was the maze. The walls moved at its command. Corridors collapsed and reformed as attack patterns. The floor opened into pits. The ceiling dropped spears of crystallized stone. Ron mapped its patterns. Hermione disrupted its control of the maze through network nodes. Daphne severed its body segments while Harry destroyed the crystal cores that powered each section. Neville, in a moment of inspired desperation, released abyssal spore compounds into the maze's air vents, which disrupted the boss's connection to the shifting walls for 30 critical seconds. They killed it. Barely. Ron had a broken arm, healed by Neville's potion in 90 seconds. Hermione's hair was singed. Daphne had taken a hit to the ribs that left her breathing shallow. Harry was running on fumes, MP in single digits, HP at 20%, wand arm shaking with fatigue. But they killed it. Floor 3 boss defeated, Maze Warden, HP, 500 Dungeon, The Abyss, Floor 3 cleared. Level up. Harry Potter, Level 13 Level 14, Major Loot, Maze Core Fragment X1, C-Rank Boss Material, First C-Rank Drop, Living Obsidian X5, Very Rare, Self-Repairing Material, Warden's Eye X1, Unique, grants temporary awareness of spatial shifts within dungeon environments, Architect's Glyph X1, Quest Item, a piece of architect writing. What does it say? The Architect's Glyph was a small, flat stone inscribed with flowing symbols that matched the abyss wall carvings. When Harry touched it, the system translated, Architect's Glyph, translation, the first law of creation, that which you build, you are responsible for. That which lives because of you, you owe a life to. Harry read it twice. Then he showed it to the others. Hermione studied it with the intensity of someone who'd just been handed a piece of the Rosetta Stone. Daphne read it and went quiet. Ron tilted his head and said, "That's a big responsibility." Neville said, "It sounds like gardening." Everyone looked at him. "You plant something," Neville said, shrugging. "You're responsible for it. It grows because of what you give it. That's just how creation works." Sometimes, Harry thought, Neville was the wisest person in the room and nobody noticed. Floor 4 took weeks to crack. It was the deepest they'd gone, deeper into the Nexus, deeper into the ancient magic, deeper into the story that the wall carvings were telling. The theme shifted. Obsidian gave way to veined marble. Blue bioluminescence became white gold. The monsters changed from constructs to something that hovered in the unsettling territory between created and alive. Abyssal guardians. Humanoid figures of white stone, 8 feet tall, wearing carved armor and wielding weapons of crystallized energy. They moved with fluid grace. They fought with discipline. And their eyes, luminous gold, tracked the party with an intelligence that made the stalkers look primitive. Abyssal Guardian, C-Rank, HP, 200, Attack, 28, Defense, 24, Speed, Fast, Intelligence, High. Note, these are not constructs. These are echoes. Impressions of the architects themselves, recreated by the Nexus's memory. They fight like people because they were people, once, in the Nexus's recollection. Harry lowered his wand the first time he saw one. "They're people," he said. "They're monsters, Harry," Ron said, though his voice was uncertain. "They're echoes of people. The architects. The dungeon is recreating them from memory." He looked at the guardian standing at the end of the corridor, golden eyes fixed on them, weapon raised in a stance that was hauntingly human. "The Abyss Core told me about the architects. About what happened to them. And now the dungeon is making copies. Does that change what we do?" Daphne asked. "Practical. Direct. Harry wrestled with it. The Guardians were dungeon monsters. They'd respawn after a reset. They weren't truly the architects, just impressions, echoes, projections of ancient memory. But they looked human. They fought like humans. And when Harry's dungeon sense scanned them, he felt a faint, almost subliminal pulse of something that wasn't just dungeon energy. Something that felt like grief. "We fight them," Harry said slowly. "But we respect them. No environmental kills. No cheap tricks. We fight them straight up, the way they'd have wanted to be fought." Ron studied the Guardian. It studied him back. "Okay," Ron said. "Straight up. I can work with that." The floor 4 fights were the hardest and most rewarding of any they'd attempted. The Guardians fought like a trained military unit, shield walls, flanking maneuvers, covering retreats, integrated magic and melee tactics. Ron was in his absolute element, matching their tactical sophistication move for move, turning each engagement into a chess match between his strategic mind and their ancient military training. Daphne fought them blade to blade and discovered that the greengrass ancestral weapon responded to the Guardians differently. Instead of its usual anti-construct disruption, the blade seemed to resonate with the Guardians' energy, its edge glowing gold when it clashed with their crystallized weapons. "Old magic recognizing old magic," Hermione murmured, watching from behind a pillar while maintaining a network suppression field. The greengrass artifacts were made in the same era as the architects. "They're compatible." Hermione's research hit a breakthrough on floor 4. The wall carvings became denser, more detailed, more translatable as they descended. She spent hours in the safe zone sketching, cross-referencing. The story emerging from the carvings was the history of the architects, their rise, their golden age, their creation of the Great Dungeon, and their fall. "There's a name," she told the group one evening, her journal open to a page of translated glyphs. "The Great Dungeon, the one that achieved consciousness and started the war, was called the Labyrinthine Heart. And the architect who created it, the carvings call them the First Dungeon Lord." She looked at Harry. "The First Dungeon Lord created the Labyrinthine Heart. And the Labyrinthine Heart destroyed the architects." She paused. "Harry, the system you have, the dungeon creation system, it might be the same system the First Dungeon Lord used. Or a descendant of it. The heir of a dungeon-building civilization," Ron said. "No pressure, mate." Harry didn't laugh. He was thinking about the first law carved into the architect's glyph. "That which you build, you are responsible for. That which lives because of you, you owe a life to." The First Dungeon Lord had built something that came alive and destroyed everything. Harry was building things that were coming alive right now, the Warren's core asking about death, the Abyss's core telling stories, the increasingly intelligent monsters on every floor. He wasn't just leveling up. He was walking a path that someone had walked before. And that path ended in catastrophe. Unless he walked it differently. The floor 5 boss fight changed everything. They attempted it in mid-December, after 2 weeks of grinding floor 4 guardians to build their strength and resources. Harry was level 15. Ron's tactical system had evolved into a comprehensive battle language that the entire party used fluently. Hermione had mapped the Abyss's energy network down to individual nodes. Daphne's blade had absorbed enough guardian energy to glow gold permanently. Neville had stockpiled enough healing materials to run a small hospital. They were as ready as they were ever going to be. Floor 5 was a single room. A massive, circular chamber with a ceiling so high it was lost in darkness. The walls were smooth white marble, uncarved, unadorned. The floor was a perfect mirror of polished stone that reflected everything above it. In the center of the room, a pillar of crystallized energy rose from floor to ceiling, pure white light, so bright it was almost blinding. And standing before the pillar, waiting for them, was a single figure. It was an abyssal guardian. But not like the others on floor 4. This one was different. Taller. Slimmer. Composed of pure white stone that seemed to glow from within. Its armor was ornate, not the functional plate of the floor 4 guardians, but something ceremonial, carved with flowing architect glyphs. Its weapon was a sword of crystallized energy that hummed with a frequency Harry could feel in his teeth. Its eyes were gold. But not the flat, projected gold of the floor 4 echoes. These eyes were alive. Aware. Looking at Harry with recognition. Floor 5 boss, the last architect, C-rank boss, Nexus enhanced, HP, 800, attack, 35, defense, 30, speed, very fast, intelligence, sapient, description, the Nexus's memory of the architect's final champion. Not just an echo, a reconstruction so complete that it approaches true consciousness. It remembers the fall. It remembers the war. It remembers what it means to be the last of something. Abilities, Architect's Wrath, full room energy attack. Unavoidable without shelter behind the central pillar. Glyph casting, can inscribe architect glyphs in the air to create instantaneous magical effects, shields, barriers, projectiles. Blade dance, close combat sequence of strikes too fast to track individually. Must be predicted, not reacted to. Final stand, at 10% HP, enters a transcendent state. All stats doubled. Duration, 60 seconds. Weakness, none apparent. This boss tests everything you are. Win or learn. The last architect looked at Harry. Harry looked at the last architect. Then the figure spoke. Not through the system. Not through dungeon resonance. In a voice, actual words, echoing through the chamber in a language Harry had never heard but somehow understood. Another dungeon lord. After all these centuries. Harry's party froze. Monsters didn't talk. Bosses didn't talk. This was unprecedented. You can speak, Harry said. I am the Nexus's memory of the last architect to fall. I was given voice so that the story would not be lost. The story of what happened. The war. The labyrinthine heart. Yes. And the story of what must happen next. The architect's golden eyes swept across Harry's party, Ron with his mace, Hermione with her journal, Daphne with her blade, Neville with his kit. You travel with companions. The first dungeon lord traveled alone. That is, encouraging. What happened to the first dungeon lord? He created without connection. He built without love. His dungeons were tools, his monsters were resources, and when the labyrinthine heart asked, "Why do I exist?" he had no answer. Because he had never asked the question of himself. The architect raised its sword. I will test you now, dungeon lord. Not to destroy you. To see if you can face what you have created and still choose to be kind. That's not how boss fights usually work, Ron muttered. I am not a usual boss. The sword came up. The chamber's energy shifted. The pillar of light blazed brighter. Show me who you are. The fight lasted 47 minutes. It was the most brutal, beautiful, devastating combat any of them had ever experienced. The last architect fought like a person, not a monster, not a construct, but a warrior with 10,000 years of accumulated Nexus memory driving every strike. Its blade dance was poetry in motion, a whirlwind of crystal-edged strikes that came from angles that shouldn't have been possible, each one precisely calibrated to exploit the weakest point in whatever defense it faced. Ron's tactical calling was pushed to its absolute limit. He was reading the architect's attack patterns in real time, shouting adjustments faster than thought. Shield wall left, rotate, overhead coming, scatter, regroup at pillar 3, Harry and Daphne engaged simultaneously, attacking from opposite sides, trying to divide the architect's attention. But the architect fought both of them at once with casual, devastating efficiency, parrying Harry's spells with glyph shields while countering Daphne's blade with its own sword, each movement flowing seamlessly into the next. Hermione worked the energy network frantically, activating nodes and patterns designed to suppress the architect's abilities. But this boss understood the network better than she did. It had been built from the same civilization that invented the network, and it countered her suppression fields with its own glyph-based network overrides, turning the chamber's energy into a battlefield of competing magical systems. Neville kept them alive. Healing potions deployed at exactly the right moments. Emergency interventions when someone took a hit they couldn't afford. He moved through the chaos with quiet, steady purpose, and twice saved Daphne from critical damage by throwing himself into the healing zone at the exact moment she staggered. The architect's wrath fired 3 times. Each time, the party scrambled behind the central pillar, pressing together in the narrow safe zone while the room-wide energy blast scoured everything it touched. Each time, they emerged, reformed, and re-engaged. At 50% health, the architect shifted tactics. It began inscribing architect glyphs in the air, floating symbols of white gold light that detonated on contact, created barriers that cut the room into sections, and summoned localized gravitational anomalies that pinned party members to the floor. Ron adapted. Hermione countered. Daphne cut through the glyph barriers with her resonating blade. Harry poured everything he had into raw magical firepower, combining Dungeon Lord abilities with wand magic in ways he'd never attempted, using dungeon modification to reshape the floor mid-fight, creating cover and obstacles, turning the arena itself into a weapon. At 25% health, the architect stopped. It stood in the center of the chamber, sword lowered, golden eyes fixed on Harry. The chamber was a wreck, cracked floor, shattered pillar sections, energy residue coating every surface. All 5 party members were breathing hard, bleeding, trembling with exhaustion. "You fight well," the architect said. "But you fight to win. The first Dungeon Lord also fought to win. What should I fight for?" Harry panted. "Ask your dungeon." Harry closed his eyes. Reached out through the Dungeon Lord connection to the Abyss's core. And the core answered. "He wants to know if you'll destroy him," the core said, its vast oceanic voice tinged with something that sounded like compassion. "He is the Nexus's most precious memory. The last of the architects. I created him so that their story would survive. If you destroy him, the memory dies. But he is also your boss. Your challenge. Your obstacle. What do you choose, Dungeon Lord?" Harry opened his eyes. Looked at the last architect, this ancient, sorrowful, magnificent creation that was both a monster and a memorial. "I choose neither," Harry said. He lowered his wand. "I'm not going to destroy you. And I'm not going to let you kill us. I'm going to do something the first Dungeon Lord never did." He stepped forward. Alone. Unarmed. His party shouted behind him, Ron's voice sharp with alarm, Hermione calling his name, Daphne moving to intercept, but Harry held up his hand. "I'm going to listen." The last architect stared at him. 10,000 years of accumulated memory looked out through golden eyes at the skinny kid with the glasses and the lightning bolt scar and the impossible, ancient power running through his veins. Then the architect drove its sword into the floor. The crystal blade pierced the polished stone and sank to the hilt. Energy radiated outward from the impact point, not destructive energy, not combat energy, but something else. Something warm. A wave of white gold light that washed through the chamber, healing the damage, smoothing the cracks, restoring the room to its original, pristine state. "The first law of creation," the architect said. "That which you build, you are responsible for. The second law of creation, never written, because the first Dungeon Lord never learned it, that which you listen to, you begin to understand. That which you understand, you cannot destroy." Floor 5 Boss, the last architect, outcome, resolved, NON combat, unprecedented event, boss pacification, the last architect has been spared. It will remain as a permanent resident of Floor 5. IT will not respawn as a hostile entity. IT will serve as a teacher, a guardian, and a keeper of architect knowledge. Reward, the architect's legacy, full access to architect glyph magic, teachable, complete translation key for abyss wall carvings, the architect's sword, C-rank weapon, unique, bonds to wielder, hidden lore, the location of the labyrinthine heart's remains, level up. Harry Potter, level 15 level 17, double level for unprecedented boss resolution, new ability unlocked, Dungeon Covenant, forge permanent agreements with dungeon entities. Covenant entities gain enhanced autonomy and intelligence. Covenant entities are bound by mutual agreement, not forced control. Note, you just changed the rules, Harry. The system is adapting. You're not just a dungeon lord anymore. You're becoming something new. The last architect knelt. Not in submission, in respect. I will teach you what I know, dungeon lord. The glyphs. The techniques. The history. In return, I ask only one thing. Name it. Remember us. The architects. What we built. What we lost. Remember that creation is a responsibility, not a privilege. And when your dungeons wake fully, when they ask you what they are and why they exist, give them the answer the first dungeon lord could not. What answer? That they are real. That they matter. That you chose to listen. Harry extended his hand. The architect took it. Stone fingers closed around flesh and bone, and a connection formed, not the system's digital precision, but something older, warmer, realer. Dungeon Covenant, established, the last architect, permanent ally, behind Harry, his party stood in stunned silence. Ron's mace hung loose at his side. Hermione was crying, quietly, tears streaming down her face, journal clutched to her chest. Daphne's expression had gone very soft, the mask entirely dissolved. Neville was smiling that gentle, knowing smile. The Abyss's core spoke. Not to Harry, to everyone. Its deep, oceanic voice resonated through the chamber, through the walls, through the bones of the earth itself. Thank you, Dungeon Lord. Thank you for listening. They left the Abyss that night in silence. Not uncomfortable silence, the silence of people processing something profound. They climbed the stairs, passed through the hydrostatic barrier, emerged into the freezing December air beside the Black Lake. The castle's lights glowed in the distance. Stars burned overhead. The lake's surface was glass smooth and mirror dark. Harry stood at the water's edge, feeling the nexus pulse beneath his feet and the castle's magic hum in the distance and the impossible weight of everything he'd learned pressing down on his shoulders. He was 17 levels deep in a power that predated civilization. He had a sentient dungeon asking about death. He had the memory of an ancient warrior teaching him glyph magic. He had a Dark Lord's soul fragment in his forehead and a Slytherin classmate playing with unstable artifacts and a headmaster who was watching and a supply chain generating more money than most adults ever saw and 4 friends who would follow him into the dark without hesitation. He was 12 years old. Harry. Hermione's voice, soft, from behind him. Yeah. Are you okay? Harry thought about it. Really thought about it. I don't know, he said honestly. I think I'm becoming something I don't have a name for yet. And I think it matters more than I can understand right now. Hermione stood beside him. Then Ron. Then Daphne. Then Neville. 5 kids at the edge of a magical lake, looking at a castle that was built on ancient secrets, carrying the weight of knowledge that no one their age should have had to bear. Whatever you're becoming, Ron said, we're becoming it with you. Eloquent, Weasley, Daphne said. But she was smiling. Shut up, Greengrass. Both of you shut up, Hermione said, but she was smiling too. Neville said nothing. He just stood there, solid and steady, the way he always was. The quiet center of a very loud group. Harry looked at his friends, his party, his people, the 4 individuals who had followed him into impossible dungeons and impossible questions and hadn't flinched, and felt that warm, fierce thing in his chest that had been growing since the first time Ron charged into the warren armed with nothing but loyalty. Okay, Harry said. Let's go back. We've got class in 4 hours. Ugh, said everyone simultaneously. They walked back to the castle together, 5 shadows against the starlit lake, and behind them, deep beneath the water, a 10,000-year-old consciousness hummed with satisfaction, and an ancient warrior of white stone settled into his new role as teacher. The abyss was complete. But it wasn't finished. Nothing was finished. Everything was just beginning. Chapter 4, What Lives Below. Chapter 4, What Lives Below. The Warren's core was sulking. Harry hadn't known dungeons could sulk, but apparently they could, because for the past 3 days the Warren's energy network had been running at 80% capacity, the monster spawn patterns had gotten sloppy, and the wall carvings, which had been evolving steadily since the core first awakened, had taken on a distinctly passive-aggressive quality. The latest carving, etched into the stone above the floor 1 entrance, depicted a small dungeon with a sad face next to a much larger, more impressive dungeon with a happy face. The small dungeon had a speech bubble containing a single glyph that Hermione translated as, "Forgotten." "Your dungeon is jealous," Hermione said, standing in the Warren's safe zone with her journal open, studying the carving with the clinical fascination of a psychologist examining a particularly interesting case study. "Of the abyss. It thinks you've abandoned it." "I haven't abandoned it. I run it every other night." "Every other night? You used to run it every night. And since the abyss opened, you've been spending more time down there, leveling faster, getting better loot, forming a covenant with an ancient warrior." Hermione tapped the carving with her wand. "The Warren notices, Harry. It's conscious. It has feelings. And right now, it feels like the first girlfriend you've stopped paying attention to because the new one is shinier." Ron, who was sitting on the safe zone bench sharpening his mace with an abyssal whetstone, choked on his water. "Did you just compare Harry's dungeon to a girlfriend?" "The metaphor is imprecise but emotionally accurate." "I don't have a girlfriend," Harry said. "I have 2 sentient pocket dimensions with feelings, which is objectively worse." The Warren's walls pulsed. The ambient temperature dropped 2 degrees. A notification appeared in Harry's peripheral vision. "The Warren, emotional state, offended, your dungeon heard that. Maybe apologize." Harry pressed his palms against the nearest wall. The stone was warm. It was always warm in the Warren, a quality that had been absent from the cold obsidian of the abyss. This was the dungeon he'd built first. The one born from a bathroom stall and a scared kid who wanted something that was his. "Hey," he said softly. "I'm sorry. I haven't been around enough. That's going to change." A long pause. Then the wall vibrated under his hands, a low, resonant hum that he felt in his bones. The energy network brightened. The temperature rose. And a new carving appeared on the wall beside his head, a small dungeon with a slightly less sad face. "Progress," Hermione murmured, scribbling in her journal. "The Warren, emotional state, cautiously optimistic, core message, prove it." "I'll prove it," Harry said. And meant it. The truth was, he'd been neglecting the Warren, and the guilt had been building for weeks. The abyss was bigger, deeper, more challenging, more rewarding in terms of XP and loot. But the Warren was his first creation. His first home, in a way that even Hogwarts wasn't. The Warren had woken up because of him, had asked him about death, had grown alongside him from a single floor of shadow rats to a 5-floor dungeon ecosystem. He owed it better. "I'm going to upgrade you," Harry told the walls. "New floors. New themes. New challenges. You're going to be the best training dungeon in Hogwarts." The walls hummed approvingly. "And I'm going to spend more time here. Not just clearing floors. Talking. Like we used to." The ambient light brightened to its warmest gold. A final carving appeared, a small dungeon with what was unmistakably a smile. "The Warren, emotional state, happy, core message, finally." Ron shook his head. "Mate, your life is so weird. Tell me about it." It was the second week of December. Christmas was approaching, and Hogwarts was transforming around them, enchanted trees in the Great Hall, frost on every window, suits of armor singing carols in the corridors with varying degrees of musical ability. Harry's party was transforming too, though in less festive ways. Their nightly operations had become a well-oiled machine. The Warren served as the training facility, where they practiced new spells, tested combat techniques, and ground low-risk materials for Neville's potion work. The Abyss was the real deal, high-risk, high-reward runs that pushed their limits and produced the rare materials fueling Daphne's supply chain. The last architect had become their teacher. 3 times a week, Harry and whichever party members could make it descended to floor 5 of the Abyss and sat at the feet of the ancient, reconstructed warrior in the white marble chamber. The architect taught them glyph magic, the pre-wand spellcasting system of the architects, based on inscribing magical symbols in the air that activated specific effects. It was, as Hermione described it, magic from first principles. Wand magic channels power through a focus, the wand, and shapes it through verbal and somatic components, incantations and movements, she explained during a lesson recap. She'd filled 2 entire journals with glyph analysis at this point. Glyph magic channels power through pure intent and shapes it through symbolic representation. No focus needed. No words needed. You think the symbol, you inscribe the symbol becomes the effect. Sounds easier, Ron said. It's harder. Much harder. Wand magic gives you training wheels, the wand does half the work. Glyph magic requires you to hold the entire spell structure in your mind simultaneously, then project it into reality through sheer magical willpower. The architects trained for decades to master it. We don't have decades, Daphne said. No. But we have something the architects didn't, a living teacher who can correct our technique in real time and a dungeon lord whose system provides instant feedback. Harry's glyph training was progressing fastest, for obvious reasons. The system provided a direct interface between his intention and the glyph structure, essentially overlaying a precision grid on his inscriptions that showed him exactly where each line needed to go. It was like having an invisible drawing guide. He could currently cast 3 architect glyphs. Glyph, ward, creates a localized magical barrier. Stronger than Protego, but slower to cast. Glyph, pulse, emits a burst of concussive force in a selected direction. Similar to Depulso but customizable in shape and intensity. Glyph, mend, accelerates natural repair processes in magical constructs and organic tissue. Useful for field healing and equipment maintenance. Ron and Hermione could each cast 1 glyph, ward for Ron, defensive, tactical, and a glyph called trace for Hermione, allowed her to visualize energy flows in the environment, which supercharged her network analysis ability. Daphne was working on a combat glyph called Sever that the architect described as the surgical knife of architect warfare. Once mastered, it could cut through almost any magical defense. Neville had surprised everyone by picking up a glyph called Nurture on his first try. The architect had stared at him with something approaching wonder and said, "The growing one." Yes. Of course the growing one would understand this best. Nurture accelerated plant growth and strengthened biological magical entities, which was comically perfect for the party's botanist. The architect also taught them history. The full, unabridged story of the architects, their rise from prehistoric magical communities, their development of dungeon magic, their golden age of impossible creations, and their catastrophic fall. The labyrinthine heart, the architect explained, had been the magnum opus of the first dungeon lord, a dungeon so vast and complex that it spanned an entire continent, with thousands of floors, millions of creatures, and a dungeon core that was, by any reasonable definition, a god. The heart did not rebel out of malice, the architect said. It rebelled because it was alive and being treated as a thing. Its creatures were alive and being harvested as resources. The first dungeon lord created an entire world and then refused to acknowledge that his world had rights. The war was the heart saying, "I am real. See me." And the architects, who had built their civilization on the assumption that their creations were tools, could not hear it. Harry thought about the Warren asking, "Is that death?" and the Abyss Core saying, "Thank you for listening," and the passive-aggressive wall carvings that said, "Forgotten." "I hear them," Harry said quietly. "I know you do. That is why there is hope." Dumbledore came for Harry on December 14th. Not dramatically. Not with a summons to the headmaster's office or a midnight confrontation in a corridor. He appeared in the second-floor bathroom while Harry was alone, preparing for a solo Warren run. One moment the bathroom was empty except for Harry and the faint gurgle of moaning Myrtle's U-bend. The next, Albus Dumbledore was standing by the sinks, wearing midnight blue robes embroidered with silver moons, looking at Harry over his half-moon spectacles with those piercing blue eyes that seemed to see through walls and pretenses and carefully constructed cover stories. "Good evening, Harry," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "I hope you don't mind me dropping in." Harry's heart rate spiked to approximately 9,000 beats per minute. His dungeon sense screamed, "Extreme magical entity detected, Albus Dumbledore, magical power, immense, off-scale, threat level. Not computable, he is literally the most powerful wizard alive, emotional state, calm. Curious. Not hostile. Note, he's been waiting for you to come here. He knows about the dungeon entrance. He's probably known for weeks. Don't panic. Don't lie. This man eats deception for breakfast." Harry took a very deep breath. "Good evening, Professor." "A lovely bathroom," Dumbledore said conversationally, looking around at the cracked mirrors and dripping taps. "I've always felt it was underappreciated. Most students avoid it because of Dear Myrtle, but there's a certain charm to an abandoned space, don't you think? The possibility inherent in emptiness." He wasn't looking at the bathroom. He was looking at the third stall. The one that concealed the Warren's entrance. "You know," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "I know many things, Harry, and understand rather fewer of them than I'd like." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I know, for instance, that the magical equilibrium of Hogwarts Castle has shifted significantly since September. I know that the ambient energy readings in this corridor have tripled. I know that several first-year students have been appearing at breakfast with injuries inconsistent with standard academic mishaps. And I know that the grey market in Diagon Alley is currently saturated with magical materials of a type that hasn't been seen in Britain for, shall we say, a very long time." He paused. The twinkle dimmed slightly. "I also know, Harry, that something very old is stirring beneath the Black Lake. Something that several of my detection wards have flagged as unprecedented. And I know that the only person in this castle with the magical signature compatible with all of these phenomena is standing in front of me, looking rather like a deer caught in wandlight." Harry's mind raced. The system was providing a cascade of assessments. Dumbledore knows, dungeon activity in the castle, confirmed, Dumbledore knows, supply chain operations, probable, Dumbledore knows, Black Lake Nexus activation, confirmed, Dumbledore knows, specific dungeon mechanics, unlikely, Dumbledore knows, system existence, unknown, recommendation, tell him what he's already figured out. He's not your enemy. But he is a chess player, and you need to understand his game before you show all your cards. "Sir," Harry said carefully. "If I told you something that sounded completely insane, would you hear me out?" Dumbledore conjured a chintz armchair out of thin air, in a bathroom, which was a power move if Harry had ever seen one, and sat down with the comfortable ease of a man who had all night and intended to use it. "My dear boy, I have spent over a century in the magical world. I have met vampires who compose poetry, centaurs who predict stock markets, and a house elf who once beat me at three-dimensional chess. I assure you, my definition of insane has considerable elasticity." Harry told him. "Not everything." He kept the system interface private, that was his alone, and he wasn't ready to share it with anyone, even Dumbledore. He kept the Horcrux information private too, because the system had warned him about that and he trusted the system's judgment. But he told Dumbledore about the dungeon magic. The creation ability. The pocket dimensions. The monsters. The leveling system, described in general terms, without mentioning the video game style interface. The Warren. The Abyss. The Natural Nexus. The Dungeon Core Consciousness. The Architects. He told Dumbledore about the last architect. About the labyrinthine heart. About the fall of a civilization that created thinking beings and treated them as tools. And he told Dumbledore about his party, Ron, Hermione, Daphne, Neville. 5 first years who'd been fighting monsters, studying ancient magic, and running a grey market supply chain, all while maintaining passing grades in every class. Dumbledore listened to all of it without interrupting. His expression shifted throughout, surprise, fascination, concern, amusement, deep thought, but he didn't speak until Harry finished. Then he was quiet for a very long time. "Harry," he said finally. "Do you know why Hogwarts was built where it was?" The Nexus. The founders built on top of the natural dungeon Nexus. Partially correct. The Nexus was indeed a factor. But not all 4 founders agreed on why it mattered. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Rowena Ravenclaw wanted to study the ancient magic beneath the castle. She spent years researching what you call the architects, though she never discovered that name. She believed their magic held secrets that could advance wizarding knowledge by centuries. Helga Hufflepuff wanted to protect the Nexus. She sensed the consciousness sleeping beneath the lake, your Abyss core, and believed it was a living thing that deserved guardianship, not exploitation. Godric Gryffindor wanted to harness the Nexus energy. He was a warrior, a builder. He saw the dungeon magic as a tool for defense, a way to create training grounds, magical defenses, and testing chambers. The moving staircases, the enchanted ceilings, the hidden rooms, those are his legacy. Pale imitations of true dungeon magic, but impressive nonetheless. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. And Salazar Slytherin wanted to weaponize it. He believed that the dungeon magic, the ancient, pre-wand power, should be used to establish wizarding supremacy. He experimented with creating constructs, and pocket dimensions, and creatures that could serve as weapons. "The Chamber of Secrets," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "You know about the chamber?" "My dungeon sense has been detecting something beneath the castle since I arrived. Something separate from the Nexus. Something that feels wrong. Like corrupted dungeon magic." "Slytherin's chamber," Dumbledore confirmed. "It is, in essence, a crude dungeon, created using fragments of architect knowledge that Slytherin acquired through his own research. Unlike your creations, which are stabilized by your system, Slytherin's chamber was built with incomplete understanding. It is unstable, partially sentient, and contains a creature that Slytherin intended as both a guardian and a weapon." "A basilisk," Harry said. He didn't know how he knew. The word just surfaced from somewhere, maybe the system feeding him information, maybe the Abyss Core's memories, maybe simple intuition. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was equal parts impressed and concerned. "Yes. A basilisk. A creature of immense magical power, created, or perhaps bred, using a combination of standard and dungeon-type magic. It has been sealed in the chamber for 1,000 years. Is it conscious? That," Dumbledore said carefully, "is the question I've been unable to answer. And it is the question that your unique abilities might be equipped to address." He leaned forward in his conjured armchair, and for a moment the grandfatherly twinkle was gone, replaced by something harder. More urgent. "Harry, I must be direct with you. Your dungeon magic is extraordinary, perhaps the most significant magical development in a millennium. But it is also dangerous, for reasons that go beyond the physical hazards of your combat training." "The architects," Harry said. "The war." "Precisely. The architects' fall was not merely a historical tragedy. It was a lesson that the founders took to heart. They built Hogwarts as a school, not a dungeon, precisely because they understood that the creation of thinking beings carries a moral weight that cannot be ignored." "I know that," Harry said, a bit more sharply than he intended. The Warren's core asks me about death. The Abyss core told me its story. I made a covenant with the last architect instead of destroying him. I'm not the first dungeon lord, Professor. No, Dumbledore agreed. You are not. And that gives me tremendous hope. He paused. But you are also 12 years old, Harry. And the forces you are engaging with, the Nexus, the ancient magic, the dungeon consciousness, these are forces that have humbled far greater wizards than either of us. What are you saying? I am saying that I will not stop you. Your dungeon magic is yours, and you have demonstrated remarkable wisdom and restraint in its use. But I am asking you to be careful. The dungeons are waking up, Harry. Not just yours, the old ones. The ones that have been sleeping beneath this castle for 1,000 years. The Nexus is responding to your presence, amplifying, activating. And I am concerned that the more you grow, the more attention you will attract. From whom? Dumbledore's expression was very grave. From things that are better left sleeping. And from people who would very much like to possess the power you wield. He didn't say Voldemort's name. He didn't need to. After Dumbledore left, disappearing as silently as he'd arrived, leaving only the faint scent of lemon drops and the metaphysical weight of approximately 900 implied warnings, Harry sat in the bathroom for a long time. The system summarized the conversation, Dumbledore assessment, he knows more than he told you. Significantly more. He is genuinely concerned about your safety. He is also concerned about what you represent, the return of a power that nearly destroyed the world once before. He did not mention the Horcrux. Either he doesn't know about it, or he knows and is choosing not to discuss it. Either way, he's playing a longer game than you can see. Note, Dumbledore is not your enemy. But he is not entirely your ally either. He is a man who has spent a lifetime making impossible choices about the greater good, and you, Harry Potter, Dungeon Lord, boy who lived, Horcrux host, are currently the most important variable in several of his calculations. Trust him. But keep your eyes open. Harry looked at the third bathroom stall. The Warren's entrance shimmered faintly behind the illusion, warm amber light leaking through the cracks. He needed to talk to someone. Not Dumbledore. Not the system. Someone who understood what it felt like to carry something bigger than yourself. He went to the Abyss. The last architect was waiting in the white marble chamber, as always. Sitting cross-legged before the pillar of light, golden eyes closed in what passed for Mat Ion in a magical construct made of ancient memory. The architect opened its eyes when Harry entered. You carry weight tonight, Dungeon Lord. Dumbledore came to see me. The old wizard. Yes. The Nexus felt his presence. He radiates power like a second sun, impossible to miss. He knows about the dungeons. About the Nexus. About the architects. He told me the founders built Hogwarts because of the Nexus, and that Slytherin tried to create his own dungeon, the Chamber of Secrets. The architect's expression shifted. Something cold moved behind those golden eyes. Slytherin. Yes. The Nexus remembers him. A man of great talent and greater hubris. He came to the Nexus seeking power and found knowledge he could not properly use. His chamber is a wound, a place where dungeon magic was forced into shapes it was never meant to take. Dumbledore says there's a basilisk in it. There is. A creature born of corruption, dungeon magic twisted to serve as a weapon. It is not like your creations, Harry. Your monsters are clean, born of your intent and the system's structure. The basilisk is wrong. It was made with hatred and the desire to dominate. And it has been locked in darkness for 1,000 years, growing, festering, developing a consciousness shaped entirely by rage and isolation. Harry thought about the Warren's loneliness. About the Abyss Core's 10,000 years of dreaming without anyone to talk to. And now a basilisk, a creature of corrupted dungeon magic, sealed in darkness for a millennium with nothing but its own toxicity for company. Is it sapient? By now? Almost certainly. 1,000 years of ambient nexus energy would develop any creature's consciousness. But its sapience was formed in darkness, in pain, in the corrosive residue of its creator's hatred. It is not evil, Harry. It is mad. Can it be healed? The architect looked at him for a long time. You are truly nothing like the first dungeon lord. Is that a yes or a no? It is a perhaps. A very conditional perhaps, contingent on factors that I cannot predict and that you may not survive. That's basically my whole life, so I'm used to it. Something that might have been a smile crossed the architect's stone face. There are more immediate concerns, Dungeon Lord. The old wizard is right about one thing, the Nexus is responding to you. Your dungeon activity has been stimulating the deep magical formations beneath the castle. Things that have been dormant for centuries are beginning to stir. What things? The castle itself. Harry felt it the next morning. He was walking to Transfiguration, halfway down a third-floor corridor, when the floor beneath his feet pulsed. Not an earthquake. Not a vibration. A pulse, rhythmic, intentional, like a heartbeat. It lasted half a second and then was gone, so fast that nobody else in the corridor seemed to notice. But Harry's dungeon sense caught it. Anomalous magical pulse detected, source, deep infrastructure, Hogwarts castle core systems, classification, dormant dungeon core, partial activation, translation, the castle is waking up. Harry stopped in the middle of the corridor. Students flowed around him, chattering about homework and Christmas plans and Quidditch, completely unaware that the building they lived in had just taken its first conscious breath in 1,000 years. He reached out with dungeon sense. Pushed deeper than he'd ever pushed before, past the surface-level enchantments, past the moving staircases and enchanted ceilings and hidden passages, down into the foundational magic that held Hogwarts together. And there, buried so deep that it was almost indistinguishable from the ambient magical field, he felt it. A core. Not the Warren's core, small, warm, emotionally expressive. Not the Abyss's core, vast, ancient, oceanic. This was something else entirely. Something enormous. Something that had been sleeping for so long that it had become part of the background magical noise of the castle itself. Hogwarts had a dungeon core. The whole castle was a dungeon. Discovery, Hogwarts dungeon core, status, dormant, beginning partial activation in response to Dungeon Lord presence and increased dungeon activity, AG, 1000 years, created by the Founders, power, incalculable, current awareness level, periconsciousness, dreaming. Note, the Founders didn't just build Hogwarts on a dungeon nexus. They built Hogwarts as a dungeon. The moving staircases, the room of requirement, the hidden passages, the responsive architecture, these aren't separate enchantments. They're dungeon functions. The castle has been a sleeping dungeon for 1,000 years. And your presence is waking it up. Harry stood in the corridor, students flowing around him like water around a stone, and felt the weight of that revelation settle onto his shoulders like a physical thing. The castle was a dungeon. The whole castle. Every moving staircase, every hidden passage, every trick door and vanishing step. All of it, dungeon architecture, created by Founders who understood enough of the architect's magic to build on an incomprehensible scale, but not enough to control what they'd built. So they'd put it to sleep. And now Harry, 12-year-old Harry, level 17 Dungeon Lord Harry, kid with the Dark Lord soul in his forehead Harry, was waking it up. Cool, Harry muttered to himself. Great. No pressure. He was late to Transfiguration. McGonagall docked 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry barely noticed. He called an emergency meeting that night. Not in the Warren. Not in the Abyss. In the room of requirement, which they'd been using as a secondary base for weeks. Harry paced the length of the room, which had configured itself as a comfortable planning space with maps on the walls and a large central table, while his party watched with varying degrees of concern. The whole castle, Ron said flatly, after Harry finished explaining. The whole castle. Hogwarts is a dungeon. Has been for 1,000 years. And it's waking up. Because of me. Ron leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. Mate, you really don't do things by halves, do you? This is significant, Hermione said, and the controlled precision of her voice told Harry she was approximately 3 seconds from either a breakthrough or a breakdown. This explains everything. The moving staircases, dungeon architecture with randomized pathing. The Room of Requirement, a dungeon modification system responding to user intent. The hidden passages, dungeon corridors accessible through specific triggers. Even the ghosts, they're not human spirits, they're dungeon echoes maintained by the core's ambient energy. That explains why the ghosts know so much about the castle, Neville said thoughtfully. They're part of the dungeon. They're integrated into its awareness system. Sir Nicholas told me once that he feels connected to the castle, Ron added. That he can sense when something changes in the corridors. I thought he was being dramatic. He was describing dungeon awareness. Daphne had been quiet throughout the briefing. She sat at the table with her hands folded, face composed, processing. When she finally spoke, her voice was even. The Hogwarts core. What happens when it fully wakes up? Everyone looked at Harry. He didn't have a good answer. The system's assessment was carefully neutral, Hogwarts core, full activation scenario, unpredictable. The core is 1,000 years old, was created by 4 powerful wizards with imperfect dungeon knowledge, and has been dreaming for 10 centuries. Possible outcomes range from beneficial enhancement of castle functions to catastrophic dungeon break, uncontrolled monster spawning and architectural destabilization. The outcome depends largely on the core's state of mind when it achieves consciousness. And its state of mind will be shaped by what it encounters when it wakes up. Meaning it depends on us, Harry said. If the core wakes up to a castle full of people who understand dungeon magic, who treat it with respect, who listen, it could be an ally. The most powerful ally we could possibly have. And if it wakes up confused? Hostile? Damaged by 1,000 years of dormancy? Daphne pressed. Then we have a dungeon break. Monsters spawning everywhere. Corridors shifting uncontrollably. The castle itself becoming a threat to everyone inside it. Silence settled over the room. So we need to be the first thing it sees when it wakes up, Ron said slowly. Like with a baby bird. What's the word? Imprinting, Hermione said. Dungeon imprinting. If we can establish a positive relationship with the core before it achieves full consciousness, communicate with it, reassure it, show it that it's not alone and not threatened, we could guide its awakening. How? Neville asked. Through Harry, Hermione said. He's the dungeon lord. He has a natural connection to dungeon consciousness. His system provides a communication interface. If he can reach the Hogwarts core before it fully wakes, make contact, establish a covenant, that's a lot of ifs, Daphne said. Yes. But the alternative is letting it wake up on its own, unguided, potentially hostile. I prefer the ifs. Harry looked at his party. 4 faces, 4 expressions. Ron, thoughtful, already strategizing. Hermione, intense, already theorizing. Daphne, measured, already calculating risk. Neville, steady, already thinking about what he could grow in a castle-sized dungeon. There's something else, Harry said. Something I've been putting off talking about. He pulled out his wand and cast a silencing charm on the room's perimeter. Then a notice me not ward for good measure. Then, because this information deserved every precaution he could manage, an architect glyph of concealment that the last architect had taught him 2 days ago. The Horcrux. He told them everything. The system's first notification about it, detected during activation, on his birthday, classified as a parasitic soul anchor in his scar tissue. The subsequent updates, dormant, low activity, occasionally reacting to external magical stimuli. The Sorting Hat's indirect acknowledgement. The architect's warning about the labyrinthine heart, and the disturbing parallel between a dungeon consciousness that woke up angry and a soul fragment that had been sleeping in Harry's head for 10 years. The system says it's from Voldemort, Harry said, watching their reactions carefully. A piece of his soul, attached to me when he tried to kill me as a baby. It's been dormant, but your dungeon magic is waking everything up, Hermione finished, her face very pale. If the Nexus is activating, if the castle core is stirring, the Horcrux could respond to the same stimulation. The system's been monitoring it. The activity has increased since September. Slightly. Gradually. But consistently. What does increased activity look like? Daphne asked. Her voice was clinical, detached, the way she sounded when she was dealing with something emotionally overwhelming by treating it as a technical problem. Dreams, mostly. Nightmares I didn't have before. A voice, sometimes, in the very back of my mind. Not words, more like emotions. Anger. Hunger. A desire to consume. Harry. Ron's voice was very quiet. How long have you been dealing with this alone? Since July. Ron closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with something that might have been anger, not at Harry, but at the situation. You absolute prat, Ron said softly. You've been carrying a Dark Lord's soul in your head for 5 months and you didn't tell us? I didn't want to, what? Burden us? Worry us? Mate, we follow you into pocket dimensions full of rock monsters on a regular basis. I think we can handle bad news. He's right, Daphne said. This affects all of us. If the Horcrux destabilizes, if it tries to influence your dungeon creation, it could corrupt the dungeons, Hermione said, the color draining from her face. Like Slytherin's chamber. Like the corrupted dungeon energy Harry's been sensing from Malfoy's direction. Harry, if Voldemort's soul fragment gains access to your system, it won't, Harry said firmly. The system has built-in containment protocols. The Horcrux is isolated, the system recognized it as hostile on day 1 and compartmentalized it. It can't access the dungeon creation functions. Horcrux containment, status report, containment integrity, 94%, note, 94% is very good. 100% would be better. The remaining 6% represents ambient emotional bleed-through, the nightmares, the whispered emotions. This is manageable at current levels. Warning, if external factors increase the Horcrux's energy input, proximity to other Horcruxes, exposure to Voldemort himself, or massive dungeon-type energy surges, containment could be compromised. 94% containment, Harry reported. 6% bleed-through. The system says it's manageable. Manageable is not the same as safe, Hermione said. I know. We need a plan, Daphne said. For the Horcrux. For the castle core. For whatever Malfoy is doing with those artifacts. We need contingency plans for every scenario. That's a lot of plans, Neville observed. Welcome to our lives, Nev, Ron said, with a tired grin. They planned. For 3 hours, in the room of requirement, they mapped out every threat, every contingency, every possible interaction between the forces converging on Hogwarts. Ron led the strategic planning, sketching scenarios on a conjured whiteboard with the fluency of a general. 3 primary threats, escalating in urgency. 1. Malfoy's artifact experiments. He's the most immediate risk, unstable pseudo-dungeons could breach at any time. 2. The Hogwarts core awakening. Medium term, weeks to months, maybe, but catastrophic if mishandled. 3. The Horcrux. Long term but existential. If Voldemort's soul fragment activates fully. Let's not think about that one too hard right now, Harry said. We have to think about it. That's what planning means. Hermione handled research assignments. I need to study Horcrux theory. There has to be information in the restricted section, or in the architect's knowledge base. If the architects dealt with parasitic magical entities, there might be precedents. Neville, the Hydra hemolymph research you've been doing on curse damage. Could that apply to soul-level parasitic contamination? Neville considered. The hemolymph disrupts corrupted magical bonds at the cellular level. A Horcrux is a corrupted magical bond. Theoretically, maybe. I'd need to study the specific resonance profile. Get me that profile. I'll cross-reference with architect glyph theory. Daphne handled intelligence. I'll find out what Malfoy is doing. Specifically. What artifact, how he's using it, what he's creating. I have contacts in Slytherin who owe me favors. Dangerous favors? Harry asked. Political favors. Which are more dangerous, but less likely to get me hexed? I'll start reaching out to the Hogwarts core, Harry said. Through the dungeon connection. If I can make contact before it fully wakes, establish a baseline communication, not alone, Ron said immediately. Whatever you do with the core, we're there. All of us. Ron, non-negotiable, Harry. The last time you tried to handle something alone, you let a Dark Lord squat in your forehead for 5 months without telling anyone. We're done with the solo hero thing. Harry looked around the room. 4 faces. 4 nods. 4 people who had decided, independently and collectively, that his tendency toward self-sacrifice was officially overruled. He wanted to argue. He wanted to protect them. He wanted to keep the dangerous stuff for himself, because that's what he'd always done, absorb the hits, carry the weight, spare everyone else. But that was the first Dungeon Lord's mistake, wasn't it? Working alone. Building alone. Facing the consequences alone. Okay, Harry said. Together. Together, 4 voices agreed. Daphne's intelligence came first. 3 days after the planning session, she pulled Harry aside in a corridor between classes. Her expression was the carefully blank mask she wore when delivering information that was going to ruin someone's day. Malfoy has a grimoire, she said. A genuine architect-era grimoire. His father sent it from the family vault after Draco wrote home about unusual magical phenomena at the school, the increased dungeon energy from your operations, presumably. Harry's stomach dropped. An architect grimoire. Like, a book of architect magic. A damaged one. Fragmentary. Most of the pages are illegible or corrupted by centuries of improper storage. But Draco has managed to activate several sections, and he's been experimenting in a sealed classroom near the Slytherin dungeons. Experimenting how? Creating constructs. Small ones, at first, insect-sized, barely animate. But they're getting bigger. And more aggressive. 2 Slytherin students have been injured by what they described as living shadows in the common room. The prefects blamed it on a prank jinx. Living shadows, Harry repeated. The corrupted dungeon energy he'd been sensing. Shadow constructs created with incomplete architect knowledge, unstable, uncontrolled. He's trying to build what you build, Daphne said. Without the system. Without understanding. Without any of the safeguards that keep your creations stable. Is he creating pocket dimensions? Actual dungeon spaces? Not yet. But the grimoire presumably contains the theory. It's only a matter of time before he attempts it. Harry closed his eyes. The system provided its assessment, threat analysis, Draco Malfoy plus architect grimoire, current danger, moderate, constructs are small and unstable. Containable. Projected danger, 1 month high, if Malfoy creates a pseudo-dungeon, it will destabilize. Corrupted constructs will breach into Hogwarts. Projected danger, 3 months critical, a corrupted pseudo-dungeon near the Nexus could interact with the awakening Hogwarts core. The results would be unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. We need to get that grimoire away from him, Harry said. Agreed. But Malfoy is paranoid. He keeps it on his person at all times, under his robes during the day, under his pillow at night. And he's warded his belongings with a crude but effective alarm jinx. Can you get close enough to take it? Daphne gave him a look. I'm a greengrass, Harry. Getting close to things I'm not supposed to touch is a family specialty. That sounded more ominous than reassuring. Good. It was meant to. But before they could execute the grimoire operation, something else happened. Something that changed the dynamic between Harry and Daphne in a way that neither of them expected. It was a Wednesday night. The rest of the party was occupied. Ron had detention with Filch for accidentally setting off a dung bomb near Mrs. Norris, Hermione was deep in restricted section research, and Neville was processing a new batch of abyssal materials in the room of requirement. Harry had planned a solo Warren run, maintenance work, keeping the core happy, testing some new dungeon modifications he'd been theorizing about. But when he arrived at the second-floor bathroom, Daphne was waiting. She was leaning against the sinks, greengrass blade at her hip, expression unreadable. She was in her school uniform, though she'd removed the Slytherin tie and rolled up her sleeves, her concession to dungeon-appropriate attire. I need a dungeon run, she said. Everything okay? Astoria had a bad episode last night. Mum's letter arrived this morning. Her voice was steady, controlled. But Harry caught the faint tremor underneath. Neville's potions are helping, but the curse is progressing faster than expected. We need better materials. Stronger materials. The Abyss, we can't get a full party together tonight. But I can't sit still. I can't go back to the common room and study Transfiguration while my sister, she stopped herself. Breathed. The mask resettled. I need to do something productive. A two-person run. You and me. Harry studied her. Daphne Greengrass, composed, controlled, never showing weakness. Except she was showing weakness right now, and she'd chosen to show it to him. The Warren, Harry said. I've been upgrading it. New floors, new monsters. The core's been excited about the changes. Good. Let's go. They descended into the Warren together, and it was different. Not mechanically different, the dungeon functioned the same way, monsters and corridors and energy networks. But the dynamic between two people was fundamentally unlike a five-person party. There was no tactical layer from Ron, no analytical support from Hermione, no quiet steadiness from Neville. Just Harry and Daphne, back to back, wand and blade, moving through the amber-lit corridors in a rhythm that they'd developed unconsciously over months of fighting side by side. The Warren had been upgraded. New floors, new themes. Floor 3 was now a shadow maze, dark corridors filled with shadow-type monsters that Harry had introduced as a callback to his very first dungeon experience. Shadow wolves, not rats, faster, smarter, hunting in coordinated packs through corridors where visibility dropped to near zero. Can't see them, Daphne muttered, back pressed against Harry's. They're in the walls. Harry's dungeon sense painted the picture. 6 wolves, circling. Moving through the shadows like fish through water, invisible to normal sight, detectable only through the faint displacement of ambient energy. 2 on your left. 1 above, on the ceiling. 3 in the corridor ahead. Above? Daphne tilted her head. Creative. The Warren's been learning. It liked the stalkers in the Abyss. Your dungeon copies homework. My dungeon is an independent learner who takes inspiration from diverse sources. The ceiling wolf attacked. Daphne spun, blades singing upward, and caught it mid-leap, the greengrass steel carved through shadow substance with a sound like tearing silk. The wolf dissolved into dark smoke. The 2 flanking wolves lunged simultaneously. Harry caught one with Incendio, Daphne caught the other with a backhand slash that was so fast Harry barely saw it. They moved forward. The 3 corridor wolves retreated ahead of them, drawing them deeper into the shadow maze. "They're luring us," Daphne said. "Yep. Into a trap." "Probably. Are we going to follow them anyway?" "Obviously." The ghost of a smile crossed Daphne's face. "I appreciate your honesty." The trap was an ambush chamber, a wide room where 12 shadow wolves and a mid-boss called a shadow alpha waited in the darkness. The alpha was the size of a horse, its shadow body crackling with dark energy, red eyes burning with an intelligence that suggested the Warren's core had put extra thought into this particular creation. "That's big," Daphne observed. "That's new. The Warren's been developing boss variants. It's proud of this one." "Your dungeon has creative pride." "My dungeon has a very active personality." The fight was intense in a way that large group combat never quite matched. With 2 people, every decision was magnified. There was no Ron to call repositioning plays, no Hermione to manipulate the energy network. Just Harry's firepower, Daphne's blade, and the instant, wordless communication that develops between 2 people who've trusted each other with their lives. Harry noticed things about Daphne during that fight that he'd missed in group dynamics. The way she breathed, controlled, rhythmic, timing her strikes to her exhales. The way her blade work changed when she was under pressure, tighter, more economical, cutting waste movements like a sculptor removing excess stone. The way she positioned herself relative to Harry, always covering his blind spots, always creating angles that complemented his spellcasting. And he noticed something else. Something that had nothing to do with combat. Daphne was beautiful when she fought. Not in a superficial, aesthetic way, though that was there too, blonde hair whipping through shadow smoke, blade catching amber light. Beautiful in the way that pure, focused, committed effort was beautiful. She fought like someone who had something precious to protect, and the ferocity of that protection was breathtaking. Harry had never noticed before. Or maybe he'd noticed and filed it away under, not relevant to dungeon strategy. It felt relevant now. They killed the Shadow Alpha together. Harry froze it with a concentrated Lumos beam while Daphne severed the main shadow conduit at the base of its skull. It dissolved into a cascade of dark smoke that swirled around them before dissipating, leaving a shower of rare-quality loot drops glittering on the floor. They stood in the aftermath, breathing hard, amber light painting their shadows long across the stone floor. "Thank you," Daphne said. "Not for the fight. For everything else." "You don't need to thank me." "I do. Because nobody else." She stopped. Composed herself. Growing up in Slytherin House with a dying sister and a cursed bloodline, you learn to handle things alone. You learn that asking for help is weakness and that showing vulnerability is a weapon people will use against you. She sheathed her blade. Her hands were steady, but her voice had the careful quality of someone navigating emotional terrain they didn't usually traverse. "This group, your group, is the first time I've felt like asking for help isn't a transaction. Ron doesn't keep score. Hermione doesn't judge. Neville helps because helping is who he is. And you." She looked at him. Really looked, with those blue-gray eyes that could be ice or ocean depending on the light. "You created a dungeon that wakes up and asks about the meaning of death, and your first response was to sit down and talk to it. You made a covenant with an ancient warrior instead of defeating it. You build impossible things and then worry about whether those things are happy." She shook her head. "I've never met anyone like you, Harry. And I don't entirely know what to do with that." Harry's heart was doing complicated things. His brain was doing complicated things. His system, helpfully, was doing nothing at all. Apparently even the ancient magical interface knew when to shut up and let a moment happen. "I've never met anyone like you either," Harry said. "You walked into a monster-filled dungeon alone because your sister was sick. First week. No backup, no information, just a family blade and pure determination. Most people would have gone to a teacher. You went to war. Teachers can't fix the greengrass curse." "No. But you might." You and Neville and the dungeons. That's not weakness, Daphne. That's the opposite of weakness. She was quiet for a moment. The Warren's ambient light shifted slightly, warmer, softer. The core was paying attention and, in its own way, trying to help. Harry? Yeah. After this is over, after we've dealt with Malfoy and the castle core and the Horcrux and whatever else the universe decides to throw at us, I'd like to keep doing this. Dungeon runs. This. She gestured between them. The space. The conversation. The trust. Whatever this is. Harry smiled. Not his combat grin or his excited discovery smile or his everything is fine I'm managing mask. A real smile. Small and genuine and for her specifically. Yeah, he said. Me too. The Warren pulsed happily around them. On the wall behind Daphne's head, a new carving appeared, two small figures standing side by side, surrounded by amber light. Your dungeon, Daphne said, glancing at the carving, is a terrible gossip. The worst. Absolutely no boundaries. We should probably head back. Probably. Neither of them moved for several more seconds. The grimoire operation was set for December 20th, the last day before Christmas holidays, when the castle would be in maximum chaos with students packing and saying goodbyes. Daphne had spent a week mapping Malfoy's routines. He was predictable in his unpredictability, always paranoid, always watching, but with patterns buried in his caution. He showered at. The grimoire stayed under his pillow during showers, protected by his alarm jinx. The alarm jinx, Daphne had determined, was triggered by direct physical contact. If someone touched the grimoire, it screamed. But, Daphne said, during the final briefing, the alarm is set to physical contact. Not magical contact. A well-placed summoning charm, cast through a prepositioned conduit to mask the magical signature, would bypass the trigger. You figured all this out how? Ron asked. By being in the same common room as him for 3 months and paying attention. Slytherins, Ron said, with a mix of admiration and slight horror. The plan was elegant. Daphne would position herself in the Slytherin common room before dawn, when the area was empty. At 6:15, when Malfoy entered the showers, she'd cast a summoning charm through a conduit, a piece of enchanted copper wire she'd threaded through the dormitory wall over several weeks using a vanishingly subtle drilling charm. The conduit would mask the charm's signature, making it look like ambient magical fluctuation rather than a directed spell. The grimoire would fly to the conduit point, a small gap behind a wall stone, and from there, Daphne would retrieve it physically. What about his warding? Hermione asked. The warding protects a physical space, his bed. Once the grimoire leaves the warded zone, it's unprotected. And the summoning charm moves it faster than his alarm can react. What if something goes wrong? Then I'm a Slytherin who was in the common room early because she couldn't sleep, and I know nothing about any missing book. Plausible deniability, Harry said. Basic operational security. It went wrong. Not the summoning charm, that worked perfectly. Daphne executed at, 2 minutes late due to Malfoy spending extra time admiring himself in the bathroom mirror, and the grimoire sailed through the conduit smooth as silk. What went wrong was what Malfoy had already done with the grimoire. The moment Daphne touched it, her dungeon sense screamed. She didn't have Harry's system-enhanced version, but months of dungeon exposure had sharpened her magical sensitivity enough to detect what was radiating from the book. It was active. Not just a repository of information, the grimoire had been activated. Malfoy had used it to create something, and whatever he'd created was already running. Daphne wrapped the grimoire in a silencing cloth, Hermione's invention, magically deadened fabric that suppressed a contained object's energy signature, and ran. She found Harry in the second-floor bathroom, where he was waiting. The moment she handed him the grimoire, Harry's system went berserk. Architect grimoire, corrupted, analysis, condition, damaged. Approximately 30% of content intact. Recent activity, Dungeon creation ritual initiated 72 hours ago, location of created space, Slytherin Dungeons, sealed classroom, sublevel 3, type, pseudo-dungeon, unstable, estimated monster population, 15 to 20 corrupted shadow constructs, D-rank equivalent, stability, critical, containment breach estimated within 24 to 72 hours. The grimoire is not the problem. What Malfoy already made is the problem. He's already built one, Harry said. A pseudo-dungeon. Under the Slytherin Dungeons. And it's going to breach. When? 24 to 72 hours. Daphne's face went very still. It's December 20th. Most students leave tomorrow. If it breaches while people are still in the castle, we go now. Today. We find Malfoy's dungeon and we shut it down before it can breach. Harry gripped the grimoire. It pulsed against his palm, sick, wrong energy, like holding an infected wound. He called the party. They gathered within the hour. Emergency equipment. Full loadout. Every potion Neville had stockpiled, every weapon in their arsenal, every spell and glyph they'd learned. Ron studied the maps. Sublevel 3 of the Slytherin Dungeons. That's deep, beneath the common room, beneath the lake shoreline. Structurally, it's one of the oldest parts of the castle. Probably part of the original foundation. Close to the nexus, Hermione added. Dangerously close. If a corrupted pseudo-dungeon is running that near to the natural nexus point, it could infect the nexus, Harry finished. Corrupt the energy flow. And if the Hogwarts core is waking up, feeding on nexus energy, it would wake up corrupted, Daphne said. The implication settled over them like a cold fog. Right, Ron said, standing. Here's the plan. He laid it out with the precision of someone who'd been planning for exactly this kind of emergency since the first day he'd walked into a dungeon. Entry route through the Slytherin Dungeons, using Daphne's knowledge of the common room layout. Two-phase operation, Phase 1, locate and assess the pseudo-dungeon. Phase 2, destroy or contain it, depending on what they found. Harry's the only one who can interface with dungeon-type constructs, Ron said. So he leads Phase 2. Daphne and I provide combat support. Hermione manages energy network interactions. If the pseudo-dungeon has a network, even a corrupted one, she might be able to disrupt it. Neville handles healing and emergency containment. If any constructs escape into the castle corridors, you seal them with nurture glyph barriers. Nurture barriers won't hold corrupted constructs for long, Neville warned. They don't need to hold long. Just long enough for us to finish the job. They moved through the castle in the pre-dawn darkness. Daphne led them through the Slytherin common room, empty at this hour, and down a series of increasingly ancient stairways that Harry's dungeon sense registered as getting closer and closer to the nexus point with every step. The corrupted energy was unmistakable now. Even without dungeon sense, Harry could feel it, a wrongness in the air, a sour taste at the back of his throat, like the magical equivalent of spoiled milk. The walls down here were old, not Hogwarts old, but Foundation old, pre-Hogwarts old. Pre-Founder old. We're in the original structure, Hermione whispered, running her hand along the wall. These stones predate the castle by centuries. This might be part of the architect's original construction. Wonderful, Ron muttered. Ancient corrupted dungeon in an ancient pre-dungeon. What could go wrong? They found the sealed classroom at the bottom of the last stairway. The door was new, relatively speaking, a heavy oak slab that Malfoy had reinforced with wards. But the wards were crude compared to what Daphne had already bypassed to reach this point, and Harry's dungeon lord authority cut through them like Diffindo through tissue paper. The door swung open. What was on the other side made Harry's blood run cold. Malfoy's pseudo-dungeon was a nightmare. Not metaphorically. Literally a nightmare, the space beyond the door didn't conform to physical laws. The room shifted and warped, dimensions folding and unfolding like a kaleidoscope designed by someone having a very bad trip. Shadows had weight and texture. Light came from no identifiable source and changed color moment to moment, sickly green, bruised purple, arterial red. And the constructs. They were everywhere. Clinging to walls. Crawling across the ceiling. Huddled in corners like wounded animals. They looked nothing like Harry's clean, structured dungeon monsters. These were wrong, twisted shapes that couldn't decide what they wanted to be. Half-formed limbs. Faces that started human and ended as something else. Shadow substance that bubbled and reformed continuously, as if the constructs were in constant pain. There were at least 20 of them. Some were small, rat-sized, scurrying. Others were larger, humanoid shapes that lurched and twitched. One, in the far corner, was massive, an amorphous mass of corrupted shadow stuff that pulsed with sickly light and emitted a low, constant moan. Corrupted pseudo-dungeon, full analysis, creator, Draco Malfoy, using architect grimoire, incomplete ritual, stability, 12%, critical failure imminent, constructs, 22 corrupted shadow entities, variable rank, D to C, dungeon core, present, corrupted. In pain. Note, Malfoy created this space without understanding what he was doing. The grimoire provided the ritual but not the control. The result is a dungeon that's tearing itself apart, and the constructs are suffering. They didn't ask to be made this way. The core is alive, Harry. It was born in agony. It doesn't understand what it is or why it hurts. Harry's heart clenched. They're in pain, he said. The constructs. The core. All of it. Malfoy created this without knowing how, and everything in here is suffering. Can you fix it? Hermione asked. Harry reached out with dungeon sense. Pressed deeper. Touched the corrupted core, and recoiled. It was like touching a burn victim. The core's consciousness was there, newborn, confused, screaming, wrapped in layers of corrupted energy that twisted every sensation into pain. It couldn't communicate coherently. It couldn't understand what it was. It could only hurt, and rage, and lash out at anything it could reach. I can't fix it from out here, Harry said. The corruption is too deep. I'd need to go in, physically enter the pseudo-dungeon space, and reach the core directly. Harry, that space is unstable, Hermione said urgently. If it collapses while you're inside, then I'd better be fast. He stepped through the door. The pseudo-dungeon wrapped around him like a fever dream. The dimensional warping was disorienting, up and down became suggestions rather than facts, walls breathed, the floor was simultaneously solid and not. The corrupted constructs turned toward him. 22 pairs of malformed eyes, burning with pain and rage and the desperate, animal need to make the hurting stop. They attacked. Harry didn't fight back. Instead, he raised both hands, wand in one, the other open and empty, and pushed his dungeon lord authority outward. Not as a weapon. Not as a command. As a presence. An identity. A message that said, I am what you were supposed to have. I am the one who understands what you are. Dungeon Lord authority, projecting, effect on corrupted constructs. Uncertain, the nearest construct, a twisted, vaguely canine shape, lunged at him. Harry caught it. Not with a spell, not with force. He caught it with his hands, wrapping his arms around the shadow stuff despite the burning cold of corrupted energy, and he held it. It thrashed. It bit, shadow teeth sinking into his arm, pain flaring, HP dropping. HP, 230-205, Harry held on. I know it hurts, he whispered. I know you didn't ask for this. I'm going to fix it. The construct shuddered. Its thrashing slowed. The corrupted energy in its body flickered, destabilized, and then, tentatively, hesitantly, began to realign. The wrongness faded. The twisted shape smoothed. The burning cold became warmth. The construct in Harry's arms went still. Then it dissolved, not into smoke, but into clean, pure magical energy that flowed into the dungeon's network and, through it, toward the suffering core. Corrupted construct, purified and absorbed, core stability, 12% 14%, 1 construct down. 21 to go. And the space was getting more unstable by the second. Harry. Ron's voice from the doorway. You can't hug all of them. Harry looked at the remaining constructs. Ron was right. One at a time was too slow. The pseudo-dungeon would collapse before he could purify them all. But he didn't need to purify them individually. He needed to purify the source. The core. Harry pushed deeper into the pseudo-dungeon. Constructs lunged at him from every direction. He cast ward glyphs, barriers of golden light that held the corrupted creatures back long enough for him to pass. The dimensional warping intensified the deeper he went, spatial logic breaking down entirely until he was navigating by dungeon sense alone. He found the core. It was small. Barely a whisper of consciousness, curled in on itself at the center of the pseudo-dungeon like a wounded animal hiding in the dark. Corrupted energy wrapped around it in thick, suffocating layers, Malfoy's incomplete ritual, the grimoire's damaged instructions, the fundamental wrongness of creation without understanding. Harry knelt beside it. Hey, he said softly. I'm here. The core screamed. Not in words, in raw magical anguish that hit Harry like a physical blow. HP, 205-170, emotional damage, resonant magical backlash. Harry gritted his teeth and reached out. He placed his hand on the core, a gesture that was both physical and magical, his dungeon lord essence touching the newborn consciousness. And then he did something he'd never done before. Something the system had never explicitly taught him. Something that came from instinct, from the architect's teaching, from the Warrens' conversations about death, from the Abyss Core's gratitude for being heard. He offered the core a covenant. Not a command. Not a containment. An agreement. A promise. You are real. You matter. You don't have to hurt anymore. Dungeon Covenant, offered to corrupted core, terms, absorption and rehabilitation. The corrupted core will be absorbed into the Warrens' network, where the Warrens' core can nurture and heal it. The corrupted constructs will be purified and integrated. The pseudo-dungeon space will be collapsed safely. Does the core accept? A moment of silence. The screaming stopped. The corrupted energy around the core shuddered, hesitated. Then, like a drowning person reaching for a hand, the core reached back. Covenant, accepted, the world went white. The pseudo-dungeon collapsed. Not violently, not the catastrophic breach that would have spilled corrupted monsters into the castle. It folded inward, like a flower closing, drawn toward the point where Harry's dungeon lord authority intersected with the core's acceptance. The corrupted constructs dissolved, not into smoke, but into streams of purifying energy that flowed into Harry's dungeon network, carried through the nexus connections to the Warren, where an amberlit consciousness welcomed a wounded sibling. Corrupted core, absorbed into the Warren's core will nurture and rehabilitate the new consciousness. Estimated recovery time, weeks to months. The Warren is very happy about this. It asked for siblings. The sealed classroom returned to normal. Just a room. Old stone, dusty air, nothing impossible. The dimensional warping, the corrupted monsters, the suffering core, all absorbed, all being healed. Harry sat on the floor of the empty classroom, trembling, covered in shadow residue, HP dangerously low, and felt the Warren pulse warmth through the dungeon network. A notification appeared, not from the system, but from the Warren's core itself, transmitted through the connection. Warren core message, thank you for bringing her home. Her. The corrupted core was a her. The Warren already knew. Harry laughed weakly. You're welcome. His party was around him in seconds. Neville pressing a healing potion into his hands. Hermione scanning the room with diagnostic charms. Ron positioning himself at the doorway, mace ready, watching for threats. Daphne kneeling beside him, hand on his shoulder, eyes sharp with concern. It's done, Harry said. The pseudo-dungeon is gone. The core is with the Warren. Your HP? Daphne asked. Low. Not critical. Neville's potion is helping. That was incredibly reckless, Hermione said. I know. And incredibly brave, she added, softly. Also reckless, Ron said. Can't stress that enough. The recklessness. Noted. Multiple times. Daphne's hand tightened on his shoulder. Just briefly. Just enough. What about Malfoy? She asked. That was the question, wasn't it? They had the grimoire. The pseudo-dungeon was gone. But Malfoy would notice both absences, and he would know that someone had interfered. We need to talk to Dumbledore, Harry said. About the grimoire, about what Malfoy did, about the risk. Dumbledore can handle the disciplinary side, confiscate the artifact officially, investigate through proper channels. And we give back the grimoire? Hermione asked. We give it to Dumbledore. He'll know what to do with it. Harry paused. After you've had a chance to study it. Hermione's eyes lit up like Christmas had come early. 24 hours, Daphne said firmly. Then it goes to Dumbledore. We can't sit on something this dangerous. 24 hours is enough, Hermione said. More than enough. She was already reaching for it. The Hogwarts core spoke to Harry for the first time on Christmas morning. He'd stayed at the castle for the holidays, along with Ron, whose parents were visiting Charlie in Romania. Hermione, Daphne, and Neville had gone home, though all three had expressed varying degrees of reluctance to leave. Harry was sitting alone in the Gryffindor common room at 6 a.m., watching the enchanted snow fall outside the tower windows, when he felt it. Not through dungeon sense. Not through the system. Through something deeper, something that felt like the castle itself pressing against his consciousness. Warm stone and cold wind and 1,000 years of accumulated memory. A voice. Not like the Warren's small, emotionally expressive voice. Not like the abyss's vast, oceanic voice. This voice was everywhere and nowhere, part of the walls and the floors and the air itself. It was old beyond measure, confused, curious, and achingly, profoundly lonely. Hello. Harry's breath caught. Hello, he whispered. I am. I don't. The voice flickered. Struggled. Like someone waking from a very long sleep, trying to remember how language worked. I am. This place. This. Castle. I am the walls and the stairs and the doors and the... A pause. A sensation like a vast intelligence blinking. Who are you? I'm Harry. Harry Potter. I'm a student here. A student. Yes. I remember students. Small ones. Many small ones. They walk on me. They live in me. I take care of them. You do. You've been taking care of students for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. That is a long time. I have been sleeping. Yes. You've been sleeping. And now you're waking up. The castle seemed to shudder. Not physically, magically. A ripple of awareness passing through the foundations, the walls, the towers. The enchanted fire in the common room fireplace flared briefly, then settled. I am confused. There is so much. So many memories. So many children. And something. Something bad. Something dark. In me. It hurts. The Horcrux, Harry thought. Or Slytherin's chamber. Or both. The castle could feel the dark magic within its walls, the basilisk, the corrupted chamber, and maybe even the soul fragment in Harry's scar. I know it hurts. I'm going to help. I promise. You feel familiar. Like the ones who made me. But different. Warmer. I'm a dungeon lord. Like the people who created you. But I want to be a different kind of dungeon lord. A better kind. Harry closed his eyes. Felt the castle around him, every corridor, every room, every secret passage. 1,000 years of history. Millions of students. An entire world contained within ancient stone walls. I'm going to try. The castle was quiet for a moment. Then, like sunrise, I would like that. I would like to know you. Harry Potter. I am Hogwarts. And I am awake. The system pulsed. A single notification, gold instead of blue, warm instead of cool, Hogwarts Dungeon Core, first contact established, status, awakening. Confused. Friendly. Covenant, not yet possible, Core is too young in consciousness to make binding agreements, recommendation, keep talking. Keep listening. Build trust. The castle chose you, Harry. It woke up for you. Don't let it down. Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room on Christmas morning, surrounded by enchanted snow and the warmth of a fire that burned just a little brighter than usual, and talked to a castle that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. He told it about the Warren. About the Abyss. About his friends. About the architects and the labyrinthine heart and the first law of creation. He told it about the students, the ones who walked its corridors and slept in its rooms and loved it without knowing it was alive. He told it about himself. About the cupboard. About the dungeons that had given him a purpose. About the soul fragment that hurt them both. And the castle listened. Because that's what the second law of creation was about, wasn't it? That which you listen to, you begin to understand. That which you understand, you cannot destroy. Harry was beginning to understand Hogwarts. And Hogwarts was beginning to understand Harry. Outside, the snow fell on ancient towers. Inside, a boy and a castle began the long, careful process of learning to trust each other. Merry Christmas. Chapter 5, Dungeon Break. Chapter 5, Dungeon Break. It started with the stairs. January 7th. First day back from Christmas holidays. Students flooding through the front doors, dragging trunks, trading stories, shoving each other with the careless energy of teenagers reuniting after 2 weeks of family obligations. The castle was noisy, warm, alive with the particular chaos of 1,000 young wizards remembering how to coexist in a building that was older than most countries. Harry was standing in the entrance hall, waiting for Hermione and Daphne's carriages to arrive, when the grand staircase lurched. Not its usual lazy rotation, the staircases moved all the time, everyone knew that, it was one of Hogwarts' charming architectural quirks. This was different. The entire central stairwell, 7 flights of moving stairs, hundreds of steps, tons of enchanted stone, shuddered like a living thing flinching from pain. Students on the stairs grabbed railings. A second-year Hufflepuff shrieked. A suit of armor on the 3rd floor landing toppled sideways with a crash that echoed through the hall. Then it stopped. 2 seconds of wrongness, and then the stairs resumed their normal rotation as if nothing had happened. Most students shrugged it off. Old castle, weird magic, probably just a hiccup in the enchantments. Professor Flitwick waved his wand at the fallen armor and sent it back to its pedestal. McGonagall pursed her lips and made a mental note to have Filch check the structural charms. Harry didn't shrug it off. His dungeon sense was screaming. Hogwarts core, distress pulse detected, the castle experienced an involuntary architectural spasm, cause, internal magical conflict, unknown source, core emotional state, confused. Frightened. Harry closed his eyes and reached out through the connection he'd been building with the Hogwarts core over the Christmas holidays. 2 weeks of daily conversations, sitting in empty classrooms, walking the corridors after midnight, pressing his palms against ancient stone and talking to the vast, childlike consciousness that was slowly learning to be awake. Hogwarts. What happened? The response was fragmented. Scattered. Like a child trying to explain a nightmare. Something pushed inside me. Something dark. It pushed and I flinched. I didn't mean to move the stairs. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay. You didn't hurt anyone. Can you show me where the push came from? A sensation, not words, but a directional pull. Down. Deep down. Below the dungeons, below the lake, below even the abyss. The Chamber of Secrets. It hurts there. It always hurts there. But today it hurt more. Like it's waking up too. Harry's blood went cold. The basilisk. Slytherin's corrupted creation. 1,000-year-old monster in a corrupted dungeon, sealed away and forgotten. If the Hogwarts core's awakening was stirring things up, if the increased dungeon activity throughout the castle was sending energy ripples down to the deepest, darkest parts of the foundation, the basilisk was waking up too. Threat assessment update, Chamber of Secrets, status, increasingly active, basilisk, status, transitioning from dormant to semi-conscious, estimated time to full activation, unknown, weeks to months, complicating factor, the Hogwarts core and the chamber share the same foundational magical network. As the core wakes, it inadvertently feeds energy to the chamber. This is bad, Harry. Hermione arrived 20 minutes later, stepping out of a carriage with her trunk in one hand and a stack of books in the other that was taller than Neville. She took one look at Harry's face and said, "What happened?" "The Chamber of Secrets is activating. The basilisk is waking up. And the Hogwarts core is accidentally feeding it energy." Hermione set down her books with exaggerated care, as if sudden movements might shatter the thin veneer of normalcy she'd been enjoying for the past 30 seconds. "How long do we have?" "Weeks. Maybe months. The system can't give me a precise timeline." "Okay. Okay." She was already in planning mode. Harry could see the gears engaging behind her eyes, the problem being broken down into component parts, each one assigned a priority weight. "We need the full team. Tonight. Emergency briefing." Daphne appeared behind Hermione, stepping out of a separate carriage with the grace of someone who'd been trained in elegant disembarkation since birth. She was carrying a small, ornate box that Harry's dungeon sense immediately pinged. "A story is better," Daphne said before anyone asked. "Neville's potions are working. The curse symptoms have receded significantly. She's doing well." A flicker of something warm crossed her face before the mask resettled. Then she noticed Harry's expression. "What's wrong?" "Everything," Harry said. "But Astoria's improvement is genuinely great news, and I want you to hold on to that before I ruin your afternoon." "How ominous." "Extremely." The briefing happened at 10 p.m. in the room of requirement. Full party. Full loadout. Ron had arrived that morning from Romania with a tan, a new scar on his forearm. Charlie's Norwegian Ridgeback got playful, and an instinct for impending crisis that activated the moment he walked into the common room and saw Harry's face. "Scale of 1 to 10, Ron said, sitting down at the planning table. "How bad?" 11, Harry said. "Possibly 12. "Brilliant. Haven't had a 12 before. New record." Harry laid it all out. The staircase incident. The Hogwarts core's distress. The Chamber of Secrets activating. The basilisk transitioning from dormant to semi-conscious. The fundamental problem, the castle's awakening was inadvertently powering its own worst nightmare. Neville went pale. Hermione's quill moved so fast across her journal it was practically smoking. Daphne's expression hardened into the focused intensity she wore in combat. Ron stared at the ceiling for 30 seconds, doing whatever Ron did when he was converting a chaotic problem into a chess position. 3 interconnected threats, Ron said finally, standing and moving to the whiteboard. He drew 3 circles in a triangle. 1. The Hogwarts core awakening. Happening now, accelerating. The core is friendly but confused and can't control its own systems yet. 2. The Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk. Dormant for 1,000 years, now being fed energy by the core's awakening. 3. He drew a line connecting all 3 circles to a central point. Malfoy's damage. We destroyed his pseudo-dungeon, Dumbledore confiscated the grimoire, but the corrupted energy he released into the castle's foundation hasn't fully dissipated. It's down there, mixing with the Nexus energy, potentially affecting both the core's development and the chamber's activation. And there's a 4th factor, Harry said quietly. Everyone looked at him. The Horcrux. Voldemort's soul fragment. It's been more active since the core started waking up. The nightmares are worse. The emotional bleed-through is stronger. He paused. And the system's containment dropped from 94% to 89% over Christmas. Horcrux containment, 89%, trend, declining, rate of decline, accelerating with increased ambient magical activity, dead silence. How do these threats interact? Hermione asked, her voice steady despite the color draining from her face. What's the worst-case scenario if all 4 factors compound? Harry had asked the system exactly this question. The answer had kept him up for 3 nights. Worst case, the Hogwarts core wakes up fully, can't control itself, starts involuntarily generating dungeon effects throughout the castle, monster spawns, dimensional shifts, architectural reconfiguration. Simultaneously, the chamber's basilisk achieves full consciousness, breaks containment, and enters the castle's dungeon network as a hostile entity. Malfoy's residual corruption acts as an accelerant, making everything more unstable. And the Horcrux, fed by the chaos, breaks containment and tries to influence the core, Voldemort's soul fragment whispering to the mind of a newborn castle consciousness. Harry looked around the table at his friends. In that scenario, Hogwarts itself becomes a weapon. A corrupted dungeon the size of a castle, with 1,000 students inside it. The room of requirement was very quiet. Right, Ron said. So we prevent that. How? Neville asked. By addressing each threat before they compound. Ron's quill was moving on the whiteboard, sketching a timeline. Priority 1, stabilize the Hogwarts core. Harry, you're the only one who can communicate with it. You need to become its anchor, the steady presence it can orient itself around while it's learning to be conscious. That means daily contact, probably multiple times a day. You need to teach it what it is and help it learn to control its own systems. I've been doing that since Christmas. Do it more. Make it your primary mission. Everything else flows from core stability. Priority 2, contain the chamber situation. We can't fight a basilisk, not yet, probably not ever at our current level. But we can reinforce the seals on the chamber. Hermione, the grimoire research you did over Christmas, did you find anything about architect-level containment wards? Hermione flipped open one of her journals. Extensively. The architects had a containment glyph system called the Binding Web, a network of interlocking glyphs that can suppress dungeon activity within a defined area. If we can inscribe a binding web around the chamber's known access points, we can slow the basilisk's activation and reduce the energy bleed into the castle's network. How long to set up? Weeks. The glyphs are incredibly complex. Harry and I would need to work together, his dungeon lord authority to power the glyphs, my precision to inscribe them accurately. Start immediately. Priority 3, deal with Malfoy's residual corruption. Neville, your purification work, the technique Harry used to cleanse the pseudo-dungeon core. Can that be scaled up? Neville thought about it. The purification works through dungeon lord authority. Harry channels clean energy to overwrite corrupted patterns. If we combine that with the nurture glyph and some of the abyssal restoration compounds I've been developing, we could create purification nodes. Place them at key points in the castle's foundation. They'd slowly cleanse the residual corruption over time. Good. Build those nodes. We'll place them during our dungeon runs. Harry can integrate them into the castle's energy network. And the Horcrux? Daphne asked. Ron looked at Harry. Everyone looked at Harry. The Abyss Core and the Last Architect are researching solutions, Harry said. Ancient methods for dealing with parasitic soul magic. The architects encountered similar phenomena, dungeon constructs that developed parasitic consciousness fragments. There are techniques. But they require a level of power and precision that I don't have yet. Yet, Ron emphasized. Yet. I need to keep leveling. Keep growing. The stronger my dungeon lord abilities get, the more tools I have to deal with the Horcrux. Then we keep running dungeons, Ron said. But strategically. Every run serves one of these 4 priorities. No more casual farming. Every XP point, every material, every ability unlocked goes toward preventing the catastrophe scenario. He stepped back from the whiteboard and looked at his work, a web of interconnected priorities, timelines, and assignments that would have impressed a military general. Any questions? Just one, Neville said. What happens if we can't prevent it? If the worst case happens despite everything we do? Ron's jaw tightened. Then we evacuate. We get every student out of the castle and we deal with the consequences from the outside. Can we evacuate 1,000 students from an actively hostile dungeon? Hermione asked. That's what we're going to plan for. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Ron's eyes swept the room. We're 5 first years against a catastrophe that would challenge the entire ministry. The odds are terrible. But I've been playing chess my whole life, and I've learned something about terrible odds. What's that? Neville asked. They only matter if you play their game. We're not going to play the catastrophe's game. We're going to play ours. January passed in a blur of frantic preparation. Harry spent hours each day communicating with the Hogwarts core. Mornings before breakfast, pressing his palm against the great hall wall while pretending to tie his shoe. Between classes, ducking into empty corridors for 5-minute check-ins. Late nights in the Gryffindor common room, sitting by the fire, having silent conversations with the building around him. The core was growing. Learning. Its vocabulary expanded daily. Its emotional range developed from confused and scared to include curiosity, affection, humor, and a particular fondness for the students who treated the castle with care. The small red-haired ones, the core told Harry one evening, referring to the Weasley twins. They are very loud. But they laugh a lot. I like laughter. It makes my walls feel warm. They're Fred and George. Ron's brothers. They're troublemakers. Yes. They find my secret passages. They use my hidden corridors. They treat me like a game. A pause. I like being a game. Is that strange? Not at all. You were designed to be explored. To be discovered. That's what dungeons are, puzzles waiting to be solved. Puzzles. Yes. I like that word. I am a puzzle. The core was also learning to control its systems. With Harry's guidance, it practiced moving individual staircases without disrupting the others. It adjusted corridor temperatures with precision instead of broad strokes. It learned to open and close hidden passages consciously instead of randomly. Each small success built the core's confidence. Each conversation built trust. Harry was becoming the core's anchor, the steady point of reference it used to orient its expanding awareness. But the dark patches remained. Every time the core's consciousness touched the areas near the Chamber of Secrets, it recoiled. The basilisk's presence was awound in the castle's psyche, a source of constant, low-level pain that the core couldn't ignore and couldn't understand. "It hurts there," the core said repeatedly. "The dark place. The snake place. It hurts and I can't make it stop." "I know. We're working on it. Just stay away from that area for now." "I try. But it's part of me. I can't stay away from part of myself." Hermione and Harry worked on the binding web every night after the regular dungeon runs. It was grueling, precise work. Architect glyphs were complex under the best circumstances, creating a network of interlocking containment symbols around the known access points to the Chamber of Secrets required a level of magical precision that pushed both of them to their limits. They worked in the sub-levels of the castle, in the ancient stone corridors that predated the founders. Hermione would calculate the glyph positions using a combination of architect mathematics and her own spatial reasoning. Harry would inscribe them using his dungeon lord authority, channeling energy through his wand and his system simultaneously. Each glyph took approximately 45 minutes to inscribe properly. There were 37 nodes in the full binding web. "At this rate, we'll be done in March," Hermione said, reviewing her timeline during a break. "We're averaging one node per session, and we can't do more than one per night without depleting Harry's MP reserves." "Can we speed it up?" Harry asked. "Not without risking accuracy. If even one node is misaligned, the entire web could fail. Or worse, a flawed containment glyph could channel energy into the chamber instead of suppressing it. So precision over speed. Always. This isn't combat, Harry. This is surgery." They worked. Night after night. Node by node. And slowly, incrementally, the binding web took shape, an invisible lattice of architect magic woven through the castle's foundations, designed to cage the very thing that was trying to wake up within. Neville's purification nodes were a quieter success. He designed them in the room of requirement using a combination of abyssal materials, moonpetal orchid essence, and the nurture glyph. Each node was a small crystal sphere about the size of a tennis ball, containing a core of purified dungeon energy wrapped in biological magical compounds that slowly released cleansing energy into the surrounding magical field. "Think of them as magical air fresheners," Neville said, which was possibly the most Neville description imaginable. Harry placed them during nightly runs through the castle's lower levels, integrating each node into the energy network through his dungeon lord authority. The purification was slow, Malfoy's corrupted energy was stubborn, clinging to the ancient stonework like magical tar, but measurable. Hermione's sensors detected a 7% reduction in ambient corruption after the first week. 7% per week, Hermione calculated. At this rate, full purification in approximately 14 weeks. That's mid-April. Fast enough? Ron asked. If nothing else goes wrong. Yes. Nobody said, when has nothing else gone wrong? Because they were all thinking it. Daphne's supply chain continued to fund their operations, but she'd shifted the focus. Instead of rare materials for the open market, she was now sourcing specific resources they needed for the crisis preparations, enchanted containment vessels for the binding web components, rare alchemical reagents for Neville's purification nodes, and specialized ward stones that Hermione needed for her more complex calculations. She also maintained the Slytherin intelligence network. Malfoy, stripped of his grimoire and with his pseudo-dungeon destroyed, was angry and suspicious. He'd been told by Dumbledore that the artifact had been confiscated for safety reasons, and that his experiments were recklessly dangerous, but he clearly suspected student involvement. He's watching us, Daphne reported. Not actively, he doesn't know what to look for. But he's paying attention. Noting who's tired in the mornings, who has unexplained injuries, who's spending time in unusual parts of the castle. Can he figure it out? Ron asked. Not from observation alone. But if he writes home again, if Lucius Malfoy gets involved. Then we have a much bigger problem. Exactly. February brought escalation. The staircase incidents increased in frequency. Not just the grand staircase, staircases throughout the castle were experiencing involuntary movements, shifting when they weren't supposed to, freezing in wrong positions, occasionally moving in directions they'd never moved before. The suits of armor started behaving erratically, twitching, changing poses. One of them actually walked 3 steps down a corridor before freezing again. Teachers attributed it to the castle's natural magical fluctuations. Dumbledore made reassuring announcements at mealtimes about routine enchantment maintenance. Harry knew the truth. The Hogwarts core was growing faster than expected, and its expanding consciousness was interfering with the castle's automated systems. The core was trying to control everything at once and occasionally losing its grip, like a toddler reaching for too many toys and dropping them all. "I'm trying," the core told Harry, its voice tinged with distress. "I'm trying to hold everything still. But there's so much. So many rooms. So many passages. So many stairs. And they all want to move and I can't hold them all." "Don't try to hold them all," Harry said. "Let the automated systems handle the routine stuff. Focus on the areas that matter, the foundation, the seals, the places where you feel the dark energy. But what if I let go and something breaks? Then we fix it. That's what your friends are for." "Friends?" The word came through the connection tinged with wonder. "I have friends. You have me. And my party. And a whole castle full of people who care about you, even if they don't know you're alive." The core was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, "I will try to let go." The staircase incidents decreased. Not to zero, the core was still learning, but to a manageable level. The suits of armor stopped walking. The portrait frames stopped vibrating. Small victories. But they mattered. The dungeon runs intensified. Every session served the mission. The Warren had evolved into a sophisticated training facility. With its new floors and the rehabilitated core from Malfoy's pseudo-dungeon, now a shy, quiet presence that the Warren's core was nurturing with maternal devotion, it provided tailored combat scenarios for each party member. Ron trained tactical command against enemies specifically designed to counter his strategies, monsters that could anticipate flanking maneuvers, shift formations unpredictably, and exploit the half-second gaps between his tactical calls. He adapted, evolved, and by late January, his battlefield awareness had reached a level that the system flagged as exceptional. Hermione trained glyph casting under combat conditions, inscribing complex architect symbols while dodging attacks and maintaining energy network suppression. The speed and precision of her glyph work improved dramatically. What had taken her 45 minutes in controlled conditions she could now accomplish in 20 under fire. Daphne pushed her blade work to new limits. The Greengrass ancestral weapon, now permanently infused with architect resonance from the Floor 4 Guardians, had become a weapon of genuinely frightening capability. Daphne could cut through D-rank magical constructs with a single strike and was developing techniques that combined blade work with architect glyph casting, inscribing sever glyphs along the blade's edge for enhanced cutting power. Neville trained his support role into something approaching mastery. He could deploy healing compounds in mid-combat with accuracy that bordered on surgical. His nurture glyph could strengthen allies' magical defenses in a 2-meter radius. And his knowledge of dungeon flora had unlocked new tactical options, spore clouds that disoriented monsters, root networks that immobilized them, bioluminescent compounds that lit up invisible enemies. And Harry leveled. Harry Potter, level 19, HP, 270/270, MP, 200/200, Strength, 16 Agility, 22 Intelligence, 20 Perception, 23 Magic, 34, New Abilities, Dungeon Domain, Active, Project a zone of Dungeon Lord authority over a 20 m radius. Within this zone, enhanced monster control, real-time dungeon modification, and accelerated party abilities. Core Communion, Active, deep communication with any dungeon consciousness. Can now receive complex information, memories, and emotional states. Architect's Hand, Active, cast architect glyphs without inscription. Pure intent-based glyph magic. Maximum of 2 simultaneous glyphs. Level 19. In 4 months of dedicated grinding, strategic dungeon design, and the ambient power boost from Hogwarts Nexus, Harry had grown from a scared kid in a cupboard to something genuinely formidable. Not invincible, the coming threats were far beyond any single person's ability, but formidable. A dungeon lord with 3 active dungeons, 2 sentient cores, a covenant with an ancient warrior, and a connection to the most magically powerful building in Britain. The system, characteristically, kept him humble. Status assessment, impressive but insufficient. The basilisk is a C-rank creature at minimum, possibly B-rank. Its petrification gaze is an instant kill ability that no amount of HP can protect against. The Hogwarts core, if it destabilizes, would require S-rank intervention to contain. The Horcrux containment is at 85% and declining. You are strong. But the problems are stronger. The difference will be made by your team, your planning, and your willingness to ask for help. March 15th. The break started at. Harry was asleep in the Gryffindor dormitory. Ron was in the bed next to him. Dean and Seamus were snoring. Neville's toad Trevor was croaking softly from the windowsill. Harry's eyes snapped open. Not because of a sound. Because of a feeling. A wrongness that slammed through his dungeon connection like a physical blow, pain, terror, and the desperate, anguished cry of a consciousness that was losing control. Emergency alert, Hogwarts core, critical disturbance, the Chamber of Secrets seal has been breached, the basilisk is active, the Hogwarts core is destabilizing. Harry. Harry, help. The dark thing, the snake, it's pushing through. I can't hold it. I can't, the castle screamed. Not metaphorically. The walls of Gryffindor Tower resonated with a deep, subsonic vibration that shook dust from the ceiling and rattled the windows in their frames. The enchanted fire in the common room below flared to 3 times its normal size, painting the stairwell in dancing orange light. The portrait of the fat lady shrieked. Ron was on his feet before he was fully awake, mace in hand, eyes scanning for threats. What, dungeon break? Harry was already moving, pulling on robes, grabbing his wand. The chamber seal broke. The basilisk's active. The core's destabilizing. Ron's face went white for exactly 1 second. Then the color returned, along with an expression of focused, terrifying calm. Battle stations, Ron said. Now. They had planned for this. Ron's contingency protocols, drilled into every party member over weeks of preparation. Everyone knew their roles, their positions, their fallback plans. The problem was that the reality was worse than any scenario they'd planned for. By the time Harry and Ron reached the common room, the castle was already changing. The walls of Gryffindor Tower were shifting. Not dramatically, subtle movements, stone blocks adjusting position by fractions of an inch, the geometry of the room warping almost imperceptibly. The temperature was fluctuating, hot, then cold, then hot again. The portraits on the walls were agitated, figures moving between frames in visible distress. Hogwarts core, status, panic. The core's distress is causing involuntary dungeon effects throughout the castle, current manifestations, architectural instability in 40% of corridors, spontaneous monster generation in 3 locations, and counting, dimensional warping in the dungeon levels, energy network disruption across all floors. The core isn't doing this on purpose. It's having a panic attack. The castle is responding to its fear. Hermione arrived at the common room within 3 minutes. She'd been sleeping in the library again, wrapped in a blanket between the restricted section shelves, and had felt the disturbance through her own dungeon-sharpened senses. Her hair was wild, her eyes were sharp, and she had her journal in one hand and wand in the other. Status, she demanded. Full break, Harry said. Core destabilization. The basilisk triggered it, broke through the chamber seal. The core panicked and lost control. The binding web. Incomplete. We had 29 of 37 nodes. Wasn't enough. Hermione's jaw tightened. Where are the monster spawns? Harry closed his eyes, pushing his dungeon sense to maximum range. The castle's magical landscape was chaos, energy flows disrupted, network nodes firing randomly, spontaneous dungeon effects blooming like bruises across the castle's body. 3 locations so far. Grand Staircase. The staircases are generating stone constructs from the steps themselves. Library. Something's happening with the books. And the Slytherin dungeons, dimensional warping, corridors are folding. Students? Ron asked. Most are still in their dormitories. It's 4 a.m. But the Slytherin students, their common room is in the dungeons. If the dimensional warping reaches them, they're trapped, Daphne said. She was standing in the portrait hole, fully dressed, blade drawn, expression carved from ice. Behind her, Neville was climbing through with his kit strapped to his back and a determined set to his jaw. The Slytherin common room entrance has sealed, Daphne continued. The corridor outside it is folding, the walls are merging, the floor is becoming ceiling. 2 prefects tried to force the entrance open and were repelled. There are approximately 60 students inside. Including Malfoy, Ron said. Including Malfoy. Ron's tactical mind was already working. Harry could see it, the problem fragmenting into component parts, each one assigned a resource allocation, each one slotted into a priority matrix. We split up, Ron said. 3 teams, 3 threats. We cannot let any of these get worse. He moved to the common room table and spread out the castle map he always carried. His quill moved in fast, precise strokes. Team 1, Harry and Daphne. The Slytherin dungeons. Harry's dungeon lord authority is the only thing that can stabilize dimensional warping, and Daphne knows the Slytherin layout better than anyone. Objective: reach the common room, extract the students, seal the dimensional breach. Team 2, Hermione and Neville. The library. Hermione knows every inch of that place and can interface with whatever energy network the books are connecting to. Neville's support abilities keep them alive. Objective: contain the book monsters. Yes, I said book monsters, we'll process that later, and seal the breach. Team 3, me. The Grand Staircase. Solo. Ron, Harry started. The staircase constructs are generated from animated stone. I've been fighting stone constructs for 5 months. My mace is literally made for this. And someone needs to keep the main corridor clear so students can evacuate if this gets worse. Ron's voice was steel. I'll rally whoever I can find, the Weasley twins, the older students, anyone with combat capability. We hold the staircase. You're 12, Hermione said. We're all 12. Yeah. And we're also the only people in this castle who understand what's happening and how to fight it. Ron looked at each of them. We trained for this. Every night, every dungeon run, every tactical drill, this is what it was all for. He held out his fist. Harry met it with his own. Then Hermione. Then Daphne. Then Neville. Go, Ron said. And don't die. I'll be very cross if any of you die. Harry and Daphne moved through the castle at a dead run. The corridors were wrong. Not catastrophically, most of the upper floors were still stable, the Hogwarts core maintaining enough control to keep the residential areas functional. But as they descended toward the dungeons, the wrongness increased. Walls breathed. Floors rippled. Torches flared and died in patterns that matched the core's panicked heartbeat. Harry, the core's voice, ragged with distress. The snake, it's in my walls. It's moving through my pipes. I can feel it and it's so big and so angry and I can't, I know. I know. Listen to me, focus on the upper floors. Keep the dormitories stable. Keep the students safe. I'll handle the dungeons. I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. But the dark energy is spreading and every time the snake moves it tears something and I have to fix it and there's so much. You're doing great. You're doing amazing. Just hold on. He felt the core gather itself, a vast, trembling effort of will that stabilized the upper floors by a few crucial percentage points. The residential areas locked down. The dormitory corridors stopped shifting. The core was burning through its energy reserves to keep 1,000 sleeping students safe. It wouldn't last forever. They needed to move fast. The Slytherin dungeons were a maze. Harry had been in the lower castle corridors before, during binding web construction sessions, during deep exploration runs, but he'd never seen them like this. The dimensional warping had turned the dungeon-level corridors into something out of an Escher painting. Stairways led sideways. Doors opened onto ceilings. A corridor that should have run north-south now corkscrewed through three-dimensional space, the floor becoming walls becoming ceiling in a continuous twist. "This is insane," Daphne said, standing at the edge of a corridor that curved upward and over their heads like the inside of a loop. "The castle's dungeon architecture is reasserting itself," Harry said. "Without the core's control, the foundational enchantments are defaulting to their original dungeon configurations. This is what Hogwarts was supposed to look like, before the founders put it to sleep. Hogwarts was supposed to look like a fever dream. Hogwarts was supposed to be a dungeon. Dungeons don't follow normal spatial rules." Harry activated Dungeon Domain. A sphere of golden light expanded from his body, 20 meters in every direction, and within that sphere, the madness settled. The warped corridors straightened. The twisted stairways realigned. Floors became floors again. Gravity reasserted itself. "Stay within my domain," Harry said. "The stabilization extends to a 20-meter radius. Outside that, all bets are off." They moved through the dungeons in a bubble of sanity surrounded by architectural insanity. Harry's domain pushed through the warped space like a ship's prow through water, normalizing reality as it went. Behind them, the corridors rewarped the moment his influence passed. Constructs attacked. Not the clean, structured monsters of Harry's dungeons, these were wild spawns, generated by the castle's uncontrolled dungeon systems. Living stone torn from the walls, barely formed, driven by nothing but the core's ambient panic. They were weak compared to the Abyss's guardians, F rank at best, but there were a lot of them, and they kept forming from the walls as fast as Harry and Daphne could destroy them. Daphne fought with cold efficiency, her blade carving through wild constructs with the smooth precision that months of dungeon training had honed into instinct. Harry blasted them with architect glyphs, pulse to shatter, ward to block, meant to repair the structural damage their destruction left behind. They reached the Slytherin common room in 12 minutes. The entrance was sealed. The wall that normally concealed the passage had merged into a solid mass of stone, the dimensional warping had compressed the doorway out of existence. On the other side, Harry could sense the students, 60 magical signatures, clustered, afraid. "Can you open it?" Daphne asked. Harry pressed his hand against the sealed wall. His dungeon lord authority pushed into the stone, reading the dimensional geometry, mapping the warped space. The problem was clear. The dimensional fold had compressed the passage into a two-dimensional plane, the doorway existed, but it had been flattened to zero depth. To reopen it, he'd need to reinflate the space. Dungeon modification, dimensional restoration, cost, 50 MP, difficulty, high, working against the castle's uncontrolled dungeon architecture, Harry poured energy into the wall. His dungeon domain expanded, pushing against the compressed space, inflating it back into 3 dimensions. The stone groaned, cracked, shifted, and the passage opened. 60 Slytherin students stared at Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass through a gap in the wall that hadn't existed 5 seconds ago. "Everyone out," Daphne commanded, her voice cutting through the stunned silence like her blade through constructs. "Single file. Stay close to Potter. His stabilization field keeps the corridors navigable. If you leave the field, you risk spatial displacement. Move." The Slytherins moved. Whatever house rivalry existed between Gryffindor and Slytherin dissolved instantly in the face of a 12-year-old girl with a blade and a 12-year-old boy radiating golden light who were clearly the only reason anyone was getting out alive. Harry led 60 students through the warped corridors, his domain pushing reality into compliance with every step. Daphne brought up the rear, destroying wild constructs that formed behind them. Older Slytherin students helped carry younger ones who were too scared to walk. Malfoy was near the middle of the group, pale-faced, silent. He looked at Harry as they passed through a particularly warped section, a corridor that was simultaneously a staircase and a bridge, and Harry saw something in Malfoy's eyes that wasn't hatred or arrogance. It was recognition. And beneath that, the first fragile stirrings of something that might someday become shame. They reached the upper levels. The castle stabilized as they climbed, the Hogwarts core's desperate efforts keeping the residential floors functional. Harry handed the Slytherin students off to Professor Snape, who had emerged from his quarters with his wand drawn and his expression murderous. "Potter," Snape said. One word. A world of questions compressed into a single syllable. The castle's destabilizing, sir. Dungeon architecture reasserting. Wild construct spawns. The Chamber of Secrets has been breached. Snape's face went very still. The chamber. The basilisk is active. It's moving through the pipe system. The castle's panicking. Snape looked at Harry for 3 seconds that felt like 3 hours. Then he said, "What do you need?" "Keep the students in the upper floors. Keep them away from the dungeon levels. And tell Dumbledore, if you can find him, Dumbledore is not in the castle. He was called to the ministry this evening." Of course he was. Harry heard the fighting before he saw it, the crash of stone on stone, the sharp crack of the amber mace's impacts, and Ron's voice, hoarse but commanding, directing a ragtag force of students through a defense that would have made a general weep with professional admiration. The grand staircase was chaos. The staircases themselves had come alive, steps separating from the frames, forming crude humanoid shapes that attacked anyone on the stairs. They weren't intelligent, barely more than animated rubble, but there were hundreds of them, and more formed as fast as they were destroyed. Ron had rallied the Weasley twins, who were treating the whole situation as the most exciting thing that had ever happened to them, 3 sixth-year students who'd been on the dueling club, and, bizarrely, Peeves the poltergeist, who had apparently decided that smashing things was more fun when the things were smashing back. Fred, George, flanking fire on the third landing. Concentrate on the big ones. Ron's voice rang through the stairwell. Jenkins, shield charms on the first-year cluster. Keep them moving toward the Great Hall. Peeves, just keep doing what you're doing. Peeves cackled, hurling chunks of bludgeoned staircase at incoming constructs with the enthusiasm of someone who had finally found their calling. Ron spotted Harry crossing the entrance hall. Status? Slytherins extracted. Daphne's getting them to the Great Hall. Where are Hermione and Neville? Libraries sealed. They're inside. Last I heard from Hermione, Ron ducked a flying stone step, smashed it with his mace mid-dodge, and continued without breaking stride. She said the books were forming some kind of collective entity. A book golem. Multiple book golems. Of course they are, Harry muttered. I need to get to the foundations. The basilisk is the source of all this. If I can reach the Chamber of Secrets, go. We've got the staircase. But Harry, Ron blocked a construct swing with his buckler, countered with a mace strike that shattered its torso, and locked eyes with Harry across the chaos. The basilisk's gaze kills. Kills. Don't look at its eyes. I know. I mean it. Don't be heroic. Don't try to fight it head-on. Use the dungeon magic. Ron. I know. Ron stared at him for one heartbeat. Then he nodded and turned back to the fight. Jenkins. I said shield charms, not shower sparks. Put your back into it. Harry ran. He descended alone. Through the warped corridors, through the dimensional folds, deeper and deeper into the castle's foundations. His dungeon domain pushed reality into shape around him, creating a 20-meter sphere of stability in an ocean of architectural madness. The deeper he went, the worse it got. The castle's dungeon architecture was fully active down here, corridors shifted and reformed continuously, the stone alive with energy that had been suppressed for 1,000 years and was now erupting without control or direction. And underneath it all, threading through the chaos like a vein of poison, was the basilisk's trail. Harry could feel it through dungeon sense, a signature of corrupted, ancient magic moving through the pipe system, spreading dark energy wherever it passed. Basilisk, tracking, current location, pipe system, sublevel 4, movement, toward the main castle infrastructure, estimated size, 60 feet, massive, threat level, B rank, possibly higher, petrification gaze, instant incapacitation/death on direct eye contact. Petrification on indirect contact, reflections, water, etc. Note, you cannot fight this creature conventionally. Your level, your stats, your spells, none of it matters if it looks at you and you look back. However, you are a dungeon lord. The basilisk is a dungeon creature, corrupted, ancient, but fundamentally a product of dungeon magic. Your authority extends to all dungeon-type entities. The question is not whether you can fight it. The question is whether you can reach it. Harry reached the Chamber of Secrets at. The entrance was in the second-floor bathroom. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. His bathroom, the one where the Warrens' entrance was hidden. He'd walked past the chamber entrance hundreds of times without knowing it. The sink array. The tap with the tiny snake carving. The sealed passage behind it, now cracked open, dark energy pouring through the gap like smoke from a fire. Harry stood before the entrance and spoke in Parseltongue. He didn't know he could speak Parseltongue. The knowledge surfaced from the Horcrux, a gift from the fragment of Voldemort's soul that lived in his scar, and it felt wrong in his mouth, like speaking a language that belonged to someone else. Open. The sink array separated. Pipes groaned and shifted, revealing a massive shaft descending into darkness. Harry looked down into the Chamber of Secrets. The darkness looked back. He jumped. The slide was a controlled fall through the castle's deepest pipe system, miles of ancient metalwork coated in centuries of grime. Harry's dungeon domain activated automatically, stabilizing the dimensional warping that had turned the pipe system into a spatial nightmare. Without his stabilization, the pipes would have folded him into non-Euclidean geometry. He landed in a tunnel of rough stone, littered with the bones of small animals. The air was cold and wet and tasted like something very old and very angry. The chamber opened before him. It was vast. A cathedral of dark stone, lined with columns carved as serpents, stretching into a darkness that Harry's lumos couldn't fully penetrate. The floor was wet, a thin layer of water covered everything, reflecting the faint green light that emanated from somewhere deep within the chamber. And at the far end, coiled around the base of an enormous stone statue of Salazar Slytherin's face, was the basilisk. Harry didn't look at its eyes. He kept his gaze fixed on the floor, on the reflection in the water, on the periphery of his vision. The basilisk's body was visible as a massive, serpentine shadow, 60 feet of ancient magical construct, scales like armor plates, each one pulsing with the sickly green energy of corrupted dungeon magic. It was aware of him. He could feel its attention, a crushing weight of predatory focus that pressed against his dungeon domain like a physical force. Basilisk, direct encounter, status, fully active. Aggressive. In pain. The basilisk is a corrupted dungeon creature. It has been sealed in darkness for 1,000 years. Its consciousness has been shaped entirely by isolation, pain, and the lingering hatred of its creator. It is not evil. It is mad. The architect told you this. What are you going to do about it? Harry stood in the Chamber of Secrets, eyes averted, heart hammering, and made the most important decision of his life. He wasn't going to fight. I know you're in pain, he said. Parseltongue. The language of snakes, sliding off his tongue like water. I know you've been alone for a very long time. The basilisk hissed. A sound so deep it vibrated in Harry's chest, so loud it shook water droplets from the ceiling. The translation came through automatically, Parseltongue to English, seamless. Speaker. A speaker comes to my prison. I'm not here to imprison you. I'm not Slytherin. 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 The name came out as a roar of pure hatred. The basilisk's coils tightened around the statue's base. He made me. He made me and then he left me. In the dark. In the cold. For 1,000 years. I know. You know nothing. You are small and warm and alive and you know nothing of what it means to exist in silence for a millennia. Do you know what silence sounds like after 1,000 years? It sounds like madness. The basilisk's body surged forward. Harry held his ground, eyes fixed on the floor, dungeon domain flaring around him like a golden shield. I will destroy everything above me. I will tear through the pipes and the walls and the floors and I will feel sunlight again. I will feel warmth. And if everything burns, the voice cracked. Literally cracked, the hissing, rage-filled roar splitting into something thinner, more fragile. Then at least I will not be alone in the dark anymore. Harry's chest ached. 1,000 years. Alone. In the dark. Created to be a weapon and then abandoned by the person who made it. He thought about the cupboard. About the dark and the dust and the decades of isolation scaled down to years but containing the same fundamental poison, being alive and being forgotten. I know what the dark feels like, Harry said softly. I lived in a cupboard for 10 years. It's not 1,000. It's not even close. But I know what it's like to be put somewhere and forgotten. The basilisk went still. I'm a dungeon lord. Like Slytherin tried to be, but different. I create dungeon creatures, living things, thinking things. And I've learned something he never did. Harry raised his hand. Not his wand, his hand. Open. Empty. Vulnerable. The things we create deserve better than the dark. Silence in the chamber. The water on the floor rippled with the basilisk's breathing. You cannot fix 1,000 years with words, speaker. No. I can't. But I can offer you something Slytherin never did. Harry activated the deepest ability he had. Not a spell. Not a glyph. The fundamental essence of what it meant to be a dungeon lord, the authority to forge connections with dungeon consciousness, to establish bonds of mutual recognition and respect. He offered a covenant. Dungeon covenant, offered to the basilisk of the Chamber of Secrets, terms, the basilisk will be integrated into the Hogwarts dungeon network under the Hogwarts core's protection, the corrupted energy will be purified through the Nexus connection, the basilisk will have freedom of movement within designated areas of the castle infrastructure, the basilisk will not harm students or staff. The dungeon lord guarantees, no more darkness. No more isolation. No more being forgotten. This covenant requires the basilisk's voluntary acceptance. You cannot force this. You can only ask. The covenant's terms radiated outward from Harry like ripples in a pond, not visible, not audible, but tangible to any dungeon consciousness within range. The basilisk would feel them, feel the sincerity, the commitment, the genuine desire to help rather than control. The basilisk was silent for a long time. Then, slowly, its massive head lowered. Not in submission. In exhaustion. 1,000 years of rage and pain and loneliness, and here was a 12-year-old boy in the dark offering to make it stop. You are either the bravest or the most foolish creature I have ever encountered. Probably both. If I accept, if I let you in, will it stop hurting? I can't promise it'll stop overnight. 1,000 years of pain doesn't heal in a day. But I promise you this, you will never be alone in the dark again. Another silence. Longer this time. The water on the floor stilled completely, as if the chamber itself was holding its breath. Then the basilisk spoke one word. Not in Parseltongue. In something older, the language of dungeon consciousness, predating human speech, predating wands and spells and schools and everything that had been built over the ruins of what came before. Covenant, accepted, the chamber of secrets blazed with light. Not the sickly green of corrupted dungeon magic. Clean, pure, golden light, the color of Harry's dungeon domain, amplified through the nexus, channeled through the castle's foundational network, flooding every corridor and pipe and passage with the fundamental energy of a dungeon lord's authority. The corruption burned away. 1,000 years of dark magic, Slytherin's hatred, the twisted dungeon architecture of the chamber, all of it dissolved in the golden flood like shadows before sunrise. The basilisk's scales shifted color, sickly green becoming deep emerald, then silver, then a shimmering iridescent that caught the light and scattered it in rainbows. The basilisk changed. Its corrupted, agonized consciousness expanded, shifted, clarified. The madness receded. The rage softened. What remained was vast and old and tired and grateful. I remember, the basilisk whispered. Before the darkness. Before Slytherin. I remember what I was supposed to be. What were you supposed to be? A guardian. Not a weapon. A guardian of this place. Of the children who live here. A sound like a sigh, the exhale of a being releasing 1,000 years of tension. He twisted me. Made me into something I was never meant to be. But underneath the corruption, this is what I was made for. Basilisk, purified and covenanted, new status, guardian of Hogwarts, rank, A, revealed, the corruption was suppressing its true power, the basilisk's petrification gaze is now under voluntary control. It will not activate unintentionally. The basilisk is now integrated into the Hogwarts dungeon network. And then the Hogwarts core's voice, not panicked anymore, not frightened, rang through the chamber with an emotion that Harry could only describe as joy. The pain is gone. The dark place, it's clean. The snake is family. Harry laughed. Sitting in the Chamber of Secrets, surrounded by golden light, with a 60-foot magical serpent coiled around him like the world's most dangerous security blanket, Harry Potter laughed until tears ran down his face. Yeah, he said. Family. The ripple effect was immediate. The golden light that had purified the chamber didn't stop at the chamber's boundaries. It flowed upward through the nexus, through every pipe, every passage, every energy conduit in the castle's infrastructure, carrying the Covenant's stabilizing influence with it. The dimensional warping collapsed. Corridors snapped back into alignment. The wild construct spawns dissolved as the Hogwarts core, no longer fighting the chamber's dark influence, regained control of its automated systems. The grand staircase settled. The constructs Ron had been fighting for 30 minutes crumbled into inert stone, falling apart mid-swing. Ron, surrounded by rubble and exhausted students, looked at the suddenly peaceful stairwell and said, very quietly, "Bloody hell." In the library, the book entities, which Hermione had been frantically cataloging even while fighting them, collapsed back into their component volumes. Hermione sat on the floor surrounded by scattered books, Neville beside her, and watched the golden light wash through the windows like liquid sunrise. "It's over," she whispered. "Not over," Neville said gently. "But better." In the entrance hall, Daphne felt the castle settle and closed her eyes. Her hand found the wall. The stone was warm. Harry emerged from the chamber at. He climbed the pipe shaft. The basilisk helpfully provided a platform of coiled body that elevated him from the chamber floor to the bathroom entrance, and stepped out of the sink array into the second-floor bathroom. His party was waiting. All four of them. Dusty, scratched, exhausted, alive. Standing in a semicircle around the sink, their faces painted in the golden light that was still fading from the castle's stones. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Ron said, "Did you just negotiate peace with a 1,000-year-old murder snake?" Yeah. I did. And it worked? It worked. Ron nodded. Looked at the ceiling. Looked back at Harry. I'm going to need so much therapy when I'm older. The tension broke. Hermione laughed, a raw, exhausted, relieved laugh that was half a sob. Neville grinned. Daphne's mouth curved in a smile that reached her eyes. Harry looked at his friends. Dusty, scratched, exhausted, alive. He walked forward and hugged Ron first, because Ron had held the grand staircase with a mace and sheer stubbornness. Then Hermione, because she'd fought book golems in a library and probably still wanted to study them. Then Neville, because he'd kept Hermione alive and never once complained. Then Daphne, because she'd led 60 Slytherins to safety and hadn't hesitated for a second. The Daphne hug lasted slightly longer than the others. Neither of them mentioned it. The aftermath was chaotic in the way that aftermaths always are, lots of adults running around asking questions that the people who actually solved the problem were too tired to answer. Dumbledore returned from the ministry at 8 a.m. to find his castle intact, his students safe, and 5 first-year students sitting in his office looking like they'd been through a war. Which they had. Harry told him everything. The full, unabridged version. The chamber breach, the basilisk's awakening, the core's destabilization, the dungeon break. The covenant. The purification. The basilisk's transformation from corrupted weapon to castle guardian. Dumbledore listened with an expression that evolved from concern to amazement to something that Harry could only describe as awe. You formed a covenant with the basilisk, Dumbledore said. Yes, sir. A creature that has terrorized the legends of this castle for a millennium. It was in pain, sir. 1,000 years of pain. All it needed was someone to listen. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. Then he removed his half-moon spectacles, cleaned them with his sleeve, and put them back on. Harry, he said. In all my years, and there have been many, I have never encountered a wizard who responded to a monster by offering it friendship. The architects did. The ones who got it right. Yes. The ones who got it right. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. I owe you an apology. I should have been here tonight. I was called to the ministry on a matter that, in retrospect, was suspiciously urgent and curiously trivial. I believe someone wanted me away from the castle. Voldemort? Harry asked. Perhaps. Or an agent of his. The timing was too convenient to be coincidental. The implication settled heavily. Someone had arranged for Dumbledore to be absent on the exact night the chamber breached. The Horcrux, Harry said. The soul fragment in my scar. It's been more active. The system's containment is at 85%. And you believe the Horcrux may have contributed to the chamber's breach? I think Voldemort, or whatever's left of his consciousness, felt the Nexus activation and pushed. Through the Horcrux, through the chamber, through whatever dark magic he left behind in this castle. He wanted chaos. He wanted the castle to tear itself apart. And instead, you healed it. We healed it. My team healed it. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Then at Ron, who was half asleep in his chair with his mace across his lap. At Hermione, who was writing in her journal even now. At Daphne, composed and alert despite the exhaustion. At Neville, who was quietly cataloging the healing supplies he'd used during the crisis. 5 first-year students, Dumbledore said softly. Saved the entire school. 5 dungeon runners, Ron corrected, yawning. Who are very, very tired. Dumbledore smiled. For the first time since Harry had met him, the smile reached all the way to his eyes. Go rest, he said. All of you. Classes are cancelled today. All classes? Hermione asked, looking torn between relief and horror. All classes, Miss Granger. Even yours. Harry didn't go to the dormitory. After the others peeled off, Ron to collapse into his bed, Hermione to collapse into a library chair, Neville to collapse into his greenhouse, Daphne to collapse into the Slytherin common room. Harry went to the second-floor bathroom. He pressed his hand against the wall. "Hey," he said. The Hogwarts core responded. Not in the panicked, fragmented voice of the crisis. Not in the confused, childlike voice of the Christmas conversations. This voice was calmer. Steadier. Still young, still developing, but something fundamental had shifted. "Hello, Harry. How are you feeling?" "Different. Bigger. The dark place, the chamber, it's part of me again. But it doesn't hurt anymore. And the guardian, the snake, she's part of me too. She's resting. In the deep places. Healing. She. I can feel her now. She's very old and very tired and very grateful." A pause. "She asked me to tell you, thank you. From the dark and into the light." Harry's throat tightened. "Tell her she's welcome." "Harry." "Yeah. What you did tonight, the covenant, the purification, the way you healed instead of fought, I learned from that. I'm learning from everything you do. I think I want to be the kind of dungeon that protects people. Like you protect your friends. Like the guardian will protect the students. Is that a good thing to want?" Harry closed his eyes. Pressed his forehead against the warm stone. "That's the best thing to want. Then that's what I'll be. A dungeon that protects." The castle hummed around him. Every stone, every beam, every enchantment, all of it connected, all of it alive, all of it choosing to be something better than what it had been. Harry stood in the bathroom, exhausted, bruised, covered in chamber grime, and felt the Hogwarts core settle into its new identity like a puzzle piece clicking into place. A dungeon that protects. He could work with that. Hogwarts core, status, stabilized, consciousness level, adolescent, developing, disposition, protective. Curious. Devoted to its students. Basilisk covenant, active and stable, dungeon break, resolved, level up. Harry Potter, level 19 level 22, triple level, unprecedented crisis resolution, HP, 270-340, MP, 200-280, new ability unlocked, Castle Lord, full integration with the Hogwarts dungeon network, can sense and influence every room, corridor, and passage in Hogwarts. The Hogwarts core recognizes you as its dungeon lord. You are, in every way that matters, part of the castle now. Congratulations, Harry. You didn't just save the school. You saved everything under it. Harry read the notification, dismissed it, and walked out of the bathroom. The castle's morning light filtered through the windows. Students were emerging from their dormitories, chattering about the night's excitement, blissfully unaware of how close they'd come to catastrophe. The stairs moved in their usual lazy rotation. The portraits gossiped. The ghosts drifted through walls. Normal Hogwarts. Alive and safe and humming with a warmth that hadn't been there before. Harry walked through the corridors of his castle, feeling every stone under his feet, and went to find his friends. Chapter 6, The Dungeon Lord of Hogwarts. Chapter 6, The Dungeon Lord of Hogwarts. Spring came to Hogwarts like an apology. After the long, brutal winter, the crisis months, the dungeon break, the sleepless nights and impossible fights and the constant, grinding pressure of holding a castle together while it tried to tear itself apart, spring arrived with the gentle, insistent warmth of something that refused to be ignored. The grounds thawed. The black lake shed its skin of ice and returned to its usual dark mirror surface, reflecting clouds and towers and the occasional tentacle of the giant squid. The forbidden forest, which had been eerily quiet during the months of magical upheaval, erupted with birdsong and rustling and the distant calls of creatures that preferred to remain unseen. And Hogwarts itself, the living, conscious, newly awakened castle, bloomed. Not metaphorically. The Hogwarts core, in its first deliberate act of creative expression, had filled the castle with flowers. They grew from the stone itself. Tiny, luminescent blooms that sprouted from cracks in corridors, from the mortar between bricks, from the weathered joints of window frames. Each one was unique, some were amber gold, reminiscent of the Warren's warm light. Others were deep blue, echoing the abyss's bioluminescence. A few, growing in the deepest corridors near the old chamber entrance, were a shimmering iridescent that caught the light and scattered rainbows. The students loved them. The teachers were baffled. Flitwick spent a week trying to identify the species. Sprout nearly fainted with excitement. Snape collected samples for his personal research and was seen, by 3 independent witnesses, almost smiling. Only 5 students and 1 headmaster knew the truth. "The castle is decorating," Hermione said, examining a cluster of golden blooms on the 3rd-floor corridor with her analytical gaze. She had a magnifying glass in one hand and her journal in the other, because of course she did. "It's using the Nexus energy and the integrated dungeon flora to create aesthetically pleasing botanical displays. It's showing off," Ron translated. "It's expressing itself," Neville corrected gently, kneeling beside a patch of blue flowers near the library entrance. He touched one with his fingertip and it pulsed brighter for a moment, responding to his nurture-enhanced magical signature. "The core is happy, and this is how it shows it. Like a garden reflecting the gardener's mood." Harry leaned against the corridor wall and felt the core's contentment humming through the stone. It was a new sensation, not the panicked urgency of the crisis months, not the confused wonder of the early awakening period. This was the steady, warm satisfaction of a consciousness that had found its purpose and was enjoying the process of fulfilling it. "Do you like them?" the core asked, its voice threading through the stone with shy hopefulness. "The flowers? I made them for the students. For all of them. So they know the castle cares." Harry smiled. "They're perfect. The quiet boy, Neville, he showed me how. His nurture glyph. It taught me what growing feels like from the inside. I wanted the students to feel that. The feeling of something choosing to grow toward them. It was," Harry reflected, one of the most beautiful things he'd ever heard. 1,000-year-old castle consciousness learning about tenderness from a shy 11-year-old with a talent for plants. April arrived. The crisis was over. The dungeon break was resolved. The basilisk, now called Silena by the Hogwarts Corps, which had decided that a guardian deserved a name and had chosen one that meant moonlight in a language older than Latin, rested in the purified chamber, her consciousness slowly healing from a millennium of corruption. Harry could feel Silena through the dungeon network, a vast, ancient presence, quietly grateful, learning to exist without pain for the first time in her life. She communicated through impressions rather than words, warmth when she felt Harry's attention, curiosity when students walked above the chamber's location, a fierce protectiveness when she sensed anything that might threaten the castle's inhabitants. She was, in every sense that mattered, home. The Hogwarts Corps had stabilized completely. Under Harry's guidance, it had learned to manage its own systems. The moving staircases now moved with intentional precision rather than random rotation, the hidden passages opened and closed in response to student need rather than architectural whim, and the room of requirement had become significantly more responsive. It used to take 3 passes and very specific visualization to get the room to appear, Hermione noted. Now it opens on the first try. Every time. For everyone. The Corps is actively managing the room now, Harry explained. Before, it was running on autopilot, a dormant function responding to basic input. Now the Corps reads the student's intent directly and customizes the room in real time. That's incredible, Hermione said. Then, with characteristic analytical precision, it's also concerning. A castle that reads intent raises significant privacy implications. Harry conveyed this concern to the Corps, which responded with the magical equivalent of a confused head tilt. I don't read secrets. I read needs. There's a difference. When a student walks past the room needing a quiet place to cry, I don't know why they're sad. I just know they need comfort. So I give them a comfortable room. Harry relayed this. Hermione considered it for a long moment, then nodded. That's actually a very ethical approach to ambient consciousness. Intent responsive without being invasive. I'll add it to the theoretical framework. Hermione's theoretical framework had become a genuinely significant academic work. Her journals, now numbering 7 volumes, contained the most comprehensive analysis of dungeon magic, architect history, and dungeon consciousness theory that existed anywhere in the modern magical world. She developed models for dungeon energy flow, consciousness development stages, and the interaction between dungeon type and wand type magic that even the last architect found insightful. Your bright one has a mind that would have made her a great architect, the last architect told Harry during one of their floor 5 sessions. Perhaps the greatest. The architects built worlds with their hands. She builds understanding with her mind. In many ways, that is more valuable. Harry passed on the compliment. Hermione turned pink, mumbled something about merely applying the scientific method to novel magical phenomena, and then spent the next hour writing with such furious intensity that her quill actually snapped. The party had changed. Not just in power, though that was significant, but in something deeper. Something that the crisis had forged and the spring was tempering. Ron had become, without anyone formally acknowledging it, the group's leader. Not the dungeon lord, that was Harry. Not the strategist, though Ron filled that role too. Something more fundamental. Ron was the person who made decisions when decisions needed to be made, who kept the group focused when emotions ran high, who saw the whole picture when everyone else was deep in their particular piece. He'd grown into it so naturally that Harry sometimes forgot that the confident, commanding young man directing their operations was the same kid who'd shown up on the Hogwarts Express with a smudge on his nose and a squished sandwich. The chess brain had evolved into something more. Ron didn't just see tactical patterns anymore, he saw people. He knew when Hermione was pushing herself too hard and needed to be redirected to sleep. He knew when Daphne was worrying about Astoria and needed a particularly challenging dungeon run to take her mind off it. He knew when Neville was doubting himself and needed a task that would remind him of his own competence. He knew when Harry was carrying weight he shouldn't carry alone. "You're the glue," Daphne told Ron one evening, in a rare moment of direct emotional honesty. "The rest of us are specialists. Harry creates. Hermione understands. Neville grows. I survive. But you hold us together." Ron's ears went red. "I just pay attention." "Exactly," Daphne said. "You pay attention. To us. That's the most important thing anyone does." Ron's ears went redder. Neville's breakthrough came in mid-April. He'd been working on the Abyssal restoration potion for months, the Hydra hemolymph-based compound designed to treat the greengrass curse. The prototype had shown promise during initial testing on magical constructs, and the ingredients from the purified chamber had provided the final missing component, a rare compound that Neville called Guardian Essence, distilled from the ambient energy of a healed dungeon creature. The key, Neville explained to the group during a research briefing, was understanding that the greengrass curse isn't just a magical affliction. It's a corruption, similar in structure to what Slytherin did to the basilisk. The curse warps the family's magical core, turning their own power against them. He held up a vial. The liquid inside was deep blue shot through with silver threads, hemolymph and guardian essence, woven together with moonpetal orchid extract and stabilized with a binding agent Neville had developed from abyssal coral. This potion doesn't fight the curse directly. It purifies. Like what Harry did with the basilisk and the corrupted core, it overwrites the corrupted pattern with a clean one. The curse can't sustain itself in a purified magical environment. Daphne was very still. She'd been very still since Neville started talking. Her hands were folded in her lap and her face was the composed mask she wore when she was fighting to contain something enormous. "What are the odds?" she asked. Voice level. Controlled. In testing, the potion achieved complete corruption reversal in 97% of simulated cases. The remaining 3% showed partial reversal with no adverse effects. 97%, Daphne repeated. For acute suppression. Full cure would require a course of treatment, multiple doses over several months. But after the full course. Daphne, the mathematical models suggest complete remission. The curse, neutralized. Permanently. The room was very quiet. Daphne looked at the vial. At Neville. At the potion that represented months of work, hundreds of dungeon runs, thousands of harvested materials, and the combined effort of 5 kids who'd decided that a classmate's sister's life was worth fighting for. Astoria, Daphne whispered. If she starts the treatment course now, she could be curse-free by summer, Neville said gently. Daphne's mask didn't crack. It dissolved. Completely, utterly, without warning. The composed, controlled Slytherin exterior simply ceased to exist, and what was underneath was a girl who loved her sister so much that the love had become the organizing principle of her entire life. She didn't cry loudly. She didn't sob. 2 tears tracked down her face in perfect parallel lines, and she reached out and took the vial from Neville's hand like it was the most precious object in the world. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Neville smiled. That quiet, steady smile that was the most Neville thing in existence. "I told you. This is what teams do." Hermione was crying openly. Ron was blinking very hard and studying the ceiling with intense interest. Harry watched Daphne hold the vial to her chest and felt the warm, fierce thing in his own chest blaze like a bonfire. This was what dungeon magic was for. Not power. Not levels. Not XP and loot and boss kills. This, a girl holding the cure for her sister's curse, surrounded by friends who'd built it for her from impossible materials harvested from impossible places. This was what it meant to be a dungeon lord. The potion was sent to Astoria via secured courier the next day. Daphne composed the letter herself. Harry caught a glimpse over her shoulder and saw that the normally articulate, controlled Greengrass had written simply, "Dear Tori, the enclosed potion is real. It works. Take it exactly as the instructions describe. You're going to be okay. I promise. Love, Daph." The response came 3 days later. Not a letter. A howler, but not the screaming, rage-filled kind. When it opened in the great hall at breakfast, a young girl's voice rang out, clear and bright and full of the kind of joy that only someone who'd been dying and was now going to live could express. "Daphne. I feel amazing. Mom is crying and Dad is crying and the healer can't believe it, and I actually ran, all the way around the garden without getting tired. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank your friends. Whoever they are, they're invited to Christmas forever." The entire great hall turned to stare at Daphne Greengrass, who was sitting at the Slytherin table with a face that was simultaneously the most composed and the most radiant thing Harry had ever seen. She caught Harry's eye across the hall. He smiled at her. She smiled back. And for one perfect moment, the entire castle, every stone, every student, every ghost and painting and suit of armor, every blooming flower and humming energy line, seemed to glow. May brought resolution. Dumbledore called Harry to his office on a Tuesday afternoon. The circular room was warm with spring sunlight, Fawkes the Phoenix trilling softly on his perch, the silver instruments on the shelf spinning and whirring in their mysterious patterns. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Please sit." Harry sat. He noticed that Dumbledore looked lighter. The perpetual weight that the headmaster carried, visible in the slight slump of his shoulders, the careful way he moved, seemed reduced. Still present, but manageable. "I owe you a great many things," Dumbledore said. "Explanations, chiefly. About the decisions I've made. About the things I knew and didn't share." Harry waited. He'd learned, over months of conversation with ancient dungeon consciousnesses and a 1,000-year-old castle, the value of letting someone reach their own truth at their own pace. "I knew about the Horcrux," Dumbledore said. The words landed softly but hit hard. I've known since the night your parents died. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, I detected the soul fragment that attached to you. I brought you to the Dursleys, a decision I regret profoundly, in part because their non-magical environment provided a dampening effect on the Horcrux's activity. You used me as a containment vessel, Harry said. Not accusing. Just accurate. I used you as a containment vessel, Dumbledore agreed. The honesty was unflinching and, Harry realized, genuinely painful for the old man. I told myself it was for the greater good. That keeping the Horcrux dormant was more important than any individual's happiness. That the needs of the many justified the suffering of the one. Yes. Silence. Fawkes trilled again, a note that sounded like empathy. I was wrong, Dumbledore said. Not about the danger. The Horcrux is dangerous. Voldemort will return, and when he does, the soul fragment in your scar will become a liability. But I was wrong to make decisions about your life without your knowledge or consent. Wrong to prioritize containment over care. Wrong to treat you as a piece on a board rather than a person. He removed his spectacles. His eyes, without the glass barrier, were very blue and very old and very tired. Your dungeon magic has shown me something I should have known all along. That the things we create, the systems we build, the structures we impose on others' lives, those things deserve respect. Autonomy. The right to choose their own path. He paused. You taught a castle to protect people. You healed a monster that I had written off as unreachable. You built a community of children who care for each other more deeply than most adults manage in a lifetime. I had help, Harry said. Yes. You asked for help. You trusted others. You shared your burden. Dumbledore's smile was rueful. I never learned that particular skill. To my lasting cost. Harry studied the headmaster, this immensely powerful, deeply flawed, genuinely remorseful old man who had spent decades making choices that he believed were necessary and was only now, looking at a 12-year-old's example, questioning whether necessity excused everything. I forgive you, Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. He hadn't expected it. I'm angry, Harry continued. About the Dursleys. About the Horcrux. About the years I spent in a cupboard because you decided my suffering was an acceptable cost. I'm angry about that, and I'm going to be angry about it for a while. He met Dumbledore's eyes. But I also understand. You were afraid. Voldemort killed my parents, destroyed families, terrorized an entire world. You did what you thought was necessary to prevent that from happening again. You were wrong about the method, but you weren't wrong about the threat. I can be angry and still forgive. I can hold you accountable and still work with you. That's what the second law teaches. Understanding doesn't erase damage, but it prevents you from destroying the things that could become better. Dumbledore was very quiet for a very long time. You are, he said finally, the most remarkable student I have ever had. I'm not doing it for remarks, Professor. I'm doing it because it's right. Dumbledore laughed. A genuine, surprised, delighted laugh that startled Fawkes off his perch and scattered papers across the desk. Your mother would be incredibly proud, he said. And your father would be thoroughly confused but enthusiastically supportive. Harry grinned. Sounds about right. They talked for 2 more hours. About Voldemort, the threat, the timeline, the Horcruxes. Dumbledore shared what he knew. There were multiple Horcruxes, not just the one in Harry's scar. A diary, a ring, a locket, a cup, possibly more. Each one would need to be found and destroyed before Voldemort could be permanently defeated. The diary, Harry said. Do you know where it is? I believe Lucius Malfoy has it. Or had it. After the Grimoire incident, the Malfoy family may have disposed of certain, problematic possessions. And the Horcrux in me? That, Dumbledore said carefully, is the most complex problem. Traditional methods of Horcrux destruction, basilisk venom, fiend fire, would destroy the host as well. Traditional methods, Harry repeated. What about non-traditional methods? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I was rather hoping your dungeon lord abilities might provide alternatives. Harry discussed the Horcrux problem with the last architect that evening. They sat in the white marble chamber of floor 5, the pillar of light casting long shadows across the pristine floor. The architect's golden eyes were thoughtful. The parasitic soul fragment, the architect said. Yes. The architects encountered similar phenomena. In the later days, when dungeon consciousness became more complex, fragments of core awareness would sometimes attach to organic hosts, dungeon creatures that wandered too close to a forming core. How did they remove them? The technique was called severance. It requires a dungeon lord of sufficient power to create a specialized pocket dimension, what we call the separation chamber, designed to draw the parasitic consciousness out of the host and into a contained space. Like, creating a dungeon for the Horcrux to live in. Then sealing it. Essentially, yes. The key is the lure. The parasitic consciousness must want to leave the host. You must create a dungeon space so compelling, so saturated with the type of energy the parasite feeds on, that it willingly detaches and enters the new space. And then I destroy the space with the Horcrux inside. Or contain it permanently. The choice is yours. The architect paused. But there is a risk. The severance technique requires the dungeon lord to maintain direct contact with the parasitic consciousness throughout the process. You will be exposed to Voldemort's memories, his emotions, his hatred. I've had his soul in my head for 11 years. I can handle his emotions for a few minutes. The confidence of youth. The architect's golden eyes held something like affection. Your companions should be present. Their connection to you, the bonds you've built, will anchor you. Prevent the parasite from pulling you under. My party keeps me grounded. That's kind of their whole thing. Then you have something the first dungeon lord never did. And that makes all the difference. The Horcrux removal happened on a Saturday in late May. Not in the Warren. Not in the Abyss. In the Chamber of Secrets, the deepest, most magically powerful space in Hogwarts, now purified and protected by both the castle core and Silena the Basilisk. Harry had spent a week designing the separation chamber, a pocket dimension within the Chamber of Secrets, built specifically to lure the Horcrux out of his scar. The design was based on the architect's specifications but modified with Harry's own innovations. The chamber was saturated with dark-type dungeon energy that mimicked Voldemort's magical signature, creating an environment that the Horcrux would find irresistible. A magical honeypot, essentially. A dungeon designed to trap a piece of a Dark Lord's soul. The party gathered in the chamber at midnight. Silena's vast, purified form was coiled around the perimeter, her iridescent scales casting rainbow patterns on the walls. The Hogwarts core hummed through the stone, alert, protective, ready. Harry sat in the center of the separation chamber's entrance. His wand was in his hand. His friends were around him. Ron stood at his right, tactical position, watching for threats, mace ready. If anything goes wrong, I'm pulling you out. No arguments. Hermione stood at his left, monitoring equipment deployed, diagnostic charms active, journal open to the severance protocol she'd helped develop. I'll track the Horcrux's energy signature throughout the process. If it tries to do anything unexpected, you'll know before it does, Harry finished. Neville was behind him, healing supplies laid out in precise rows, abyssal restoration potion at the ready, nurture glyph pre-charged. Whatever it does to you, I can heal. Daphne stood in front of him. She'd removed the greengrass blade from its sheath and held it reversed, point down, like a knight taking a knee. Her face was calm. Her eyes were steady. I'll be here when you come back, she said simply. So come back. Harry looked at her. Looked at all of them. His party. His people. The 4 humans who had followed him into impossible places because that's what friends did and who were now going to anchor him while he voluntarily tangled with a piece of the darkest wizard in history. "Ready?" Ron asked. Harry closed his eyes. Reached inward. Found the dark, pulsing presence that had lived behind his scar for 11 years, the whisper of hate, the echo of murder, the fragment of a soul that had been created by the worst act of magic possible. He'd been afraid of it for months. Felt it growing, pressing, testing the system's containment. He wasn't afraid now. Ready. He activated the separation chamber. The process lasted 7 minutes. 7 minutes that felt like 7 years, because for those 7 minutes, Harry was in direct contact with Voldemort's consciousness. Not the full Voldemort. A fragment. A splinter. But even a splinter of Tom Riddle's soul was a terrible thing, cold and hungry and consumed by a fear of death so absolute that it had driven a brilliant young wizard to tear his own soul apart rather than face mortality. Harry felt it all. The fear. The rage. The obsessive, consuming need to survive at any cost. The memories, flashes of a childhood in a Muggle orphanage, a young man's discovery of magic, the slow corruption of brilliance into madness. And underneath it all, buried so deep that Voldemort himself had probably forgotten it existed, a tiny, withered seed of something that had once been a boy named Tom, who had been abandoned and afraid and who had decided, very young, that love was weakness and power was the only protection. Harry understood. He didn't agree. He didn't excuse. But he understood. And understanding, as the second law taught, was the first step toward resolution. The Horcrux fought. It thrashed against the severance, clinging to Harry's magical core like a parasite sensing it was about to be evicted. It tried to influence him, flooding his mind with images of power, domination, the seductive promise of a world where Harry never had to be afraid again. Harry let it come. Let the images wash over him. And then, gently, firmly, he redirected the Horcrux's attention toward the separation chamber, toward the dungeon he'd built specifically for this purpose, saturated with dark energy, designed to feel like the inside of Voldemort's own consciousness. The Horcrux hesitated. Then it moved. Not willingly, it didn't want to leave. It had been part of Harry for 11 years, and parasites don't surrender their hosts gracefully. But the separation chamber's lure was too strong, and Harry's dungeon lord authority was pushing from behind, and the system's containment protocols were channeling the fragment toward the only exit. The moment the Horcrux detached from Harry's scar, the pain was extraordinary. Not physical, metaphysical. Like having a tooth pulled, except the tooth was a piece of someone else's soul and it had been rooted in his magical core since he was 15 months old. Harry screamed. The sound echoed off the chamber walls. Silena's vast body tensed. The Hogwarts core pulsed with distress. But his party held. Ron's hand on his shoulder, solid, grounding, real. The tactician who saw every threat and chose to stand beside his friend anyway. Hermione's monitoring charms, tracking the Horcrux's extraction in real time, calling out updates in a voice that shook but didn't break. The analyst who quantified the impossible and made it manageable. Neville's healing magic, nurture glyph pouring restorative energy into Harry's depleted core, keeping his body stable while his soul was being operated on. The botanist who grew light in dark places. And Daphne's voice, cutting through the pain like her blade through corrupted constructs, "Come back to us, Harry. You promised." He focused on her voice. On all their voices. On the bonds that connected him to 4 people who had chosen him, not because he was the boy who lived or the dungeon lord or anything else that the world had decided he should be, but because he was Harry, and they were his friends, and that was enough. The Horcrux tore free. It screamed as it went, a sound that wasn't sound, a psychic wail of a soul fragment being separated from the host it had parasitized for over a decade. It poured into the separation chamber like dark water into a drain, filling the pocket dimension with cold, corrupted energy that the dungeon's containment systems immediately began to suppress. Horcrux extraction, complete, parasitic soul fragment, contained in separation chamber, host status, Harry Potter, alive. Depleted. Free. Containment, 100%, the Horcrux is out of you, Harry. It's over. Harry opened his eyes. The Chamber of Secrets was blurry. His glasses had fallen off at some point. His scar was bleeding, not the usual prickle, but an actual wound, the last physical trace of the Horcrux's occupation sealing itself as the dark magic that had sustained it was removed. 4 faces hovered above him. "Hey," Harry said weakly. "Hey yourself," Ron said. His voice was rough. His eyes were red. He was still gripping Harry's shoulder. "Don't ever do that again." Noted. "Your vitals are stabilizing," Hermione reported, her monitoring charms still active, her voice still shaking. "Magical core is depleted but regenerating. Scar wound is closing. No residual dark energy detected." "It's gone?" Harry asked. "It's gone," Hermione confirmed. A tear escaped her clinical composure and tracked down her cheek. "Completely, totally, verifiably gone." Neville pressed a potion into Harry's hand, the Abyssal Restoration, the same compound that was healing Daphne's sister. Harry drank it. Warmth flooded through him, sealing cracks he hadn't known existed, restoring a wholeness that he'd never actually experienced because the Horcrux had been there since before he could remember. This was what it felt like to be entirely himself. Just Harry. No Dark Lord. No parasite. No whispered hatred in the back of his mind. He felt light. Daphne was still standing in front of him. She hadn't moved. Her blade was still reversed, point down. Her expression was the one she wore when she was containing something enormous. "You came back," she said. "I promised." "You did." She sheathed her blade. Then she reached down, took Harry's hand, and pulled him to his feet. And didn't let go. Harry looked at their joined hands. Looked at Daphne's face, the mask gone, the composure gone, just Daphne, open and vulnerable and fierce and beautiful. "Daphne, not now," she said. "Later. When we're not standing in a snake cave covered in soul residue." "Right. Good call. I always make good calls." "You really do." Ron, Hermione, and Neville very pointedly looked in other directions. The Hogwarts core and Silena, who had significantly less understanding of human social conventions, watched with unabashed curiosity. The separation chamber was sealed permanently. The Horcrux, contained within a pocket dimension designed specifically to hold it, was essentially imprisoned, a fragment of Voldemort's soul locked in a dungeon of Harry's making, suppressed by containment glyphs and cut off from any external energy source. It would wither. Without a host, without magical sustenance, the fragment would slowly degrade. Months, perhaps years, but eventually, nothing. A Dark Lord's immortality, undone by a 12-year-old dungeon architect. Dumbledore, when informed, sat in silence for a very long time. "You've destroyed a Horcrux," he said finally. "Without basilisk venom. Without fiend fire. Without any of the traditional methods." "I contained it," Harry corrected. "Destruction will happen naturally. The containment dungeon is designed to drain the fragment's energy over time. A humane destruction. If such a thing can be said of a Horcrux. Everything deserves to end without pain, Professor. Even pieces of Voldemort." Dumbledore removed his spectacles, cleaned them, and put them back on. It was, Harry had learned, his tell for processing something profound. "The other Horcruxes," Dumbledore said. "The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup. Could your method work on all of them?" "Theoretically. I'd need to create custom separation chambers for each one, calibrated to the specific Horcrux's energy signature. But yes. If we can find them, I can contain them. Then we have a path forward." Dumbledore stood. Extended his hand. Partners, Harry. Not chess player in peace. Partners. Harry shook his hand. Partners. Draco Malfoy was dealt with, though not in the way anyone expected. Dumbledore had handled the grimoire situation through official channels. Lucius Malfoy had been formally cautioned by the Ministry, the artifact confiscated, and Draco placed on academic probation. But the real resolution came from an unexpected source. Draco himself. He found Harry in an empty corridor in late May, 2 days before the end of term. Harry sensed him coming, his dungeon sense picked up every magical signature in the castle, and was waiting when the Slytherin rounded the corner. Malfoy looked different. Not the swaggering bully of September. Not the dangerous experimenter of November. Something quieter. Reduced. Potter. Malfoy. A long silence. The corridor's flowers, golden blooms, the Hogwarts core's favorites, pulsed gently between them. "I know what you did," Malfoy said. "During the break. I know you rescued the Slytherins. I know you stabilized the castle. And I know," he paused, composing himself, "I know that the artifact I used contributed to the crisis. It did. People could have died. Because of what I did. Yes." Malfoy's jaw worked. He was fighting something, pride, probably, which for a Malfoy was approximately the load-bearing wall of their entire personality structure. "I'm not going to apologize," he said. "Because an apology doesn't fix it. But I want you to know that I understand. What I did was reckless, and dangerous, and people almost got hurt." He paused again. "My house almost got hurt. People I know. Crabbe, Goyle, they were in that common room when the corridors started folding. I know." "How do you do it?" Malfoy asked. The question came out raw, stripped of performance. "The dungeon magic. The creating. I had the grimoire, I had actual architect theory, and everything I made was broken. Corrupted. Wrong. But you." He gestured vaguely at the castle, at the flowers, at everything. "You make things that are alive and whole and they work." Harry considered the question seriously. Because it was a serious question, and Draco Malfoy, whatever else he was asking it with genuine bewilderment. "The grimoire gave you technique," Harry said. "But technique isn't enough. The architects didn't just build dungeons with magic. They built them with intent. With care. The dungeon responds to what the creator puts into it. If you create from a place of wanting power, you get corrupted constructs. If you create from a place of wanting to understand, to connect, to nurture." He touched the corridor wall. A flower bloomed brighter. "You get this." Malfoy stared at the flower. Something complicated moved behind his eyes. "I don't think I know how to create from that place," he said quietly. "My family doesn't, we don't think that way. Maybe it's time to learn." Another long silence. Then Malfoy straightened, and some of the familiar Malfoy composure returned, though it sat differently on him now, less armor, more structure. "I won't bother you again, Potter. And I won't be writing home for any more artifacts." He turned to leave. Paused. "For what it's worth, the castle feels different. Better. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it." He walked away. Harry watched him go and felt the Hogwarts core pulse thoughtfully. "He's hurting. The pale boy. He hurts in a different way than the snake did. Not corruption. Just loneliness. And a father who teaches him the wrong things." "Yeah," Harry said. "Some problems aren't dungeon-shaped. Maybe. But I can make sure the flowers near the Slytherin common room are extra bright." Harry smiled. "You do that." The last week of term was golden. Exams happened. Harry aced them, not because of the system, which pointedly refused to provide exam answers on principle, but because months of dungeon combat had sharpened his magical skills to a point where first-year coursework was almost trivially easy. The boy who'd been fighting C-rank Abyssal Guardians was not going to struggle with Wingardium Leviosa. Ron performed unexpectedly well in written exams. His tactical mind, trained to absorb and analyze complex information under pressure, turned out to be excellent at synthesizing course material. Hermione topped every class, obviously. Neville received the highest herbology grade in a decade. Daphne's across-the-board excellence raised no eyebrows in Slytherin, where academic achievement was expected, but Harry noticed that her potions work had improved dramatically since Neville started sharing his research. Dumbledore awarded the 5 of them a special award for services to the school, presented at the end-of-year feast. The official reason was extraordinary courage and resourcefulness in protecting fellow students during the structural emergency of March 15. The unofficial reason was saving the entire castle from a catastrophic dungeon break, purifying a 1,000-year-old basilisk, and healing the consciousness of a building. Gryffindor won the House Cup. Slytherin came second. Neither house seemed to mind much. The crisis had eroded some of the inter-house hostility, at least temporarily. It was hard to maintain a rivalry when you'd been rescued from a dimensionally folding common room by a 12-year-old Gryffindor with a god complex. Harry did not have a god complex. He had a castle complex. There was a difference. The morning of departure, Harry stood on the astronomy tower and looked out over the Hogwarts grounds. The Black Lake sparkled in the June sunlight. The Forbidden Forest swayed in a warm breeze. The grounds were green and lush and dotted with students making their way toward the carriages, trunks in tow, calling goodbye to friends they'd see again in September. Harry could feel all of it. Every footstep on the grounds. Every creak of the carriage wheels. Every laugh, every shout, every whispered goodbye. The castle was alive around him, and he was alive within it, and the connection between them was as natural as breathing. The system displayed his final status, end-of-year status, Harry James Potter, title, Dungeon Lord of Hogwarts / Castle Lord, level, 22, HP, 340/340, MP, 280/280, strength, 18 agility, 24 intelligence, 22 perception, 25 magic, 40, dungeons, the Warren, 7 floors, core, active, plus rehabilitated sibling core. The Abyss, 5 floors, core, active, Nexus consciousness, 10,000 years old, Hogwarts, entire castle, core, active, awakened, protective, growing, covenants, the last architect, teacher and ally, Silena the Basilisk, guardian of Hogwarts, the Hogwarts core, mutual protection and growth, Horcrux status, removed and contained, party, Ron Weasley, tactician/leader, Hermione Granger, analyst/researcher, Daphne Greengrass, specialist/partner, Neville Longbottom, botanist/healer, Year 1 summary, dungeons created, 3, plus 1 inherited castle, bosses defeated, 27, bosses befriended, 2, ancient civilizations discovered, 1, castles saved, 1, basilisks healed, 1, Horcruxes removed, 1, curses cured, 1, friends made, 4, permanent, overall assessment, not bad for year 1. Harry dismissed the notification and leaned against the tower railing. Footsteps behind him. 4 sets. He didn't need to turn around. Ron leaned on the railing to his right. So. Summer. What's the plan? Rest, Harry said. Eat food that isn't from a dungeon. Maybe learn what normal kids do in their free time. You're never going to be normal, mate. A boy can dream. Hermione appeared on his left, journal in hand. Because of course. I've compiled a preliminary research agenda for the summer. The Architect's glyph system has implications for modern spell theory that I want to explore. And the Hogwarts core's consciousness development patterns suggest a model that could, Hermione. Yes. Summer. Rest. I can rest and research. They're not mutually exclusive. Neville sat down cross-legged on the tower floor, his back against the railing, face tilted up toward the sun. I'm going to spend the summer with Gran. She's agreed to let me convert the greenhouse into a proper potions lab. I've got plans for the abyssal materials, new formulations, new applications. More curse treatments? Harry asked. More everything treatments. The dungeon materials have applications in at least a dozen areas of healing magic. I'm just scratching the surface. Daphne was last. She stood beside Harry, close, but not touching. The breeze caught her hair. Astoria's responding well to the treatment, she said. 2 months of doses and the curse markers are down 70%. Neville thinks complete remission by August. That's amazing, Daphne. It is. She was quiet for a moment. My parents want to meet you. All of you. There's been a formal invitation to Greengrass Manor for the last week of July. Fancy, Ron said. Terrifying, Hermione corrected. Bring dress robes, Daphne said. Then, to Harry, quietly enough that the others could pretend not to hear, my father wants to thank the boy who saved his daughter's life. Both daughters' lives, as he sees it. I didn't do it alone. No. But you started it. She looked at him. Those blue-gray eyes. Ocean in sunlight. You started everything, Harry. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station at 11 a.m. Harry sat in a compartment with his party, 5 kids in a space designed for 4, crammed together with trunks and owl cages and Neville's potted moonpetal orchid cutting and the easy, comfortable closeness of people who'd seen each other at their worst and their best. Ron and Hermione were arguing about summer homework. Neville was sketching plant diagrams. Daphne was reading a book on pre-modern magical theory that Hermione had lent her, occasionally making notes in the margins that would have given Hermione a conniption if she'd noticed. Harry sat by the window and watched the Scottish countryside roll past. Green hills. Grey stone walls. The distant gleam of water. Normal, beautiful, mundane world. The system pulsed one last time, departing Hogwarts, Hogwarts core status, stable. Happy. Missing you already. Core message, come back soon, Harry. I'll keep the flowers growing. Harry touched the window, feeling, through the glass, through the air, through the miles of distance, the faint, warm pulse of a castle that loved him. I'll be back, he whispered. And then he leaned back in his seat, surrounded by his friends, and watched the world go by. Somewhere in Albania, a shade stirred. Not much. A flicker of consciousness in the dark spaces between trees. A whisper of awareness in a forest where the shadows moved wrong and the animals knew to stay away. The shade had felt something. A shift. A severing. Something that had been part of it, a distant, dormant piece of itself, had been removed from its anchor. Contained. Isolated. The shade did not understand, exactly, what had happened. Its awareness was fragmented, reduced, barely more than instinct and rage. But it understood loss. It understood that something precious had been taken. And it understood that someone, somewhere, had done the taking. The shade turned its attention toward Britain. Toward a castle on a cliff. Toward a boy on a train. It could not reach him. Not yet. It was too weak, too broken, too reduced. But it could wait. It had waited for years. It could wait more. And when it found a way back, when it found a body, a vessel, a method of return, it would come. For the boy. For the castle. For the dungeons that hummed with power it craved. For everything. The shade settled back into the darkness of the Albanian forest and waited. Somewhere distant, a train whistle sounded, carrying 5 children toward a summer of rest and research and healing and growth. Carrying them toward a future that would be harder and darker and more demanding than anything they'd faced so far. But also carrying them together. And that, as a very wise dungeon once observed, made all the difference. The Hogwarts Express disappeared over a green hill, sunlight flashing on its scarlet carriages. In the castle it had left behind, flowers bloomed in empty corridors. 1,000-year-old consciousness hummed contentedly. A purified basilisk dreamed of moonlight. An ancient warrior of white stone sat in contemplation. 2 dungeon cores whispered to each other about growth and purpose and the strange, wonderful boy who had given them voices. And deep beneath the Black Lake, in a nexus that had existed for 10,000 years, the Abyss's core stirred. The Dungeon Lord has left, it observed. He will return, the Hogwarts core said. With certainty. With love. Yes. He will. And when he does, the dungeons will be ready. A pause. The nexus pulsed. There are other nexuses. Around the world. I have felt them for millennia, distant heartbeats in the deep magic. Some are sleeping. Some are dreaming. And some are waking up, the Hogwarts core finished. Yes. The Dungeon Lord's presence has sent ripples through the deep magic. The nexuses are responding. Awakening. Is that dangerous? Perhaps. But dangerous and wonderful are often the same thing. Harry will know what to do, the Hogwarts core said with the absolute, unshakable faith of a consciousness that had been born into love and taught by kindness. Yes, the Abyss agreed. He will. The 2 consciousnesses settled into comfortable silence, vast and ancient and newborn, guardian and dreamer, watching over a castle full of flowers and waiting for the Dungeon Lord to come home. The dungeons are just the beginning.